Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. We continue our live coverage of the Israel-Iran conflict. Stay with us for in-depth analysis coming up. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vowed revenge after Iran struck a major hospital in southern Israel. His warning came as he spoke from the scene of the attack. Take a listen.
We are committed to destroying the nuclear threat, the threat of a nuclear annihilation against Israel. We're able to do it, and we, of course, will make our own determination. But I have to say that the partnership with the United States, the partnership with President Trump, with whom I speak to almost every day, is incredible. I think his resolve, his determination, and his clarity when he says Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And for that to take place, Iran cannot enrich uranium. It's as simple as that. He gave them the chance to do it through negotiations. They strung him along. You don't string along Donald Trump.
I'm joined in the studio by Al Arabiya's military and security expert Riyad Kawaji, friend of the show and also personal friend of mine. Riyad, great to have you back on the show today. So we were talking yesterday, but as tensions between Israel and Iran escalate, Riyad, what's your assessment of where things stand right now?
Right now, we have a continuation of the exchanges. On the one side, Israel has established air superiority, so Israel is carrying out its attacks from the air. Iran, on the other side, still using its sole tool, or the sole weapon that can strike in the heart of Israel, which is the ballistic missiles. They use sometimes drones, but they have been ineffective, and the Israelis have been able to shoot them down even before reaching the Israeli borders. The strikes into Israel from the Iranian side are becoming, or are being seen as becoming more destructive, although if we look at the numbers, we still see that the ability of penetration is still the same. It's 10% ratio of the missiles being fired that are able to penetrate the air defenses. But the issue here is that Israel, first, is a small country compared to Iran, much smaller, and the population is mostly concentrated up in the northern part of the country, from the center to the north. And the Iranians have been targeting this section because it's most populated, has many of the military bases, for many reasons. Even though the number of missiles that penetrated defenses is small to the number being fired, like, for example, estimated 450 have so far been fired, about 45 managed to penetrate their defenses. But still, for Israel, 45 ballistic missiles exploding in Israel within a week, each one with a warhead weighing between half a ton and a ton, is significant. It has inflicted serious damage, unprecedented in the history of Israel. And that's why the Israelis are feeling the pain. Although the level of destruction on the Iranian side inflicted by the Israeli air raids is much bigger, but we're not seeing much of that because the Iranians are not allowing a news coverage from their side. We're seeing a lot from the Israeli side, who are not used to this level of destruction in any of their previous wars. And this is here where we have the test of the wills between who would have a more resilient home front, the Iranians or the Israelis. We keep hearing Israeli officials stressing on the need of the home front to show resilience because they are facing what they are branding as existential war, while Iran is saying that it is now being targeted. This is an aggression, unprovoked, and they are also firing what they have at the moment.
Riyad, thank you so much for your insights. Stay with me and we'll get back to you shortly. But now we're going to go to the diplomatic perspective. We turn to our next guest. I'm joined by Professor Michael Semple from Queen's University. Michael, great to have you on the show again. Israel is vowing to step up attacks on Iran after a direct hit on a hospital in the country, while Iran's leader is urging Iranians to continue with strength. Could there still be a diplomatic breakthrough despite this war of words that we're seeing?
Yes, we're seeing very much worse than a war of words, but we are also seeing ongoing diplomatic efforts, and there are still diplomatic off-ramps to wind this conflict down. There seems to be little opportunity, and there's nothing to talk about between Iran and Israel, the direct belligerents. But there are attempts to restart the talks between the US and Iran on the assumption that an agreement between US and Iran could lead to the Americans pressurizing Israel to come into line. So far, the US and Iran are not able to sit down directly face to face. But after a period of the Europeans being sort of cut out of this, they now seem to be becoming more active diplomatically, and it's hopeful that by the end of the week we'll see talks between Europe, UK, and Iran taking place to try and get some diplomatic movement.
The world is really waiting to see if President Trump gives the green light to a US military plan. He's been keeping everyone pretty much guessing, Michael. Is this part of psychological warfare or his belief it is the best way to do a deal?
Well, I think that President Trump can speak to that better than anybody else, and he's made it quite clear he is not revealing his intentions. It does make some sense in terms of what he's called maximum pressure. That the Iranians cannot safely bet on the idea that the Americans won't join in the fighting, and basically, I think that Donald Trump would prefer to see a deal which he considers favorable rather than him accepting the responsibility or ignominy involved in becoming a direct belligerent. But he wants to stoke up the pressure so that the Iranians are prepared to make the concessions which for years they have resisted doing. And of course, this is a diplomatic high stakes game, because by using phrases like the calls for complete surrender, he may of course make it more difficult to get the very deal that he wants. So yes, I mean that I'm sure that he has an eye to the impact on the sort of Iranian calculations every time that he makes these statements. But of course, he's also looking to his own public.
And the UK Foreign Secretary today, David Lammy, is meeting his US counterpart, Marco Rubio. Amid speculation, US involvement could require the use of UK-controlled bases in the Chagos Islands. Could the UK possibly be dragged into this conflict indirectly?
Well, I think the agenda is not just whether the UK would facilitate possible US military operations. It's also important for the UK to coordinate with the US if any diplomatic initiative is to have a chance, because ultimately, neither the UK or even European partners, if they do sit down with the Iranians, they can hear what the Iranians are prepared to do, but ultimately they have to feed that back to the US. So I think that the UK has to talk about what the options are for and what they're prepared to do in terms of facilitating US operations. But I think they would be far happier getting out the message, and that they also want to coordinate diplomatically with the US.
Michael, with its military doctrine in complete disarray and with Iran's airspace completely exposed, as you did say, what option does the Supreme Leader have right now?
There's a pragmatic option, which is to think of some way of selling it to the population as heroic, and fully commit to talks, indicating a willingness to essentially barter away the nuclear program, which they can always say that, well, we never wanted a nuclear weapon anyway. The pragmatic option is that they tell the Europeans this week that we are prepared to go ahead with a deal. We'll settle on terms which the Americans will like, and rely on the Americans to pressure the Israelis to stop. That is one option for the Supreme Leader. But he has the other option of allowing this to drag into a war of attrition. And although we know that Iran has lost most of the capability of its sort of proxies around the region, like Hezbollah and Hamas, the Iranians still do have options to escalate. They can try to impose economic cost on the region and the Americans, which they have so far refrained from doing because they're hoping that the US doesn't enter. I think that for the Iranians, the determining factor will be if the US decides to enter. If the US decides to enter, the Iranians will start to play the limited cards which they have for escalation, which they have so far refrained from doing. Ultimately, there is no guarantee that the Supreme Leader will accept the pragmatic course, drinking from a poisoned chalice and going towards a deal. It is possible that he will try to drag his country into a war of attrition, and that he will be prepared to try and escalate in such ways as they can.
Professor Michael Semple from Queen's University, Belfast, thank you for your insights.
Most welcome.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. The US will resume visas for foreign students, but will ask all applicants to make their social media accounts public for screening. Consular officers will be on the lookout for posts that could be deemed hostile. The State Department has warned that those who keep their accounts private may be trying to hide information. In Mexico, Hurricane Eric has upgraded into an extremely dangerous Category 4 storm. Around 2,000 shelters have been set up across neighbouring states, and more than 18,000 first responders have now been deployed. Scientists have warned that Eric could become the most intense hurricane to make landfall along Mexico's Pacific coast. Russia's Vladimir Putin says he is ready to meet with Ukraine's President Zelensky for a final phase of peace talks. Putin alleges Zelensky has no right to sign a peace deal given his 5-year presidential term had expired under martial law. Kyiv has rejected these allegations as Ukrainian law bans elections during wartime. Meanwhile, Russia and Ukraine completed another exchange of captured soldiers. The swap was part of a prisoner agreement reached during peace talks earlier this month in Istanbul. And investigators have revealed that one of the engines on the Air India plane that crashed last week was new, while the other was due for its next maintenance check in December. The airline's chairman told local media that both engines of the aircraft had clean histories. The right engine was installed in March this year, while the left engine was last serviced in 2023. On the 7th day of the conflict, Israel says it struck Iran's Arak heavy water reactor, the latest blow to Tehran's nuclear program. Another site near Natanz was also hit. Since the strikes begun, Israel has been targeting not just nuclear sites, but also scientists linked to the so-called father of Iran's nuclear program, allegedly assassinated by Israel in 2020. For more on this, I'm joined by John Kazvinian, Iran-US historian and JCPOA expert. Thank you so much for joining me on the show, John. John, what has gone wrong between Iran and the US? Prior to the attacks, both countries were actually holding talks in Oman on Iran's nuclear program.
That's right. The idea of diplomacy with Iran was actually a key component of Donald Trump's policy. It's something that he didn't campaign specifically on, doing a deal with Iran, but the idea of ending the forever wars in the Middle East, taking a less interventionist American foreign policy. And he, I think these negotiations were important to him. He sent his special envoy, Steve Witkoff, to conduct them. And it looked like there was some promise. But of course, as we've seen so many times with these negotiations, the United States and Iran are not the only actors that have a stake in this or feel they have a stake in this. The Israelis have often been on the sidelines trying to derail these kinds of negotiations.
So, John, Israel's objective seems to be to eliminate Iranian nuclear and ballistic capabilities. But in March, America's US intelligence chief, Tulsi Gabbard, said that Iran hasn't been building a nuclear weapon. How close is Iran to a nuclear weapon, and what changed so dramatically since her statement in March?
Well, the Israelis know better than anyone that Iran was not on the verge of breaking out and building a nuclear weapon. Iran has had that capability for many years now if it wanted to do that, and it has chosen not to do that. That's a political decision, not a technical decision. The fact is that this is another in a series of Israeli operations launched by Prime Minister Netanyahu that doesn't have a clear objective, or rather has a shifting objective that is sometimes difficult to pin down and sometimes tends to blow with the prevailing winds. Supposedly, this is to knock out Iran's nuclear capability. And yet the Israelis are also making a lot of noise about regime change and about uprooting the Ayatollahs and all this kind of stuff, and encouraging the Iranian people to rise up. So, the reality is, for the Israelis, this is, I think, was an opportunistic moment. They didn't want to see the United States making serious progress towards peace with Iran. And they recognize that Iran has been severely weakened in the past year and a half. And I think they chose their moment to deal it a significant blow, if not exactly a fatal blow yet.
Without US military intervention, does Iran have the military hardware to eliminate have the military hardware to eliminate Iran's nuclear and ballistic capabilities? So I think in a nutshell, does the US now have to get involved?
It's not even clear that the United States can permanently and decisively eliminate Iran's nuclear program. It can go a lot further than the Israelis because, of course, it has the so-called bunker buster bomb that can destroy the deeply buried Fordo enrichment facility. But the essence of your question is exactly the question we should all be asking ourselves. Is the United States now going to join the Israelis? That, to me, is the biggest fork in the road that we've had in a very long time. It is clear, I think, that if Donald Trump decides that he's going to weigh in that way, all kinds of things will be unleashed that we simply cannot predict. And yet there is a flip side to it. And there is an optimistic scenario, which is that Donald Trump decides not to join the Israeli operation. Why do I say optimistic? Because I think that creates a situation where the Israelis know that there's a limit to how much damage they can actually do to Iran's nuclear program. The Iranians end up on the ropes. If we end up in, if not a stalemate, at least a situation where neither side is really achieving its objectives, and Donald Trump can sweep into the rescue and say, push Iran to say, now you have to do a deal. The Iranians might actually do one at that point. And Donald Trump gets to claim that he did a better deal than, Obama and Biden were able to do, that he helped the Israelis, that he solved their problem once and for all without creating a massive war. The Ayatollah in Iran gets to claim that, he snatched some victory from the jaws of defeat. And even potentially divided the United States and Israel and left Israel looking isolated. I recognize that is a spectacularly optimistic scenario, but it is a scenario that is available to us if Donald Trump decides not to bomb Fordo.
And it appears that the MAGA base in the US is actually split on what Trump should do regarding the situation in Iran. Should he be more of a diplomat right now if we're looking at optimism? Because history hasn't been kind to George Bush's decision to enter Iraq in 2003.
This is an active debate that's taking place right now within Donald Trump's circle of support. Yes, there are people, including his own National Security Advisor, Tulsi Gabbard, including one of his largest media cheerleaders, Tucker Carlson, and others, and even in the vice president to some degree, and of course the president himself, who I think are reluctant to get drawn into large, ambitious, sort of neoconservative style George W. Bush era type, regime change, nation building, deep kind of operations in the Middle East. And yet there is, of course, a lingering, you might call it neoconservative wing, hawkish, traditional Republican Party, hawkish, very pro-Israeli, very anti-Iranian wing, including his Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, for example, and others, who very much feel this differently. Which party ends up prevailing over the president is something that no one knows. I'm not even sure the president knows ultimately what he's going to do.
John Ghazvinian, Iran-US historian and JCPOA expert. A pleasure to have you on the show. I've also been following what Tucker Carlson's been saying. Thank you so much. Now, Riyad Kawaji, you're still here with me. I thought that was a really interesting conversation. He had a really spectacular, optimistic view of what could possibly happen if the US didn't get involved. I'm not sure what your take is on that. But, when we're talking about the targets and the nuclear targets that Israel has selected in Iran, why these particular sites and which are they?
Well, also, the Israelis strike Natanz, they struck Isfahan, they struck Kawand, and they made a try on Fordow was limited. However, they are selecting the sites that are seen to be could be involved into a military program. Like, for example, in Natanz and Fordow is where the Iranians enriched the uranium. And that uranium, if it was enriched to 90% level, then they could have military uses. Now, the maximum they enriched was up to 60%. In Iraq, Kawand, you have the so-called the heavy water reactors. Heavy water reactors produce plutonium. Those were of high interest because at one point they didn't get much attention until the IAEA discovered that the Iranians have managed to produce about 9 kilos of plutonium. And both plutonium, enriched plutonium and enriched uranium are used to build bombs. They are the main material to build nuclear weapons. And that's why the Israeli warplanes have been targeting these facilities. Isfahan is a research and research activities where they conduct tests, where they train scientists, and where also they build some components for the missile program. So the Israelis have been trying to interrupt what's called as the full fuel cycle, where Iran is able to mine uranium, process it, enrich it, and turn it into fuel to be used in its reactors. Reactors to be used for generating power, like in the Bushehr power plant on the Gulf side, which is of concern because there were a great deal of concern in the region that if Israel was to strike that plant, that we could have a contamination, Chernobyl-style contamination, and that's the real worry. So today we had a report from Israel that said that the Israeli warplanes struck Bushehr, and immediately afterwards they retracted. They say we did not strike it. The Russians have warned against striking Bushehr. It is a plant that was built by the Russians, and the fuel there is processed by the Russians as well. So those are the sites that are targeted by Israel, mostly for military use.
Thank you so much, Riyad, for your insights there. And We're now going to be moving on to another story. In the ongoing exchange of strikes between Tehran and Israel, a Washington-based Iranian human rights group reports at least 639 deaths in Iran, including 263 civilians and more than 1,300 people injured. Israeli officials say 24 people have been killed and dozens wounded in the latest missile strikes. For more on this, I'm joined by Tara Kangulu, global affairs journalist and author of The Heartbeat of Iran and professor at Georgetown University. Tara, it's a pleasure to have you on the show. Civilians are suffering in this escalating conflict, and there is increasing talk about a regime change in Iran. But what is the sentiment on the ground?
Thank you so much for having me. It's certainly a volatile time and a very tragic moment for Iranians. Iran is a country of 90 million people, majority of extremely educated, sophisticated. They're well aware of what goes on in the world, and also they're very well aware of what they want. The sentiment right now in Iran, people are uniting, they're rallying around the flag, but they're not rallying around the regime. And that is a huge distinction that I think is worth noting. Iranians feel that once again, we are caught between a war that is not ours and a war that we don't want. They're caught between the lunacy of a theocracy, of a dictatorship, and a government, the Bibi Netanyahu's regime, who for the longest time wanted to attack Iran. You know, this is nothing new. If we go back 15 years, almost 20 years, he's been saying the same thing. So Iranian people are caught in between these two regimes, and they want none of this. Again, to put things in context, we're talking about millions of innocent civilians. And again, death toll is rising. Close to 600 people have been killed so far in Iran. And last thing I would say, the death toll in Israel. Any civilian life is valued and should not be taken by you know, these powers to be.
Tara, what hope is left for people living inside of Iran, even if a regime change does happen and the supreme leader is defeated? What's left for them?
I think that's a big question. First of all, the killing or eliminating of supreme leader or the collapse of the regime doesn't immediately mean good news for Iran and the Iranian people, who, again, have made it very clear that we don't want this regime. Whilst, by the way, the world just watched. Every time thousands came on the street risking their lives, the world did not pay attention. So that's an important point there. But when regimes collapse, we have seen around the region, our own region, what has happened. Iraq, Syria, Libya, Afghanistan. So a regime collapse of such scale for a government and a regime that is so powerful is no good news. There are separatist powers around Iran, within the country. So, you know, talking to actually a source in Iran, they're quite worried, even though, sure, they want the bombs to stop, but they also don't want the government, but they don't want this war. The last thing also I would say is that some of Iran's brightest and most capable people who can forge their future are in prisons. They are the ones who can actually bring about change. And for the longest time, Iranian people wanted referendum. So quite frankly, the most peaceful way, in my humble opinion, is if the regime collapsed, there would be a UN-supervised referendum, a transitional government to avoid any form of bloodshed and chaos as seen elsewhere in the region.
President Trump still appears keen to bring Iran to the table to negotiate a deal. But however, he's also considering the possibility of direct US involvement in Israel's campaign. From your perspective, Tara, does Iran still have some level of trust in American and Western diplomacy to see this happen?
I don't think the Iranian regime, nor, by the way, the Iranian people have any trust in quite frankly, any foreign country, let alone Western powers, to be, and this is based on history. If you look at Iran's history of just the last 100 years, you can see why. With regards to diplomacy, Iranian regime is at its weakest. They're desperate. So if they want to stay in power in some shape or form, they better come to the negotiating table. But what the Supreme Leader of Iran said yesterday attests to the contrary. He is pretty much doing what they did during the Iran-Iraq war. There were many opportunities for Iran to come to the negotiating table, stop the killing of hundreds of innocent civilians again, but they didn't. They dragged it out of the hubris and arrogance that the Islamic regime is based on. But they're desperate if they want to stay in power. What Donald Trump does is we have yet to see. The talks are still scheduled to happen in Geneva tomorrow, and reports are coming, CBS is reporting that potentially over the weekend there are going to be talks between the Iranian foreign, not directly, but indirect talks of some sort between the American and the Iranian and Steve Witkoff involved. So these talks are still going on, all the while Israel has threatened to eliminate the Supreme Leader, as the defense minister did earlier today.
Tara Kangalu, global affairs journalist, author of The Heartbeat of Iran and professor at Georgetown University. Thank you very much for your insights.
Thank you.
So, Riyad, we were just having a conversation there a little bit about the situation on the ground in Iran and how people are obviously feeling. But we were also just discussing right now, where are we in diplomatic talks? It seems that a lot has been going on behind the scenes, and it will be interesting to see, like she did mention, that in Geneva tomorrow, European leaders could be meeting or are scheduled to meet the Iranian side of the discussion.
Well, the European leaders, I would say, especially from the French side, are trying to push for a diplomatic solution. And we have this meeting coming up where the Iranian foreign minister will be participating. My worry here, my concern is that he could be going there to start from where he ended in the last meeting. While the other side is gonna come now with a new reality that what was on the table before this war started a week ago is now no longer there. So the concessions demanded of Iran would likely be bigger. And we have to see whether the Iranians would be open and would be aware that now war has broken out and a lot has happened and their program has been struck, is now delayed as a result of these strikes, and they could risk further pain in this war, especially if the U.S. comes in, that it is wiser to make concessions and try to come out with alive from this.
And with the regime somewhat intact.
With the regime still somehow intact, able to revive itself. Because even though Iran has other cards to play to make things more painful to the Americans, to the Israelis, what they could do and possible retaliation if the Americans intervene in trying to strike some bases, trying to attack some ships. However, it's not going to change the outcome because there's a huge difference in the balance of power between U.S. Israel versus Iran on its own. So the end will be inevitable. And therefore, we have to wait and see whether the Iranian foreign minister was going to go in with open mind and willingness to make some painful concessions just to end this war very quickly and to have the regime escape with in a way that would help itself to revive, to get revived.
Yeah, definitely, Riyad. We are still in the fog of war, as they do say. But thank you so much for your insights. And I want to thank you for being on the show today. Of course, Riyad Kawaji, friend of the show. And we'll definitely be speaking to you again soon. Thank you once again. And now to more on the hospital attack in southern Israel. Well, Israel accuses Iran of intentionally targeting Soroka Hospital. Tehran denies this, saying it struck a nearby military command center. According to Iran, the blast was caused only minor damage to the hospital. For more on this, I'm joined by Dr. Murdeh Konsari, Director at Iranian Center for Policy Studies. Absolute pleasure to have you on the show. So Tehran denies directly targeting Soroka Hospital, claiming it was aiming for a nearby military site instead. How credible is this explanation?
Well, I think the more credible explanation is the fact that when they fire these missiles, they don't know exactly where they're going to land. And their aim is to inflict damage on civilian population in Israel because they don't have the kind of equipment, the kind of, sort of precision-guided, missiles that land within the proximity of a target that they wish to hit. I mean, that, to me, sounds like a more logical explanation. I don't believe that they necessarily wanted to hit the hospital, but they knew in advance that if they are able to inflict any kind of blow, that gets their message across, and that is more or less what's on their mind at this particular stage.
And Dr. Netanyahu is vowing to remove Iran's nuclear threat, and Israel's defense minister has said the supreme leader can no longer exist. Is a regime change in Iran Israel's endgame right now?
I think that you have to bear in mind that that in the midst of war, there's a great deal of propaganda that comes out from all sides. I think that the main aim of the Israelis has been to try to remove the Iranian nuclear threat. This is something that, as your previous guest also mentioned, Netanyahu has been saying ever since he first became prime minister some almost 30 years ago. And for 30 years, he has repeated that the Iranian nuclear file could pose an existential threat to Israel, and that has now become his legacy. Now, regime change and things like that could be bonuses, obviously, if you have a regime that is not a theocratic state, that does not constantly provoke and do things against you, as this regime has done in the past more than 4 decades, then obviously it's a bonus. But I don't think that that is an issue that is of supreme importance to them as matters as the dust begins to settle. There will be crisis inside Iran, no doubt, once the dust has settled. But you have to bear in mind that regime change is a more difficult prospect, especially since the current regime, despite all the hits that it has taken, its forces of repression are intact, and they are ready to sort of quell any disturbance or any resistance. And it's a costly and bloody thing. And as your previous guest said, the Iranian people are very concerned about moving forward in a direction that does not lead to further violence and instability. I think regime change could be on the cards, but I don't think it's an Israeli objective, and I don't think that is something that can be delivered to the Iranian people by the Israelis.
So, as we did mention, Israel's objective seems to be to eliminate Iranian nuclear and ballistic capabilities. Can they realistically do this without US involvement, or do you think US involvement is imminent?
I think that, there's a great deal of speculation that U.S. involvement might indeed, sort of happen. But theoretically, it is possible for the Israelis to do this job on their own. Obviously, what the main problem right now is dealing with the Fordo enrichment plant, which is, located some 800 meters underground in a mountainside, which makes it difficult for Israeli jets to seriously damage, despite or in spite of repeated attacks. It requires a kind of munitions which the Israelis don't have, and it requires the kind of airplanes for delivering that munitions which the Israelis don't have either. So that is why the American factor comes in. But there has been speculation that it would be possible for some kind of a commando operation on the ground by the Israelis themselves, especially if Iranian resistance forces have been weakened, to carry out such an operation. But that remains to be seen. There are speculations, but the point is that what makes American intervention a necessity is to deal with this particular problem, because that is something that the Israelis cannot handle by themselves, minus some kind of a ground operation.
And Doctor, with its military doctrine in complete disarray and with Iran's airspace exposed, what options does the Supreme Leader have?
Well, the Supreme Leader, what has transpired in the last week is a testimony to the incompetence and the thoughtlessness of the Supreme Leader to have subjected the Iranian nation to an attack of this nature without the capability of being able to provide any kind of meaningful defense to either the territory or integrity of the Iranian nation, as well as the safety of its people. They have nothing. They essentially are incapable. But again, going back to my previous answer, if Israel was to try and mount some kind of a land operation, it is possible for them to be able to provide some kind of resistance against that. That will not be an easy thing. But right now, shooting targets from the air in a country that has no air defense, in a country that has no meaningful air force that can remotely match the kind of quality aircraft that is in the possession of the Israeli Air Force, minus a navy that can incur or do any kind of serious damage to Israel from on the shores away from Iran. All of these things means that the Supreme Leader is just relying upon rhetoric, and a rhetoric that he can't match. The previous guest suggested that they could try and prolong the war, which is their gut feeling in wanting to do that. But unlike the Iran-Iraq war, which they were able to extend for a period of 8 years, they are just simply do not have the resources to continue. And you have to bear in mind that the Iranian public is not the same as what it was back in 1980 when the war against Saddam Hussein started. The Supreme Leader takes a measure of comfort in the fact that airstrikes cannot necessarily lead to regime change. And here he cites the example of Saddam Hussein, who was under aerial attack for a number of years. And it was not until such time that Iraq was invaded that his regime fell. And he doesn't see any chance of America or anyone else wanting to invade Iran. But once the dust settles, he has to respond to the needs of the people. He is in a much weaker position. Iran's economy, which was already in tatters, is going to be far worse off. Already the banking system in Iran has collapsed. People don't have access to many, many things, petrol, this, that, the other. Once the dust settles, he's going to be facing an enormous amount of pressure. And no matter how much he's going to rely on his forces of repression, but those people are Iranians at the end of the day, and it's questionable how long they will continue, siding with him. as we move into the future.
Dr. Mehrdad Konsari, Director at Iranian Center for Policy Studies. Really good to have your thoughts and insights on the show. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's take a look at the top business news now. Donald Trump is again putting back a decision on whether TikTok can keep operating in the US. The White House has said that he would extend today's cutoff by 90 days. Trump has already reprieved the short video app twice. It was supposed to shut down in the US on January the 19th, unless a Chinese owner ByteDance divested all its assets in the country. Nippon Steel has closed its nearly $15 billion acquisition of US Steel today, and the big winner could be the Trump administration. Under the deal's terms, Nippon bought 100% of US Steel shares as it first laid out its offer for the struggling steelmaker in 2023. But the terms also include a national security agreement inked with the Trump administration, which gives President Trump the authority to name a board member as well as a non-economic gold share. Turning to all the sports news now, and the majority stake of the Los Angeles Lakers basketball franchise is being sold in what will mark the most expensive sale of a U.S. sports team in history. The Buss family, who has owned the team since 1979, has reportedly made a deal with Mark Walter, the TWG global CEO. The sale is said to be worth an estimated $10 billion, though it could increase once actually finalised. And Barcelona have signed goalkeeper Juan Garcia from Espanyol after triggering his €25 million release clause. Tomorrow, the 24-year-old will officially join the Spanish champions, who've handed him a 6-year contract. Arsenal and Manchester United were also linked to Garcia, but he has opted to remain in his native Spain. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. Counterpoints with Melinda Nucifora is coming up next. Plus, we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
Coming up on Counterpoints, we ask, what's Israel's endgame and just how involved is the US? The Israeli Prime Minister says his attacks on Iran are changing the face of the Middle East. So were Tel Aviv's strikes ever about containing Tehran's nuclear program, or was this about regime change all along? That debate coming up soon.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawia Alami, and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analysis, and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. The Israel-Iran saga continues, and naturally all newspapers continue to report, analyze and theorize about the war, how it's going and how it will end, and whether the United States will be directly involved in hitting Iran or not. We'll start with the Washington Post, which conducted a poll asking 1,000 Americans about their opinion regarding the possibility of launching U.S. airstrikes against Iran, which President Trump threatened this week unless the country dismantles its nuclear program. As for their results, the newspaper reported that 45% of Americans are against the strikes. 25% support them and 30% are unsure. Some of the participants' comments were actually indeed interesting. As you can see, a Nevada woman aged 62 says the U.S. cannot allow Iran to have nukes. Israel is our friend and Iran is the main sponsor of terrorism. Another woman from Washington, this time aged 74, said, I think President Trump and the U.S. needs to continue negotiations and alternatives before the U.S. bombs Iran and starts a World War III. Now, also, the poll reports that Republicans generally had a different opinion, with a majority supporting such strikes on Iran. Let's have a look at the chart. As you can see, the Republicans that are supporting strikes on Iran are about 47%, while 24% of the Republicans oppose it. As you can see, the numbers switch, with the Democrats 9% only support such strikes, while 67% oppose it. Independent and other, also that category, 20% only support such strikes, while the majority, at least 44%, they oppose it. Also, military veteran household, as you can see, the numbers and the percentages are very close, with 37 in support and 39 in opposition. The poll also found that support for U.S. strikes is highest among people paying the most attention to what is happening outside the United States, though even among this group, more oppose than support attacking Iran. When the participants were indeed asked, how serious a threat do you think Iran's nuclear program poses to the U.S., here is what they said. So, 22% said it is an immediate and a serious threat, and that is Iran, of course. 48% said a somewhat serious threat, while we have 23% said it's a minor threat, and 7% said that Iran is not a threat at all. However, the poll found that Republicans were more likely to say Iran's nuclear program is an immediate and serious threat than Democrats or independents. But a plurality of Republicans say it is somewhat serious. As for America's concern, if at all, about the possibility of the U.S. getting involved in a full-scale war with Iran, this was the result. As you can see here, 6% said not at all, they're not concerned. 12% said not so much. And then you have 43% said they are a bit or somewhat concerned, while 39% said they are indeed very concerned. The breakdown of these results in terms of political parties, this is what the newspaper reported. As you can see, more than half of Democrats say they are very concerned about the possibility of a full-scale war with Iran, compared with about 4 in 10 independents and fewer than 3 in 10 Republicans. We'll stay with the Washington Post, where Max Boot wrote, saying, to bomb or not to bomb? That is the question. Boot draws attention in his article to the dilemma facing President Trump, whether to bomb Iran's Fordow nuclear site or to hold back. For months, Trump urged Israel to avoid attacking Iran and to let diplomacy work. But after Israel indeed launched its own strikes, Trump's tone changed, and he now threatens Iran with unconditional surrender. The U.S. military is ready to use powerful bunker-buster bombs to destroy Fordow, but experts warn that this could trigger Iranian retaliation, including missile attacks on U.S. bases and threats to global oil shipping. The article notes that Trump is torn between his promises to stop Iran's nuclear program and his pledge to keep America out of war. The decision is risky, and the consequences could be severe. Nobody knows what Trump will do next. The Financial Times published a special report focusing on how Israel's recent attack on Iran relied on years of secret preparation and advanced technology. The report notes that Israeli intelligence used custom-built phones, hacked devices, satellites and deep cover agents to track and strike targets with surprising speed and accuracy. The operation targeted top officials, nuclear sites and air defenses and also missile launchers. Israel's goal was to shock Iran and delay its response by hitting many targets at once. The piece highlights that the attack has caused panic inside Iran's security forces, who now suspect even everyday devices could be used for surveillance or assassination. The report indeed quotes experts who admit Israel's intelligence dominance but warn against overconfidence. The piece concludes that while Israel's success is impressive, the campaign is not yet over. To the New York Times now, which published a news analysis highlighting how memories of the Iraq War are shaping debate in Washington as President Trump considers a military strike on Iran. 20 years ago, the U.S. invaded Iraq expecting a quick victory, but the war lasted years and had tragic consequences. Today, Trump faces similar pressure from some advisors to attack Iran's Fordow nuclear site with powerful bunker-buster bombs. Many officials fear a strike could spark a wider war, with Iran retaliating against U.S. bases and ships. Also, there are disagreements over intelligence and the risk involved. The article notes that Trump's final decision is unclear, and experts warn that history could repeat itself if the U.S. jumps into another Middle East conflict without a clear plan for what happens next. While the Wall Street Journal reported today that President Trump privately approved attack plans on Iran, but has withheld final order, it also published an exclusive report highlighting a major gap between Israel and the U.S. over Iran's nuclear program. Israel shared intelligence with the U.S. about Iran's research into nuclear weapons technology, including trigger systems and explosive devices. However, U.S. officials believe this only shows Iran is keeping its options open, not that it has decided to build a nuclear bomb. The U.S. estimates Iran could make enough weapons-grade uranium in weeks, but intelligence agencies say Iran has not made the decision to build a bomb yet. Trump says Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon, disagreeing with his own intelligence chief. The article concludes that Israel and the U.S. are not fully aligned on how to deal with Iran's nuclear threat. The Jerusalem Post published an exclusive report saying Iran says it is willing to talk with the U.S. about a deal, but insists Israel must first calm things down and end its attacks. The report highlights Iran's message to Qatar and Oman, who are trying to broker a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Meanwhile, U.S. military leaders, including General Michael Kurilla, have briefed President Trump on possible military options against Iran. The report notes that the U.S. military is ready for action, but Trump has not decided yet. Trump says he would like Iran to accept his terms, but calls Iran's position weak. Iran's leaders have rejected Trump's demand for unconditional surrender, and the piece concludes that while diplomacy is still possible, the U.S. and Israel are prepared for more military action if talks fail. Moving on to Israel Hayom, which asked today in one of its reports whether Israel can destroy Fordo alone. The report highlights new claims from a senior Israeli official that Israel can target Iran's Fordo site on its own, though details are not revealed. Military experts suggest Israel might use multiple smaller bombs, special forces, or covert methods like cyber attacks or targeted killings. However, the most effective way to destroy Fordo, which is buried deep underground, would be with the US-made GBU-57 bunker buster bombs, which only the US has and can deliver with B-2 bombers. Israel's own bombs may not be enough. The report also says or notes that US involvement would be a major escalation, and President Trump says there are no guarantees any bomb will work, but warns Iran not to attack US troops or face a tougher response. And we'll end with the Times, which revealed today that the UK is considering military support as Trump threatens to bomb Iran. The report highlights that British Prime Minister Keir Starmer held an emergency Cobra meeting to discuss whether the UK should support a possible US strike on Iran. President Trump has not ruled out bombing Iran and is demanding unconditional surrender. Now, the piece explains that the UK is considering whether to allow the U.S. to use the Diego Garcia base in the Indian Ocean for launching B-2 bombers, which could carry bunker buster bombs to destroy Iran's underground nuclear sites. The UK's top legal advisor has raised concerns about the legality of joining offensive operations, suggesting Britain should only provide defensive support. The report notes that ministers worry about the impact on the social relationship or the special relationship if the UK refuses US requests, revealing that the British Army or military is on high alert, fearing attacks on troops in the region if the UK is seen as involved. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
Destroy Iran's nuclear capabilities or destroy Iran's regime? What's Israel's real objective as its latest conflict escalates? Netanyahu says he's changing the face of the Middle East. But could his plan backfire and galvanise Iran and the region against Israel? It's up for debate here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. The Israeli Prime Minister has told the Iranian people he's clearing a path so they can reclaim their freedom. It's well beyond the operational objectives he relied on to justify Friday's strikes. Here he is in two separate interviews.
We are changing the face of the Middle East, and this can lead to far-reaching changes even within Iran itself.
But U.S. officials tell us that the president flatly rejected a plan, an opportunity that the Israelis had to take out the supreme leader. Do you understand his concern? My understanding is his concern is that this would escalate the conflict beyond where it is already.
It's not going to escalate the conflict. It's going to end the conflict.
Israel clearly wants to capitalise on its upper hand and exert maximum pressure while it can. Not to be deterred, Iran is actually taking steps towards a nuclear weapon now, threatening to leave the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. It's a race against time on both sides. Meanwhile, US President Donald Trump denies his early departure from the G7 meeting in Canada has anything to do with working on a ceasefire.
What specifically is better than a ceasefire? What are you looking for here?
An end. A real end, not a ceasefire. An end.
So something that would be permanent?
Yeah, or giving up entirely.
The US has always insisted it wasn't involved in this conflict, but recent social media posts from the president suggest otherwise. On this episode of Counterpoints, we'll ask our panel if the US is on the brink of active involvement. Is regime change in Iran the real objective for this conflict? And could it backfire on Israel and push Iran closer to developing a nuclear weapon? Stay with us. To discuss the growing escalation between Iran and Israel and the prospect of US involvement, I'm joined by Scott Horton, an American international affairs expert, author and host of The Scott Horton Show. Dan Pfefferman also joins us, chairman of Shakar and former IDF intelligence officer who specialises in Middle East affairs. And rounding out our panel, Negar Mortazavi, editor and host of Iran podcast and a senior fellow at the Centre for International Policy. Thank you to our panel for joining us here on Counterpoints. On social media, we have seen the US president say, "We have control of the skies over Iran." I emphasise he wrote "we." And he went on to post that US won't take out Iran's supreme leader yet, and called for the country's unconditional surrender. This all comes as the US moves more military assets in the region. Some military analysts see this as preparations necessary to execute a bunker-buster strike on Iran's nuclear facility hidden deep underground. So, Scott, let me start with you. Does it now sound like, even though the US has been distancing itself from Israel's operation, is the US preparing to bomb Iran?
Well, I don't know for certain, but I'm afraid that they are. And I have heard from sources that I would think would know, in a position to know, that they're certainly prepared to. And that, they had been told that it could happen as soon as yesterday, which thank goodness it did not happen yesterday. I know there's been a lot of outcry and public opinion in the United States against it, including and perhaps especially on the right from Trump's base against this. And I hope that he's hearing that and at least considering his options more carefully. But I think it's right that the Israelis have total air dominance over at least much of the country. I don't know exactly how much of it. And I'm sorry because I have been traveling and I'm a bit out of touch on the very latest reports. But I don't believe from what I've heard that Israel has even attempted yet or succeeded in completely destroying the underground facilities at Natanz and Fordo where the centrifuges are. And so there's the possibility, I'm not a military expert, but it seems possible that they need American heavy bombers to bring in big enough bombs to accomplish that mission. And so it could be that the Israelis have, to some degree, cleared the way for that at this point.
Dan, we're hearing those words from President Trump. We have control of the airspace. We aren't going to take out the supreme leader yet. Is this Israel's conflict or is this the US's war?
This is a conflict that, unfortunately, Israel was burdened in dealing with for the entire free world. And when I say free world, I mean many parts of the Middle East who have been under Iranian terror and subjugation since 1979. President Trump, of course, campaigned on a platform of ending U.S. involvement in foreign wars, limiting U.S. participation, and rightfully so after America went into Afghanistan. Very correctly so, but it didn't go well. It was poorly managed, poorly planned, and in the end, America left and the Taliban came back in office. And of course, the Iraq War in 2003, the reasons for it are under dispute to this day, whether it was smart or not. Certainly, the execution of it didn't go well. Iraq is not a democracy today. So I get it that Americans are burned by the concept of regime change and bringing democracy to the world. And I do sympathize with that idea that Americans don't need need to be playing regime kingmaker or matchmaker in the world. That said, nobody's talking about, right now, at least, a regime change. Israel is certainly not talking about regime change. And if Israeli leaders are entertaining any kinds of those thoughts, I would caution them against it. That said, Iran has been very declaredly so the greatest enemy of Israel, of the West. It literally chants death to Israel, death to America as it parades them on intercontinental ballistic missiles through its streets. It has threatened in word and in practice. It backs virtually all of the proxies that attacked Israel on October 7th, since October 7th, and for the past 30 years. And so Israel is really fighting this war, first and foremost, for its own safety and security, but really for the stability, safety, and security of the region and of the free world. And there's a reason why virtually all of the region's powers are not rushing to condemn Israel in this, because almost every country now in the Middle East and most of the G7 and the European and Western powers are very happy to see a degraded Iran as far as its nuclear and ballistic missile program. And I don't think anybody would shed a tear to see this regime gone.
Negar, what's your assessment?
Well, I don't know what the strategy and the end goal here is exactly, because if the problem is with Iran's nuclear program, that issue was being resolved at the negotiating table with the United States, and U.S. intelligence just yesterday in a reporting reiterated that the program remains civilian. And yes, the Iranians had expanded the program, but that it wasn't weaponized, and they didn't seem to have any plans to weaponize the program. So if that's the issue, that was being done through diplomacy. In fact, there was a round of talks scheduled on Sunday in Oman, which now is called off thanks to the Israeli attack that started 2 days before. And it seems like actually diplomacy was one of the main targets, because the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu actually has been on the record, it's no secret, on and off the record, has been trying to sabotage any form of diplomacy between Tehran and Washington, any form of normalization, the removing of pressure, of sanctions, of this isolation that one political camp, at least in Iran, has been pushing for 2 decades. Netanyahu tried to sabotage diplomacy under President Obama. He tried to sabotage it, even though it wasn't going anywhere, under President Biden. He tried to pressure the U.S. for the past 2 decades to go to war with Iran. Since the invasion, the U.S. invasion of Iraq, Netanyahu has been calling for a war in Iran on its nuclear sites, etc. So this seems to be, it's been out in the open. He wants a war with Iran. He doesn't want diplomacy normalization. And I don't think the nuclear program is really the problem. The other thing I want to add here is the experience of these regime change wars for the Americans. The reason poll after poll has shown in the U.S. that there's no appetite for another big war in the Middle East is because of the failures that's in front of everyone's eye. $1 trillion wars, Afghanistan and Iraq. After 20 years, the U.S. had to give the keys back to the Taliban and return. In Iraq, U.S. interference, invasion brought more instability, more chaos to the entire region, and not just Iraq. Beyond that, I mean, look at the birth of ISIS, the more instability that has been spread across the region. And then finally, the Iranian people, the Iranian people, a lot of them, as we've seen in protests, are not very happy, big fans of this regime. But at the same time, bombs falling from the sky on their homes, hospitals, ambulances, a TV station that's having a live air show, gas stations, all of these civilian infrastructures being bombed. This is not something, nobody wants their family to be bombed when they're sleeping at night. So people are essentially being clear-eyed about what is happening to them, even though they may not be fans of the regime, and they may, in fact, not care so much about the attacks on the nuclear sites, but it's way beyond that, just nuclear, political, military targets, and the civilians are essentially paying the price for this too.
Dan, I just want to... jump in, Scott.
Yeah, I just want to agree with what she was saying there about it precedes Netanyahu. If you go back to the 1990s, Yitzhak Rabin, in fact, intervened when Bill Clinton wanted to normalize relations with Iran back then, because his strategy was to deal with the Arabs, including a sort of pseudo-Palestinian state, at the expense of the Iranians, and turned on the Iranians then, before Iran ever started backing Hamas in the Gaza Strip. And so it was a huge part. And then, of course, during W. Bush, it was actually Iranian-backed Iraqi exiles who helped lie the Israel First neoconservatives into lying the American people into war. And it turned out that that war was to benefit the Iraqi National Congress, it was called, which had a base in Tehran. They told all the Zionists that the new Shiite Iraq will be best friends with Israel and will force Hezbollah to stop being friends with Iran and to be nice to Israel so that Israel can get away with stealing the rest of Palestine and not have to worry about Iran using Syria to arm Hezbollah on their northern flank. And of course, it completely was a hoax, and the neoconservatives fell for it and lied the American people into war based on that. And of course, all they did was they put Iran's best friends in power in Baghdad, the Supreme Islamic Council and the Dawa Party. And as the king of Saudi Arabia told Zalmay Khalilzad in 2006, he said, it used to be us and you and Saddam against Iran. Now you have given Iraq to Iran on a golden platter. And that was why they then turned around and backed al-Qaeda in Syria all these years, and the Saudis did too, was to try to make up for the fact that they had given Baghdad to Tehran. So now they tried to take Damascus away from them. And that was what led to the rise of the caliphate in the Obama years, and then Iraq War III to destroy the caliphate again. And these are related. Kooks are the same ones who seized power in Damascus in December. So this may be very good for Israel, that they want to limit the Ayatollah's ability to use Assad to back Hezbollah, which is also severely weakened now. But none of this is interest in the American people at all. Our enemies are the bin Ladenites, the vanguard radical of the Sunni edge, the Ayatollah's enemies. And they are one major faction that are sure to benefit from this.
Dan, I can see you shaking your head there. What's your assessment on what Scott has said and what Nagar was talking about, that it is Netanyahu and his predecessors who've been sabotaging diplomacy?
Sure. First of all, I'll just say there was just such a big mix of conspiracy theories with bits of historical understanding. Saddam Hussein was certainly no friend of the U.S. or the West. Again, whether it was smart to invade and take him out and try to do a regime
that was a
change,
reference to the 1980s war. That was a reference to the 1980s.
We can go back to the 1980s, and certainly.
Let me explain. America,
hang on a second.
America
you
and
spoke,
Saudi Arabia backed Saddam against Iran. That was backed by Israel. Israel backed Iran all through the 1980s war before Rabin turned around.
I've never tried to claim that
long
Israel
after the
was
Iranian
perfect
Revolution. Isn't that right?
Okay. Let me respond, please. I never tried to claim that Israel has never made mistakes in its foreign policy throughout the years. Israel is constantly faced with hammers and rocks and hard places from different sides, and in trying to navigate one of the most difficult regions in the world, certainly has made our share of mistakes, as have the Americans, but this is not an easy place to navigate. Regarding sorry, I forget your name, what the other panelist here said, the lady.
Nagar.
Netanyahu is not Sorry?
Nagar,
I'm sorry. Thank you. Regarding Netanyahu sabotaging diplomacy, Israel has no interest in sparking wars with its neighbors. We're a small country in a very hostile region. I think my feed is frozen here. Can you guys hear me?
we can hear you. We can hear you, Dan. You can continue.
It's not about sabotaging diplomacy, hardly. It's that the JCPOA and other attempts at reaching agreements with Iran are short-sighted, and they rely on Iran standing by its promises, something that it's shown consistently over the last 20, 30 years that it never does. And so if there's an actual agreement through diplomacy that ends Iran's nuclear program, Israel will be the first to get in line and welcome that. If there's any actual diplomatic agreement that brings Iran back into the international community, with Iran stopping the incitement against Israel, attacks against Jews worldwide, anti-West rhetoric, backing proxies all over the Middle East, most of whom attack Israel, Israel will be the first to get in line. However, that's not what we're seeing. That's not what we've seen. The October 7th attack, by the way, with Iranian proxies in Gaza, Iranian proxies in Lebanon, Iranian proxies in Yemen, was actually a deliberate attempt, as exposed by the Wall Street Journal, to stop the upcoming Saudi normalization and put an end to the Abraham Accords. So if we want to talk about sabotage, it's usually in one direction and not the other. Iran has said it is an existential threat to Israel. We in Israel have learned to take seriously threats to our existence. We're too small of a country and too traumatized from our history to sit back and let it attack. We're not like those in the West whose enemies are thousands of miles and oceans away. And so when regimes pay and arm and train their proxies at us, when they hold parades with ballistic missiles that say death to Israel, death to America, and when they literally call us a cancer and say they're going to commit another Holocaust while denying the Holocaust on a regular basis on public television, we take those threats seriously.
Negar, what do you make of that? Is Iran not upholding its commitments? Has it been using its proxies to wage war on Israel? So is this not then justified?
Well, first of all, unlike Dan, who seems to be speaking on behalf of his government, maybe I'm not here to speak on behalf of any government, and I certainly don't agree with every policy that Iran is launching. I'm a critic of Iran's anti-Israel sentiment. I'm a critic of Iran's anti-West, anti-US sentiment. I think the cost of that to the Iranian civilians, to the population, to the country has been immense. The isolation, years of economic sanctions, and their insistence on sort of this aggressive foreign policy, regional policy in the region has had more costs than return. So I'm a critic of that. Let me just make that clear. But at the same time, I think Dan, in a way, he agreed with me. So what he reiterated is that the Israelis didn't like the deal that was made by the U.S. under President Obama, and then now as President Trump was engaging, and that's why they went for the sabotage. So he explained the reason why they try to sabotage diplomacy, but nevertheless they do. And this is the goal that Prime Minister Netanyahu has achieved. He hasn't bombed Iran's nuclear program to destruction, because nuclear experts say that's actually not even a possibility. First of all, you can't bomb all of these underground sort of sites in every location of the country, regardless of also its health, environmental danger that now experts are warning, the toxic material, the radiation, that's not just a threat to Iranians, but also people beyond, which the Israelis seem to have total disregard for. He hasn't achieved that, Benjamin Netanyahu. He's attacked or targeted or at least killed civilians. The casualties high on the Iranian side, over 200 killed, 1,500 injured. I'm also very sorry for the civilian side on the Israeli civilian loss on the Israeli side. I think the October 7th attack against civilians was a horrific attack, and I've condemned it. I'm ready to condemn it again. But again, what is the end goal here? Is this a regime change war? Is this trying to destroy the nuclear program through bombing? It hasn't achieved any of that. What it has achieved is calling off the nuclear talks and potentially destroying the prospect for diplomacy. And if in the long term, in the future, Iranian hardliners take the upper hand and they eventually actually weaponize this nuclear program, which they have threatened that they may do if the nuclear program is attacked, then we have Benjamin Netanyahu to thank for it, because he attacked a civilian program and essentially prompted the Iranians, in defense of their homeland also, to weaponize and go for the nukes.
That's exactly right. And the Israeli here is saying, essentially conflating them having a nuclear program at all. He said, oh, Israel would love a diplomatic deal where Iran gives up their entire nuclear program. Just completely conflating it with a nuclear weapons program, which they do not have. They mastered the fuel cycle at the end of 2005 and have been enriching uranium and have proven essentially that they could enrich up to weapons grade for 20 years now. And they haven't this whole time. And as the Director of National Intelligence in the United States, Tulsi Gabbard, reaffirmed in writing in February and in testimony in March, and apparently there's a brand new report that says that the intelligence agencies in America put out a new report last week telling Trump that Iran still has not made the political decision to try to break out and make a bomb. And if they did, it would take them approximately a year to have enough weapons grade fuel, fissionable fuel, to do it. But then the CIA estimated it would take them 3 years to have a deliverable device. And even then, almost always a miniaturized nuclear bomb that can fit on a missile, on a ballistic missile, is virtually always a plutonium bomb and an extremely extensive, extremely complicated implosion system that no one thinks the Iranians have the ability to do. The threat here, and they have no plutonium route to the bomb. They have no reprocessing facility that they would need to purify their plutonium waste in order to make weapons fuel. So their uranium route to the bomb is a route to a gigantic gun-type nuke that America dropped on Hiroshima, which they had no ability in the world to deliver to Israel other than maybe in the back of a flatbed truck or something. So the whole thing is completely a hoax. And there is nothing saying, other than Netanyahu's ridiculous, completely unverified claims, that there was a recent change in Iran's nuclear program, that somehow now they're breaking out towards a nuclear weapon. And when someone confronted President Trump about this, a reporter asked him about this and said, your director of national intelligence says that nothing has changed, that here you are in the middle of negotiations, and America's demand is no enrichment at all. And the Ayatollah won't give in to that. So now you just want to pretend and essentially conflate them having enrichment at all with that somehow they are now breaking out towards a nuclear weapon, and we have to race to stop them by launching an aggressive Pearl Harbor type sneak attack, an illegal aggressive war like this. It's insane, and it's completely dishonest. That's why they have to lie all the time. And by the way, he was also lying that on October the 7th, that was a joint attack by Hamas, Hezbollah and the Houthis. No, Hezbollah and the Houthis got involved later in reaction to Israel's campaign there, as everyone knows who's not a liar and is doesn't have a script that they have to stay on here. And he's right that Hamas launched October 7th to sabotage the Abraham Accords.
Dan, your response to Scott.
There's just so many things to respond to, and most of them are completely fictitious. I mean, there's just ridiculous accusations.
Okay, well, how about this one, Dan? Is it true that Iran was close to a nuclear weapon, or is it more correct that the US intelligence has said it was at least 3 years away and that Netanyahu was looking for an excuse?
First of all, I will clarify to Nagar's comment earlier, I'm no kind of spokesman for anybody. I'm a private civilian, which means I'm also not privy to the intelligence, and last I checked, neither is anyone on this panel. I tend to have a good sense of when public comments by democratic countries like my own and like the United States are accurate as far as intelligence assessments. And from what I understand, Iran had made a policy change that was much closer to a nuclear weapon than what Scott is trying to say here. This is not some kind of
What's your source for that?
Iran.
What's your source for that?
What's your source for that? What's your source that you don't know? From what I hear from
I just quoted the Director of National Intelligence of the United States of America.
The IAEA has said that Iran has been making strides towards weaponization. This is not a civilian nuclear program. Let's not pretend any kind it is.
That's
Iran
nonsense.
Apparently had made a dash in recent months. It was not in negotiations in good faith to actually end its nuclear program. And this is a regime that constantly threatens.
Yeah, no, of course they weren't. Again, you're conflating having a
By the way, I don't know where you live, but
program.
I have, excuse me, I don't know where you live, but I have actual ballistic missiles falling on and near my house on a regular basis and on my children. This is not some kind of
maybe your government should have launched an aggressive war.
I don't get to sit in ivory towers wherever you live in the United States. I don't get to sit in ivory towers and wax poetic about some potential conflict. This is a real threat on my family, my country.
Your country started an aggressive war.
My country started, right. We started on October 7th when we had left Gaza in 2005.
Okay.
We left Gaza in 2005. There was a ceasefire in place on October 6, 2023. And we somehow started a war against Iran and its proxy armies. Iran, since the entrance of the Islamic Republic in 1979, has been trying to colonize the entire Middle East and build a ring of proxy armies around my country. And by the way, the buying off the Arab countries realize Iran is their biggest threat. They realize Iran and radical Islam is their biggest threat. That's why Muslim Brotherhood is outlawed. That's why they are very happy to make this agreement with Israel and with the United States, because they realize Iran is the real threat to their own stability and security, and not Israel. And they want to be in alliance with Israel because they realize Israel is a force for stability in this region. And Israel is the country that will actually stand up to Iranian aggression and they can't do it themselves. And so
that's not true.
It's nice
okay, Scott, I'm just going to have to interrupt you there because I need to keep us on track because we're going to run out of time.
They have agency of their own.
I'm going to move us on just to ensure that we don't run out of time and we hit all of our topics that we need to cover. So bear with me. I just want to move on to our next segment. Israel justified its preemptive strikes by claiming that Tehran was on the brink of building nuclear weapons, as we've just been discussing there, taking out military targets and parts of Iran's nuclear program. But since then, the operation appears to have broadened. We've got suggestions from Prime Minister Netanyahu on US television that killing Iran's supreme leader wouldn't escalate the conflict but would effectively end this conflict. So, Negar, let me ask you, was regime change always the goal here, to your mind? Was Israel using the premise of nuclear weapons as an excuse to force regime change in Iran?
Let me first explain a term here that the Israelis are using, and it has legal, international connotations, and that's the word preemptive strike. Preemptive strike in legal terms means when an enemy is about to imminently attack you, and you figure it out, and you go for the attack first to prevent that imminent attack. It's self-explanatory. Preemptive strike. And Israel is yet to produce evidence for that preemptive strike, essentially the imminent threat that was there. And in fact, U.S. intelligence just contradicted that again, saying that Iran was not weaponizing its program. And as you also said, it's 3 years away to even getting close to that. So there's no imminent threat here, and these are not preemptive strikes. This is a war that Israel started by attacking Iran 2 days before the next round of nuclear negotiations with Washington. As far as regime change, again, I want to go back to Benjamin Netanyahu's own public and private commentary in the past 2 decades. He has been on the record in the U.S. Congress, all over. It's no secret that he wants an attack on Iran, an end to the Iranian regime. It's something we also hear echoing in Dan's commentary. And by the way, I've yet to hear any criticism of the Israeli policy from Dan. I haven't, I'm sorry that you and your family are in harm's way. My own loved ones are in harm's way. I was up all night trying to help my family navigate how to evacuate Tehran after the U.S. president basically ordered a city of 10 million people to get out of Tehran immediately. So these are real life consequences
and
we're
I wish
talking
them
about.
safety.
And yes, thank you. And yes, we see that regime change seems to be very much embedded in the commentary, the public commentary of Israeli officials. In fact, you see a sense of sort of hope or even encouragement by the Israelis, sort of encouraging Iranians to now take matters into their own hands and essentially bring down the regime. And this is while people have bombs flying in the sky onto their house, car bombs going off, et cetera, et cetera. And so, yes, I think regime change is one goal. I don't think Israel can do a regime change with just sporadic aerial strikes. They haven't been able to destroy the nuclear program. Experts say they're not going to be able to. And without the U.S. getting pulled into this or even supporting Israel, Israel can't fight Iran long-term alone. And so that seems to be the main goal, to somehow manufacture a point of no return for the U.S. to get pulled in eventually into the next big, endless regime change war in the Middle East.
Okay. Dan, was a regime change always the plan?
I'm not sure, to be honest. And I do, first of all, I appreciate the concern for my family and civilians in Israel. And again, I do extend that to Iran civilians. And I will say nobody in Israel has any kind of malice towards the people of Iran. And the people of Iran are not being targeted in this strike. However, I don't think regime change is the goal. I honestly hope regime change is not the goal, not because we want this regime to be around. I think this is a regime that has been an absolute terror to its own people and to the peoples of the region, the peoples of Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, and certainly the people of Israel. However, I don't think Israel is equipped to do a regime change. I don't think we certainly don't know how to do it in the Palestinian areas or in Lebanon, which is much closer to home. We definitely don't know how to do it in a much more sophisticated country of 80 million people capital that's 1,500 kilometers away. The goal is to dismantle or at least set back, because I agree with you also that while we know how to harm the nuclear program, I don't think we know how to take it out entirely, because Iran has the scientific know-how and the sophistication to build this program again and again. The best Israel can hope for is to set it back significantly. I would agree with you that it might be foolish to bomb and hope that a regime change takes place. And that might be a sentiment, certainly in much of the Israeli public and in certain parts of this government. I just don't think it's a good strategy. So I'll agree with you on that part. I think the most important thing is the Israeli leaders sensed, and from their perspective and from their intelligence assessments, that Iran was dangerously close to a nuclear weapon, that there were indications that it might try to hand off some kind of strategic weapon to their proxy armies, especially the Houthis, who also have ballistic missiles that they've been firing nonstop at Israel. And I'll just say, this is not just an Israeli attack out of the blue on Iran. Iran and its proxies started a war unprovoked against Israel on October 7th. Let's not try to hide and say that the Hamas did it on its own. That Hezbollah fired continuously dozens and dozens of rockets and missiles at Israeli civilians every single day. The Houthis have been firing every day. Again, it's me and my family having to run to the bomb shelter.
Okay.
There are buildings in my own city that have been hit. I think what Israel should be going for, and what President Trump seems to be saying in his strategic communications, is that there needs to be a surrender by this regime to give up its nuclear weapons program and ambitions. And then if the people of Iran want a regime change, that's up to them. That's not something Israel can impose.
Okay. Scott, should the Iranian regime surrender? Have they been effectively weakened to the point of no return?
Well, no, America should stop its involvement in all of this immediately. I also don't know whether the goal ultimately is regime change or not, but it goes to the question of the latent nuclear deterrent. The whole point was, for now, we only have a civilian nuclear program. Don't make us weaponize it. If you bomb us, we'll weaponize it. Well, now we've bombed them. And that could have been the basis for the deal, was that sort of permanent standoff. Now we bomb them. By the logic of government programs, it only makes sense to keep going and get regime change, because if you leave the regime in power, now they're going to repeal the old fatwa, or certainly they're more likely to go ahead and pursue a nuke now, especially if they kill the Ayatollah, replace him with somebody younger and angrier, which is usually how those things go. They're more likely to pursue a nuclear weapon now and in a deeper bunker under a taller mountain somewhere, and go ahead and achieve nuclear weapons capability that they have, again, thus far spent 20 years not developing, when all along they could have, and we knew that they could have.
Okay.
And speaking of the Wall Street Journal, it's just not true that Iran attacked Israel on October the 7th.
I'm just going to interrupt you, Scott, there.
Okay, but that's a lie, and so I had to refute it. It's just not true at all. And the Wall Street Journal showed that U.S. intelligence doesn't say that that's true.
Yes, I agree with Scott. And the Iranians have said publicly, I mean, and implicitly calling it an independent Palestinian operation, which means they have nothing to do with it. In fact, I don't even think they knew what's coming.
Negar, I'm glad you jumped in, because I want to ask you, Prime Minister Netanyahu is saying that he's clearing a path towards freedom for Iranian people. Is that something the Iranian people even want? Do they want leadership change?
Well, this is your freedom invasion of Iraq, freedom invasion of Afghanistan, freedom bombing, nation building, democracy post-invasion. This is the same rhetoric. This is the regime change rhetoric. This is what I was talking about as far as Prime Minister Netanyahu, and taking his word at face value. He has basically done everything he has talked about and pushed for. As far as the Iranians, I want to be clear here. Of course, I don't speak on behalf of all Iranians. It's a big country, 80 million people, very diverse. You sometimes have disagreements within the same family. A big part of the population, I can say with confidence, is not happy with the regime. They're opposed, they criticize, they protest, they have economic, political, social grievances, and the government hasn't addressed that. That, however, doesn't mean you want bombs flying from the sky on your homes, on your family, on the road when you're trying to flee or evacuate, on ambulances, on hospitals. So Dan says the Israelis are not trying to target civilians. Then how come the toll is so high? There aren't so many civilians living next to the nuclear sites. Why is a television station being bombed while it's live? Why are ambulances burned? Why is the civilian toll over 200, 1,500 injured? And so I feel like the Iranians, even those who thought that they would be saved and freed from the regime with sort of a foreign intervention, are having a clear eye, because from the beginning of that night, there were about 80 civilians killed. From the beginning of the attack, the Israeli attack that night, residences were attacked. They were calling it homes of these commanders and political leaders. What about their neighbors? What about the families, women and children who were sleeping with these in these units? Entire apartment buildings that were leveled. So it's certainly not just a war on the regime or regime officials. And now I feel like even the part of the population which is opposed to the government and its policies is having a clear-eyed about how this sort of freedom bombing is going to impact them and their families.
Okay, it brings me to our final segment, I suppose, because there could be a flip side to all of this. Israel may have actually accelerated Iran's desire for nuclear weapons. Although it maintains it has no plans to create weapons of mass destruction, the Iranian leadership is preparing a bill to pave the way for its departure from the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. So, Dan, let me ask you, could this all backflip on Israel and actually galvanise the Iranian people against Tel Aviv?
Well, you essentially asked two questions here, right? One is could this backfire against Israel, against the United States, et cetera, that attacking the nuclear program if the Iranians had not actually made a decision to go for full weaponization, will backfire and force them to make a break for that. And the other one is regarding the Iranian people and whether they will galvanize against the regime. Look, I've been closely tracking and involved in researching this debate for a good 20 years, and that's always been the key debate between people who agree that Iran shouldn't have a nuclear weapon, and do you attack, do you not attack, because it'll coalesce the regime, it'll force it to make a decision. The understanding in Israel, the understanding in much of the analyst community globally, certainly in the West about this issue and in the Middle East, is that Iran actually did make a strategic decision that it is going for nuclear weapons as the ultimate insurance policy. The debate was whether it would actually use it or whether it would use it as in a North Korea style deterrence and insurance for its own regime survival. That is the debate. But I think it's clear that it has patiently and cautiously made its way towards a nuclear weapon, getting as close to it can over the years without actually crossing the nuclear threshold. And I think it's really an academic debate whether it's going to force it to rush to a weapon or not. I have a strong sense that Israeli intelligence on this issue is far more accurate and in tune. Again, I would hate to think that this is just some kind of Iraq 2003 redo. Speaking about what the Americans did as rushing towards a regime change regarding Saddam Hussein, I agree with my co-panelists here that I think that while morally correct would be a strategic mistake on Israel's part, just because I don't think we can pull it off.
Okay, Nagar, I can see you raising your hand there.
Can I just make a two-finger here? Yes, just very quickly, because this is not said enough and many mainstream audiences don't actually know it. Israel is the only nuclear weapons power in the region. They have an undeclared nuclear program, about 90 or so nuclear warheads that can obliterate the entire region, any of their neighbors. So we need to reemphasize that Iran doesn't have any nuclear weapons. Israel is not a signatory to the NPT, the Non-Proliferation Treaty, which Iran is. And Iran has opened its program to international monitoring and investigation, the UN nuclear watchdog. That was actually one good result of the JCPOA nuclear deal made with President Obama, the most rigorous inspection and monitoring regime of any nuclear program. And then finally, I just wanted to say again, I don't want to cite Iranian or Israelis on this issue because they're obviously both parties to this, but I want to reiterate U.S. intelligence time and again, and including today again, saying that their program remains civilian and they were not planning on weaponizing it.
Scott, can you imagine this accelerating the desire in Iran for nuclear weapons, even if they didn't have it before?
Yes, and I guess I'm sorry because I anticipated your question with my last answer, but I do think that that is a real danger here. And it's just not true that they were slowly and steadily working their way towards a bomb. Under the previous deal, they shipped out all of their enriched material to France, and then the French would turn it into fuel rods and ship it back so they could burn it in their reactors. And then, as I was saying, they don't have a facility for reprocessing plutonium waste. And so they had no plutonium route to the bomb, and the Russians under the deal would come and get their plutonium waste and take it out of the country for them. And so their uranium route to the bomb was limited to the point where they would have had to withdraw from the NPT, withdraw from their safeguards agreement with the IAEA, kick the inspectors out of their country, beat their chest, and announce that now they are beginning to make nuclear bombs. And everyone would have known it. There's no way in the world that they could have done it in secret. And so in the meantime, on the surface, it looks like, oh, they're getting closer to nuclear weapons, and you'll hear this propaganda. Well, they have this stockpile of 60% enriched uranium-235. But that's the bargaining chip to negotiate away. Again, we're in the middle of talks here. And again, they have to conflate the Ayatollah's insistence on the ability to enrich and conflate that with the ability to make a bomb or even progress toward a bomb, when in fact, the Ayatollah has already proven 10 years ago, this summer, 10 years ago, he had proven that he was willing to negotiate away any stockpile of enriched uranium, that all of it would go out to our European allies, America's closest allies since our revolution against the British, the French, and that they would be the ones to turn it into fuel rods, et cetera, et cetera. So in other words, the promise of the deal was, because again, they were already members of the NPT. They already had a safeguards agreement full of additional protocols and subsidiary arrangements. And the JCPOA 15, all it did was add more protocols and more arrangements, expand the inspections regime, and roll back their program. They poured concrete into their Iraq heavy water reactor, and they made this deal to severely restrict their amount of their enrichment. A bunch of their centrifuges at Natanz right now are inactive under the old deal that they're still abiding by. So it's just not true that they've made this breakout toward a nuclear weapons capability. Your audience should know that is a lie.
Dan, a final response for you, and then we'll go to Negar, and then we'll be out of time.
Yeah, it's not a lie. And if you believe everything that Iran has been saying in regards to how it abides by the NPT, then as the old saying goes, I have a bridge in Brooklyn to sell you.
I didn't say anything about
Iran has
what
consistently
they said at all.
lied. It shoved a number of
Iran
clauses
is not
into
the source for my claims.
Excuse me, you just had your chance. Let me finish talking. Let me finish talking. You had your chance.
Give me a break. All you can do is obfuscate because you have no truth you can stand on.
And pressured the Americans for a number of clauses that made the JCPOA next to a useless agreement. The fact that you had to have a month notice before inspecting any site, it wasn't anytime, anywhere as it was supposed to be. The fact that there were sunset clauses that didn't demand any kind of actual good behavior and actual substantive changes on the part of the regime. And in 10 years' time, they can go back to enriching. And we know now that there was weaponization work going on under the table. You seem to place a lot of trust in the regime in Iran that nobody else in the world.
You got nothing but claims from your prime minister.
I will just say in response to what Negar said, Israel Israel, according to foreign sources, supposedly has nuclear weapons. I've lived in Israel most of my life. I don't recall ever seeing a parade in Israel calling death to any other country in the world with ballistic missiles. And so it's one thing if
no, they just send their neocons to do it.
And something that the West should take very seriously is if there is a regime that calls for your erasure, that calls for your destruction, and then continues to work towards getting the capability to do that, we take that threat very seriously.
Okay, final comment from you, Negar.
Well, I just want to say a part of the political system in Iran is actually very critical about that policy of chanting death to this and that. And they have been trying to at least reform or change the system for the better, for something that I think me and Dan would agree on. But the Israeli actions and also sort of the neocon US actions have actually weakened that part and emboldened the more hardliner and more militaristic core of the regime. And if we want to sort of turn this around, if Iranians chanted on the street, which by no means I'm super critical of that. Israeli officials have been saying similar things about Iran, and they are the only, as I said, nuclear weapons power, 90-something warheads that can obliterate the entire region, if not the entire world. So if we want to talk about threats and the capacity to sort of obliterate the other side, it goes very much both ways, if not so much. And then Israel just launched this war on Friday and started it against Iran. And now we're seeing civilians being attacked on both sides. So at the end of the day, I think
civilians are not being attacked in Iran, and this war was started by Iran and its proxies 600 days ago. This is not a war that began on Friday. Let's get that straight.
Well, if you want to keep going back, Dan, then I think the Palestinians would beg to differ. You have to go back 70 years and talk about every single piece of history. The history also didn't start 2 years ago. Anyways, let me just talk about an off-ramp, hopefully less killing and bombs on civilians, including Dan's own family. I think the off-ramp here is for the U.S. to call for a ceasefire de-escalation. They have immense leverage over Israel. Basically, Israel wouldn't be able to fight this war against Iran alone without U.S. support, U.S. material support, financial support, also the war in the past 2 years on Gaza. So the United States, if they really don't want another regime change war in the Middle East and to be dragged into it, they need to call for a ceasefire, be very serious, both sides to de-escalate. The Iranians have said that they would de-escalate for obvious reasons. They're the underdog here. They're being, completely hammered by the Israeli side, who has supremacy, military supremacy. So if the U.S. can push for a ceasefire and then serious negotiations on the nuclear issue, return back to the negotiating table and try to resolve issues with diplomacy. More war is just going to bring more civilian casualties in the region in both of these countries, and then potentially even beyond that, as we saw with the other two wars in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Mm-hmm. Well, on that forward-looking, hopeful, peaceful off-ramp, we will have to leave it there because we are out of time. We appreciate everyone's contribution. Our panellists, Scott Horton, an American international affairs expert and host of The Scott Horton Show. Dan Pfefferman from Middle East 24, who specialises in Middle East affairs, and Negar Mortazavi, the editor and host of Iran podcast. Thank you for your analysis here on Counterpoints. And thanks to you at home for watching us here on Counterpoints on Al Arabiya English. You can, of course, catch all our debates and interviews, and make sure you avoid missing out by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube, and be sure to follow us on X and TikTok. Thanks for your time.
Well, we can speak now to Dr. Victor Gao, who is the Vice President of the Center for China and Globalization, who joins us from Beijing. Dr. Gao, always a pleasure talking to you. We've never talked about the state of relations between China and Iran before, so why don't we make that the starting point? How would you describe the state of ties between Beijing and Tehran?
Thank you very much for having me. China highly respects Iran as a sovereign nation with territorial integrity, and the two countries engage with each other on equal terms. And China does not recognize the extraterritoriality of any other country's one-sided and self-imposed sanctions against another country or against China. Therefore, when China deals with Iran, we deal with Iran in all spheres of relations, including energy cooperation. And I don't think this is a problem. And if a third country cries foul, the problem is really with itself, with its attempted extraterritoriality of its unilaterally imposed sanctions. And I think once this Israel-initiated war against Iran started, the Chinese government's position is very clear. Israel is in violation of a self-imposed war against a member of the United Nations, against its sovereignty and territorial integrity, and China really deplores Israel's military attack on nuclear facilities inside Iran and considered it as a very serious offense against world peace and security.
Okay, I mean, just to give you the Israeli line on what you just said, what we're told by Israeli officials repeatedly on this channel is that Iran is very close to being able to build a nuclear weapon. It might already be able to do so. And they're constantly calling for the destruction of Israel. So they say what they're doing is preemptive self-defense. What do you make of that argument?
It is of high hypocrisy for a country like Israel, which violated international convention in possessing nuclear weapon to start with. And now it's accusing another country, Iran, for attempting to acquire nuclear weapons. I don't think there are any higher level of double standard and hypocrisy for Israel to accuse another country of trying to possess nuclear weapons. I think the Middle East will be much better off if Israel arms itself with nuclear weapons and no other country will want to possess nuclear weapons. That will probably create a better level playground for all the countries involved in the Middle East. For Israel to possess nuclear weapons and to constantly threaten other countries with nuclear attack is really a very serious problem. And I think international community really need to join together to put an end to such blatant violation of peace and security, not only in the Middle East, but in the world at large.
We've heard from the president of China, President Xi Jinping, saying on Tuesday that China is, quote, deeply worried about Israel's military operation against Iran. Where do you think you and the president of China see things heading to? Why the worry? How dangerous could the situation be?
Well, as a general point, China is always worried if a war breaks out. And this time, this war is a complete surprise attack launched by Israel against a sovereign and independent country like Iran. And the fact that this surprise attack took place when the United States and Iran are still engaged in discussions about how to end this nuclear problem is particularly surprising. It's, in my best judgment, it's like the Japanese surprise attack on Pearl Harbor in the Second World War. And I think Israel has also committed all the crimes in massively killing the government officials, military officials of Iran. And no country should tolerate any other country like Israel to commit such massive amount of assassinations before a formal declaration of war against Iran, for example. So I think the Chinese president is legitimately worried about the scale of the attack, the potential loss of life, as well as the potential escalation of the situation, because you never know how this situation may evolve eventually, whether it will get out of control, whether it will escalate from conventional war to nuclear war, for example, or whether, ironically, it will force Iran to really develop a nuclear weapon. And what will be the consequence for Israel and Iran to both have nuclear weapons? Do they really want to use nuclear weapons against each other? What will be the consequence for peace and security in the Middle East and in the world at large? Therefore, it is time to call on Prime Minister Netanyahu, stop all the craziness. He probably wants to save his political skin rather than really serving the fundamental interest of the people in Israel to launch such unilateral, self-imposed surprise attack on a big country, a great country like Iran.
Dr. Gao, on Tuesday, China accused the US President Trump of pouring oil on the conflict there between Iran and Israel. Why and how does Beijing see the United States making things worse with regards to this situation?
Well, I think evidence points out to a joint operation by the United States and Israel against the country of Iran. They probably have a division of work. The United States was not very much involved on the surface of the situation, but no one should be surprised if the United States highly coordinates its information gathering, etc., with Israel. And the fact that Israel has kept saying that the United States is involved from the very beginning of the war, etc., illustrates the level of cooperation and collaboration between the United States and Israel against Iran. And the United States still keeps saying that they are not involved, but then they need to come up with a proof that they are not involved. And not being involved is not sufficient. And the United States really need to pull all their levers to force Israel to stop this war against Iran, and also to stop Israel from misusing the United States, creating all the misinformation about that the United States and Israel are working together to, for example, destroy Iran or to create a regime change in Iran, etc. So I think it is time for the United States. My personal concern is that if the United States really gets bogged down in this war against Iran, no one knows what will happen to the United States in the coming years or coming decades.
Well, that could be beneficial for China, couldn't it? Because if the United States spends large sums of money, a considerable amount of time and attention on affairs in the Middle East, that leaves China to do what it wants to do in a more, let's say, unrestrained way.
Allow me to emphasize one point. China always benefits by protecting peace and stability anywhere in the world. And China will feel very much at a loss if peace and stability and prosperity anywhere in the world will be damaged by especially unilaterally imposed war of one country against the other country. Therefore, such benefit, if any, that China will enjoy is not for China's own benefit. It is for peace and stability and the well-being of mankind. It is time to stop Israel in this war against Iran and to prevent the United States from really joining this war together with Israel, which may escalate the situation and create unprepared consequences for mankind as a whole.
You mentioned regime change in your earlier response, and I want to pick up on that because we heard from President Trump on social media saying, quote, "We know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding. He's an easy target, but he is safe there. We're not going to take him out, at least not for now." How would China react if the United States did, or if Israel did, kill the supreme leader?
This is exactly the confusion that President Trump is creating deliberately or unintentionally. I don't think assassination of a head of state or head of government or political leaders or military leaders of another country is the right thing to do in the world of today. I think countries need to have the minimum decency and the protocol in dealing with another country. Assassination is the bad thing, and assassination may serve as a boomerang, eventually may come back to hurt yourself and haunt you. Therefore, engaging in assassination, especially against head of state or leader of another religious faith, for example, or against the major political and military leaders of another sovereign country, is the wrong thing to do, especially at a time when Israel has self-imposed this undeclared war in a surprise attack against Iran. This is the worst time for the head of the state of the United States to imply that assassination may be involved in killing the leader of Iran.
You mentioned in your first answer, well, you painted a picture of a very cordial set of relations, cordial ties between Beijing and Tehran. Let me put this scenario to you. If Iran goes the same way as, for example, Syria, and the assassination that you mentioned or otherwise brings about a change of management, shall we say, in Iran, I mean, that would be a loss for China, wouldn't it? Because you'd have lost an ally, a key ally in this region. Because if a pro-Western government replaces the government that's there already, that would be a loss for China, wouldn't it?
No, I don't think so. I think China has always the long perspective and historical perspective to look at any contemporary events, like what had happened in Syria and what is happening in Iran. We are not confused by the events on a day-to-day basis. We look at the situation in 10 years, in 100 years, sometimes 500 years, if not even longer. Therefore, in the historical perspective, if you really look at the situation in the long-haul perspective, war is bad. For Israel to impose an undeclared war on Iran is an aggression. And whatever Iran is doing is justified because they are defending their own sovereignty and territorial integrity. They are fighting back against aggressors. And if the United States wants to join Israel to become an aggressor against Iran, well, history will eventually have its own verdict. Therefore, I think all of us need to work on with Israel to stop the war as quickly as possible and come up with peaceful ways to negotiate with Iran. And I personally will completely support the ending of whatever nuclear weapon program, if any, by Iran. And I do hope Israel will also dispossess nuclear weapons and Middle East will become a nuclear-free zone. That will be in the best interest of all the countries in that particular part of the world. China will do its best to promote the real justified result for any such tension or conflict of war, and China will do its best to prevent the war from escalating or from spreading out, impacting on more countries and hurting more people in that part of the world.
The United States and some of its allies view China as being part of what it now calls CRINC, which is this new acronym which is being bandied around quite a bit by foreign policy talking heads on television channels all over the world. CRINC meaning China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. I don't know what you think of that acronym, if you've heard it used much before, but let me just ask you this. Were the United States to intervene and join forces with Israel in a very overt way and join that conflict, do you see a day that China or Russia or other actors could perhaps join in support of Iran?
Well, imposing a war on a great country like Iran with 1.66 million square kilometers and with up to more than 90 million people, and a country which has tremendous amount of spiritual leadership among the Shia people throughout the world, is really poking for more disaster if it is not stopped right away. And if other countries want to join the fight on the side of Israel, I will urge them to stop that right away. And if, for example, other countries want to join the fight against Iran, you never want to exclude the possibility that other major countries want to fight together with Iran, because the war imposed on Iran is the unjustified war. It's a war of aggression. It's undeclared war. It's a surprise attack. And any people, any country under such surprise attack, an attack of aggression, has full legal justification to fight back. Therefore, stopping the war right now is the best way. Allowing it to escalate and to get out of control will most likely hurt the fundamental interests of the people in Israel, as well as in Iran and in many other countries in that particular part of the world. And I think China is doing the right thing, urging on Israel to stop the war, urging on Iran not to escalate, for example, try to wrap up the situation so that all parties involved can talk about peace rather than war and war and war. China does not like war of any kind, and China does not want to see any country launching a war of aggression against another country.
And just lastly, that acronym, CRINC, viewed as being a group of hostile or adversarial nations by Washington and some of its allies. What do you make of it? What do you make of the acronym?
First of all, whatever acronyms you come up with, it cannot change the fact that China today is the major force defending peace and stability and development in the world. And the fact that China is the largest trading nation with more than 140 countries in the world speaks eloquently about what China really cares about. That is, promoting peace, defending free trade, for example. If anyone wants to confuse China with a force against the peace, then he or she is either out of their mind or completely falsifying the situation against China. Now, I would urge the United States, don't mess around with China. Don't view China as an enemy. China is not an enemy of the United States. China has tremendous amount of goodwill for the American people. And China and the United States, like President Trump said, if they work together, they can work out miracles and no problem in the world cannot be overcome. And there will be better peace and stability and better future for mankind as a whole. If anyone bets that China and the United States will have a war against each other, let me tell you, they are wrong. I always promote the inevitability of peace between China and the United States. War is not and should not be viewed as an option between China and the United States. And China and the United States have added the responsibility to promote peace and to bring this war, for example, initiated by Israel against Iran to a stop as quickly as possible for the benefit of mankind. No one should allow Prime Minister Netanyahu try to saving his own political scheme from justice at home and justice in Hague by launching this war of aggression against Iran. He will not be able to escape from the reach of law, either both inside Israel as well as in The Hague.
Okay, well, on that note, we wrap up. Thank you very much indeed. Always a pleasure talking to you. Thank you so much, Dr. Victor Gao.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back. The French car maker Citroën, which is part of the Stellantis group, has unveiled a new SUV model this week. While facing stiff competition in the electric vehicle sector, the company, which has a more than 100-year-long history, saw a drop in sales in Q1 this year. Well, we're going to speak now to the Citroën CEO, Thierry Koskas, about the new model, where he sees the industry heading, and how he aims to win market share in the Middle East, in particular in Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Mr. Koskas. Really appreciate you taking the time. Just behind you, I think I can see two of the new cars, the Citroën C5, I think it's called, Citroën C5 Aircross, in fact. It's an electric vehicle, and it's got quite considerable autonomy, doesn't it? So what does this tell us about where Citroën views the future of car making?
Well, actually, we are presenting with the new Citroën C5 Aircross, our new flagship. It comes with multi-energy, but particularly, as you said, with an electric version, up to 680 kilometer range. We really think that this is part of the future. At the end of the day, the world is electrifying, and we are proposing cars that not only are affordable, but also very convenient for customers with such a high range. So we think it's part of the future of the car industry.
Okay, so it's affordable, and that seems to be a key word here. Perhaps that explains the language you've been using to describe this type of car, accessible electrification. Who would you say is the target audience or the target buyer of this car?
Well, we have actually, with the new C5 Aircross, two targets for Citroën. Number one is families. This is a very roomy vehicle. You can sit with 5 people in a very, very comfortable environment. There is a lot of room, particularly in the second row. And the second one, this is very much a B2B car, a car for companies where many executives will love to drive this car. So two targets really for us, families from one side and B2B fleet companies from the other side.
Mr. Koskas, I gather this car's got what's called multi-energy flexibility. So it's basically a hybrid that's also electric. And that's an opportunity at the moment, isn't it? Because there are some countries that aren't ready for fully electric cars. Where do you think this car is going to be most popular?
Well, we indeed offer multi-energy. Actually, you can have 3 types of engine with this vehicle: hybrid, plug-in hybrid, and full electric. And, in Europe and in the world, the situation is very different from one country to another. We have some countries, if you take the example of the north of Europe, that are now fully electrified. So we will sell, I would say, only the electric version. But we have other countries that are a bit remote in terms of electrification, and hybrid or plug-in hybrid version will be absolutely suitable. So as we have multi-energy offer, we will be able to adapt to any type of market. By the way, not only in Europe, but also in many countries in the world.
I was going to ask you specifically about your ambitions in the Middle East, because some parts of the Middle East aren't yet ready for fully electric vehicles. There isn't the infrastructure in a lot of markets outside the Gulf. Tell us a bit about which markets you think you're going to get, that you're going to zero in on in the Middle East. What's going to be your goal here?
Well, actually, we think that there is absolutely no fatality or no barrier to go electric. Actually, it's a question of do we have the right policies in place? When we look at the barriers for electrification, there is one, the price. At Citroën, we are addressing that. Then we have the infrastructure to recharge your car. And you can see that in some countries, some governments put a lot of effort to put a great infrastructure. So I think that we could see in the future in Middle East a lot of countries that would go electric. I think this technology is perfectly suitable for many countries. It's just a question of, do I have the right infrastructure? And this is very much something that we are welcoming at Citroën.
Mr. Koska, Saudi Arabia is aiming for 30% electric vehicles by the year 2030. Is Saudi a market you'd like to see Citroën grow in?
Well, we would love to, because Saudi Arabia, first of all, it's a great market. It's one of the biggest markets in Middle East. And the fact that there would be a political willingness to electrify the market is really, really something that we would be welcoming. I think that at Citroën, we are, first of all, present already in Saudi Arabia, and we have the perfect range of electric cars. We have small and affordable electric cars with EC3, for example, and we have bigger cars with a longer range, like the new C5 Aircross that is behind me. So we can answer to that. We are welcoming this willingness to go electric, and Citroën will be there to offer electric cars for Saudi customers.
And just staying with Saudi Arabia, I mean, it's getting a little bit more competitive there now, because Tesla opened a showroom in Saudi Arabia in the last couple of weeks. The Chinese EV maker BYD got in there sometime last year. And of course, you've got this population of more than 30 million people. So all in all, this ought to represent one of the most exciting markets in the region. What are your thoughts?
Well, absolutely. And I think I first visited Saudi Arabia something like 20 years ago. So I know how the market is promising. And that's why it attracts so many brands, I would say, including, as you say, the Chinese brand. But I think that with Citroën, we have the right weapons to offer a great offer of cars in the Saudi market. We have very, very competitive products. In Europe and in many countries in the world, including in Middle East, we are fighting against Chinese manufacturers, against others with great cars, including electric cars. So I think we are absolutely perfectly ready for the Saudi market, which is, again, a great market where we can sell both high-end cars, but also popular, smaller cars. So it's absolutely a great opportunity for Citroën, and we are extremely, extremely motivated to be present in the Saudi market.
I just want to ask you about the US tariffs. Are they having any impact on Citroën, and are they having an impact on your sales?
Well, actually, zero impact for the time being because, as you know, Citroën doesn't sell in the US. We are selling everywhere in the world, Latin America, Middle East, obviously, India, and so on, not in the US. So we are not directly concerned by the tariffs. Obviously, as part of Stellantis, Stellantis is because we have within Stellantis American brands, but at Citroën particularly and specifically, we are not concerned by the tariff topic at the moment.
Okay, but what about supply chain issues? Anything you've noticed?
No, actually, you know that we were facing supply chain issues back 2 years ago with a specific shortage on some components or whatever. That has now been solved. I would say we have now today a normal supply chain, and we are able to supply any car that the customer would need. And that's obviously very good. The demand is very high. We have now a very, very recent range. C3 was launched a year ago, C3 Aircross 6 months ago. So there is a lot of demand, and we are able to fulfill the demand, which is obviously great news for our customers.
Okay, where do you see the future heading with regards to electric vehicles? Where do you think the industry is going to be in 10 years from now?
Well, actually, I don't have a crystal ball, but I can tell you that electrification will go up. Now, will we be at 100% in 10 years? I don't think so, but I would suspect that in many countries, particularly in Europe, we should be above 50%. I really, really think it's the future as long as you offer affordable product to the customers, and as long as you have the right infrastructure to recharge your car. If the two conditions are met, we can really envisage a growth of the electric market above 50% within 10 years.
Is there any slowdown in demand for electric vehicles, as some are suggesting, as perhaps people go back to hybrids? I mean, is that something you're seeing?
Well, actually, a lot of people are talking about slowing down. I can tell you that at Citroën, we are not seeing any slowdown. The share of electric cars, pure electric cars in our sales is growing every day. We are now above 20% in Europe, so it's really, really growing. And for a very simple reason, it's very easy to explain to a customer that electric is great as long as it's affordable. The running cost is super cheap because you are going to run your car on electricity. It's much cheaper than petrol in most countries in the world. So it's easy to convince customers. So I really don't see any slowdown, at least for us. We see, on the contrary, a growth of electrification, and that's obviously very positive for us.
Okay, that's all we've got time for. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Thierry Koskas, the CEO of Citroën. Appreciate your time.
Many thanks.
And thanks to you for watching The Real Deal. Do stay tuned.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Well, let's bring into the conversation Fleur Hassan-Nahum, who is a special envoy for the Israeli Foreign Ministry and a former deputy mayor of Jerusalem. Fleur, thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us, as ever. We are, of course, on day 4 of hostilities between Israel and Iran. Before we talk about that, I want to ask about something you've put out on Twitter about planes taking off from Tehran headed to Moscow. I don't know what your source was for that report, and I wanted to ask you who you think was on board those planes and where you see things heading to.
Well, the rumor was, and it wasn't a verified report, but we did get a report that Deputy Chief of Staff of Khamenei, Ali Asghar Hijazi, had packed his bags, and him along with some other IRGC people had headed for Moscow, which makes sense because that's exactly where Assad is and all the fallen proxy regimes that the Islamic Republic were actually supporting, aiding and abetting. And so it would make sense. We haven't heard anything since. It's a non-confirmed report, and I made it clear in my tweet, but it absolutely makes sense. We hear that a lot of the senior leadership is nowhere to be found. I know that from Iranian sources here who follow the intelligence of what's going on over there. And so we see that a lot of the government is seeing the writing on the wall at the moment.
I mean, that quickly, because it's only, been 4 days into this, into these exchanges of hostilities. I mean, that would be an astonishing rate of advance and a rate of change for this situation.
Well, absolutely. But you have to understand what we managed to do. So the main, I think, achievement is the power of surprise. They were completely surprised. It was day 61 of the negotiations that they were holding with the Americans that they weren't really very serious about. Trump kept insisting with them about no enriched uranium. They were not having it. They were not accepting it. And we really got them by surprise. On top of that, the Mossad pulled off something which I think people will be writing books about and doing movies about in the future. And that is how they managed to create a assembly factory of drones within Tehran, literally in their backyard. And those drones were what destroyed 25% of the missile launching capabilities of Iran on the first night. And so you have a lot of different events that occurred on the first night that basically cut their legs off. And then everything since has been a chaotic reaction. And so, again, if you want to look at the success of this, and I don't want to call it success because we've lost lives here in Israel. We're under fire. I've been in shelters along with the whole country twice in the last 24 hours. And so there's no success until we manage to neutralize the nuclear threat against the state of Israel.
Just from what you're saying, I'm kind of curious, and I don't know if you'll be able to answer my question or whether you'll want to answer my question, but I'm wondering whether, as part of the element of surprise that you talked about, on the one hand, and on the other hand, there's been a lot of speculation in the last 4 to 5 weeks about a sort of a rift between Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump. And I'm wondering to myself whether perhaps this rift has been somewhat artificially manufactured. What would be your thoughts on that theory?
That's a good question. And I actually was in an interview before the whole thing kicked off with Iran. And they asked me exactly about this rift. And I said to them what I'll say to you. We don't really know what's going on. And if you actually ask me for my assessment, I definitely think there was a sleight of hand going on. I mean, Prime Minister Netanyahu was meant to marry his son tomorrow night. So a lot of people said, well, he's marrying his son tomorrow night. What's going to happen? And I think he actually used that whole thing, the whole hype about the wedding he was holding for his own family member as part of this sleight of hand.
OK, well, as you say, a lot of speculation. What we do know is that we heard from Prime Minister Netanyahu at the weekend. He appeared on the US TV channel Fox News, and he was asked by the presenter Brett Baier about what message he would have for the Iranian leadership and what message he'd have for the Iranian people. Let's listen to what he had to say.
Mr. Prime Minister, very last thing. I asked you how long this may last. You said it's up to the Iranians. If you had the opportunity, and you do now, to speak directly to the Supreme Leader and to speak directly to the Iranian people, what are those two messages you'll say?
Well, the Iranian dictator, really, he's a dictator. He's a tyrant. he has sent us a message calling just about every day for the death of Israel, the destruction of Israel and America, but the death of Israel. So my answer to him is with action, not with words. But to the people of Iran, I say you're great people. You're people of great talent and genius. You have been usurped by this tyranny that has robbed you of hope, has robbed you of a good life. You know, I speak to the Iranian people directly. I don't know if you know this, Brett. I do these videos. I get millions and millions of responses. And they say, Viva Israel, bravo Israel, free us from this tyranny. And I say to them, your hour of freedom is near. Rise up, be free.
Okay, so a couple of things to pick up on from what the Prime Minister says there. But let me put a theory to you. I mean, we understand that 224 Iranian people have been killed during the course of these last 4 days of hostilities. I mean, there is an argument, isn't it, that by carrying out strikes that end up in the deaths of dozens of civilians, which these have done, in fact, what the Israeli leadership is doing is galvanizing support for the Iranian leadership. What do you make of that theory?
I don't accept it for a number of reasons. First of all, we know that 80% of the Iranian people want their regime gone. They've been suppressed by them. They've been brutalized by them. Women have been killed, men have been killed. The jails are full of people who just spoke out against their regime. And let's not forget, within the last 2 years, thousands of Iranians were killed or imprisoned by their own regime. And any casualty in a war, which is an innocent casualty, is a tragedy. And this is why Israel warned the people of Tehran yesterday to get out of the way, because it was never, and it is never our intention to target civilians. Not the opposite is what the Iranian regime do. They target civilian centers of Israel. It's absolutely the opposite. We don't want to target. There are always innocent casualties that are just the result of war. But I think the Iranian people are smart enough to understand that if you compare some civilian casualties as opposed to the thousands of Iranians, innocent Iranians that have been killed, brutalized and imprisoned, there's nothing to compare. And I agree with Prime Minister Netanyahu. We need to create the conditions, not just to neutralize the threat against us, but for the Iranian people to have their say, for the Iranian people to be free.
Okay, another thing I wanted to ask you about, which is sort of an extension of some of the points we've talked about up until this point. President Trump is reported to have expressed his will that the leadership, the top leadership in Iran, is not targeted. Do you think that was ever in the offing?
Well, I think that it's what's been reported. Prime Minister Netanyahu denied that immediately. Again, we just don't know what's going on behind closed doors. The way that we perhaps hypothesize that the rift was artificially created, we really don't know what's going on. All I know is that Khamenei is an avid tweeter but hasn't tweeted in 20 hours, so we don't really know what's going on.
As we've been saying, it's day 4 of hostilities. The Israeli President Isaac Herzog has been quoted as saying, "We had no choice but to attack Iran because it was rushing to a nuclear bomb," he said, speaking to Sky News. Do you think the Israeli public is overwhelmingly behind these decisions to engage militarily with Iran?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, you know, the Israeli public can really never really agree on too many things. We have a very avid democracy here, and there's always a lot of different opinions. But let me tell you, on this, everybody agrees that this is an existential matter for us. When people keep telling you they want to kill you, you have to believe them. And when those people who are telling you want to kill you is coming up with weapons of mass destruction against your country and your people, you have to take the threat seriously. We couldn't wait any longer. Netanyahu has been calling this out for about 15 years, and we literally got to the point when any further, they would have gotten to the point of no return. And Israel cannot, we don't have the luxury of letting them get to the point where they have a nuclear weapon pointed our way.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, Netanyahu, everyone remembers him in 2012 at the UN General Assembly with his diagrams, his show and tell. But, you know, we had Yitzhak Rabin in 92 saying the same thing, Shimon Peres saying the same thing in 1995.
Yes. These are governments of left and right. That's
right.
why there's consensus.
But... you know, here we are, 26 years after, or 25 years after the death of Yitzhak Rabin. In fact, Israel is saying the same things it's been saying for a very long time. So why now?
Because from intelligence sources that I have spoken to, they understood that the pace of getting towards uranium for weapons was getting faster, and we were a few months away from that, and so we couldn't wait any longer.
Are you prepared, do you think, for a scenario in which there is a long, drawn-out, prolonged war with Iran?
Well, I hope we don't get to that, honestly. And the reports that I've been hearing today is that Iran is begging for a deal. Begging now to abandon enriching uranium. And so I'm not sure they've got the capacity to go for much longer. We're also, of course, exhausted. We're tired. We've been in war since the 7th of October, which, by the way, was aided and abetted and helped planned by the Iranian Islamic Republic. And so we have gotten to the point, Israel is never a country that wants war. Every country that has wanted peace with Israel has found peace with Israel. And so we pray for the sake of the people of Iran and for our people that we find a way, or they get at least, the leadership that they deserve.
Before this happened on Friday, we heard comments from opposition figures in the Israeli political class and from commentators, people like Ehud Olmert, Ehud Barak, accusing Prime Minister Netanyahu of prolonging the Gaza war to maintain his grip on power. I don't know what you make of their argument, but as an extension of that argument, couldn't this be an extension of that very same idea of Prime Minister Netanyahu to stay in power for as long as he can?
No, I actually think quite the opposite. I think Netanyahu, look, he's been talking about this, like we said earlier, for 15 years. This is nothing new. Everybody knew that this was on the agenda, and everybody knew that Iran was inching towards enriching weapon-grade uranium. And so I don't think anybody believes that that was Netanyahu's objective. In fact, you are hearing in Israel praise for this from all sides of the political map. Like I say, that's very rare in Israel. And in terms of Ehud Barak and Ehud Olmert, they're both bitter political rivals of Netanyahu, who have not had the successful longevity of Netanyahu's premiership. And unfortunately, they've gotten to the point that they want to burn the house down as long as they can burn Netanyahu along with it. So I wouldn't take them too seriously.
Okay, just to wrap up, what does the endgame look like here, Fleur?
Well, if you're talking to me about an idyllic endgame that my Persian friends in the diaspora and my friends in Iran right now would like, is, of course, regime change, bring back a democracy. The Persian people are a people of democracy, of a tradition of education, of a tradition of development, and everything in the last 40 years has been pulled back to the Middle Ages. And so if I wish something for them, it's for them to be a free and fair society, which they can be, and for them to be an ally of the State of Israel, and together to change the region into a region of peace and prosperity.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We're going to leave it there. Fleur Hassan Nahum, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Well, let's bring Mick Mulroy into the conversation. He is the former United States Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East. He joins us from Abu Dhabi. Thank you very much indeed for being with us, as ever, here on Arabiya English. We've heard not once, more than once, the Trump administration quite keen to get across the point that it had nothing to do with the attacks on Iran up until this point. I mean, what do you read into this bid to try to put some distance between the US and events on the ground?
Well, Tom, I think it was clear that the Trump administration did want to get to a nuclear agreement with Iran, one that had to be more stringent than the 2015 JCPOA, but one that actually ended in a diplomatic resolution, at least to the issue of nuclear weapons. But once this started, and Israel did not only strike the nuclear facilities, but their military and economic infrastructure as well, I think the United States wanted to ensure this separation because of all of the assets that we do have in the region. Iran, before this started, said that they would actually attack if anybody attacked them. That didn't happen. That would have drawn the United States into this conflict, but I don't think the United States wants to be or needs to be right now, because they can see Israel had a very substantial overmatch militarily than Iran.
Okay, so why do you think Israel chose to carry out these attacks when the next round of US-Iran nuclear talks was just about to take place? It was supposed to happen on Sunday. Of course, it didn't happen. Why do you think Israel chose to act when it did?
Well, speculation, of course, on my part, but there's many who believed that Israel did not want to see another nuclear agreement between Iran and the United States. They were opposed to the 2015 agreement. This was looking to be very similar. The only question that they couldn't resolve was whether Iran would be allowed to enrich uranium in Iran. The United States didn't want them to. There was an allowance for that in the original agreement, but only to the level that would be needed for civilian energy. The U.S., of course, pushed for this multinational consortium where you can bring in enriched uranium that's already been enriched somewhere else. Iran wasn't going for that. So it might have been that Israel was concerned that Iran would fold on that, if you will, and get to an agreement that they didn't like. And I think that is a possibility that they went ahead and took the strike, because at least from my knowledge in public reporting, it wasn't clear that Iran had made the determination to get a nuclear weapon and was on the precipice of that.
But if that assumption is correct, I mean, is that the way to treat an ally? I mean, I can't imagine that sitting very well with the Trump administration, who, you know, President Trump calling for diplomacy, saying give diplomacy a little more time, and Israel deciding to, as you say, possibly, I know it's only speculation, but torpedo that diplomatic effort. I mean, how do you think that would have gone down in Washington?
I don't think it would have gone down well. I think they would have liked, again, to get to a nuclear agreement, and this essentially ended that. I don't see how Iran would come back to the table right now, any or the near future, with an idea that they would actually have another nuclear agreement. So I think that's probably caused some tension. There was reportedly tension between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu before then, but ultimately the United States and Israel are long-term partners. I don't see the U.S. reducing that at all, but this has probably caused some concern and maybe even some trust issues going ahead.
Would you have said that things were a little fraught even before Friday between the Trump administration and Prime Minister Netanyahu? Because there's been plenty of speculation to that effect.
Yes, you're right. And the reporting is there. President Trump would like to see the war in Gaza come to an end, for example, and they seem to have gotten no further than the Biden administration when it comes to making that a reality. It was clear that they wanted a nuclear agreement. This, whether it was intended to do that or not, it certainly did essentially end that as well. So there's probably some issues going between the White House and Tel Aviv. But I can imagine that this is something that will linger, but ultimately the relationship between the two countries will endure.
Okay, two things we've heard specifically come from President Trump in the last couple of days, or reported to have come directly from the president, I should say. First of all, he said, if we are attacked in any way, shape or form by Iran, the full strength and might of the US armed forces will come down like levels never seen before. I think he's referring to, for example, if a US base gets targeted by Iran, this is what the United States will do. I mean, do you see that as being a high-risk scenario? Do you think that's something that's likely to happen? And do you see the US somehow or other eventually being dragged into this?
Well, Tom, so before Israel struck Iran, Iran made it clear in statements that they would even if it was just Israel that attacked them, that they would strike military facilities in the region. They didn't elect to do that. And I think that what President Trump is trying to do is send a message of deterrent. And it's getting backed up by the movement of significant assets. They're sending another. So there'll be a third aircraft carrier strike group, the USS Nimitz, I believe, that's being redirected from the Indo-Pacific. There's also a major flood of air refueling aircraft in an already packed region when it comes to U.S. military assets. So I think there's an idea that if Iran were to do that, they would essentially go from fighting a regional superpower, if you will, in Israel, to a world superpower in the United States. And that would be a strategic disaster for Iran right now. And so I don't think the U.S. wants to be drug in. I don't think they believe they need to be drug in. Israel's already established aerial dominance over Iran, did so in about 48 hours. They're hitting targets essentially at will right now. They don't need the U.S.'s assistance. The only thing that they would need the U.S. assistance for, I believe, would be to really get these massive ordnance penetrators, which are the type of munitions that, to my knowledge, only the United States had. They can actually reach down a considerable distance into the ground before they detonate, and that's how they would get these facilities like in Fordow, where it's up to 80 meters deep. I don't think Israel has the munitions. They can destroy the entry points, but they can't really get down that deep. I don't know that the United States would provide that to Israel, but that's one thing. If Iran attacks the United States, I imagine that would be on the table in retaliation.
One of the other things we've heard President Trump reported to have said in the last couple of days is that he is opposed to any plans to target Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. That's according to a CBS News source, also cited by AFP news agency. I don't know if you think that's credible or not as a report. And I also want to ask as an extension of that question, I mean, do you think that was ever part of the plan? Might that happen?
Well, Prime Minister Netanyahu has said very openly that he would like to see the Iranian people rise up and overthrow the regime. And it's clear that that's the message he's trying to get out there to the Iranian people. It's difficult to see that happening. It's a big challenge, of course, but oftentimes when a country is attacked, it actually rallies them, or rather than turns them against. It's still, I think, an objective of Israel. The United States, I think, is, if that's true, if the statement is true, is trying to send a message that they're not trying to completely destabilize the region. The Ayatollah, of course, is more than just a political leader, is a religious leader. That could cause a wave of terrorist attacks. That would be my guess why they did not want that to happen. And I think they can see, as the whole world can see, just how good Israel is targeting leadership targets. They've essentially eradicated the entire general staff of the Iranian military, the IRGC leadership, all of the nuclear scientists that are working on these programs. They're very effective at that. And they probably assumed that they had a good idea of where the supreme leader was. And they didn't want to see that happen. They certainly didn't want to see that get tagged to the United States.
On Fox News, we heard the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying the Iranian regime, as he called it, is very weak. And we hear that, there have been numerous arrests in Iran. Alleged saboteurs and spies have been rounded up. I mean, do you think that, Iran has been, clearly it's been massively compromised, but do you agree with Prime Minister Netanyahu's assessment that the leadership is, quote, very weak?
Yes, in part. I think that's correct. They were not, of course, popular before this happened. The economic situation has gotten significantly worse in Iran, and now it's going to get even worse because they are targeting, again, not just military targets. They are going after their economic infrastructure to include their capacity to make energy and export it. That's going to be even worse for the people of Iran. They've also shown that they've had the ability to take many of them out. So they're not only weak, many of them aren't here anymore. And I think this is really showing the Iranian people that a lot of the regime's tough talk had nothing to back it up. They've essentially eradicated any capacity other than the ballistic missiles, which are eventually going to run out because they've targeted ballistic missile manufacturing facilities, and that will leave Iran essentially completely defenseless against Israel.
Okay, just to sort of wrap up this conversation, we heard President Trump at the weekend saying he was optimistic that peace would come soon. He cited the fact that he had managed to persuade India and Pakistan to come to the negotiating table and to cease hostilities. Do you think President Trump is right to be similarly optimistic in this case?
Well, in the case of India and Pakistan, they were both nuclear powers, or they are both nuclear powers. So I believe that they wanted to see a quick ending to that conflict because neither would want to be responsible for or have the fallout, literally, of an exchange of nuclear weapons. In this case, obviously not the case. That's one of the reasons why Prime Minister Netanyahu said he launched this attack to prevent them from being a nuclear weapon. Held country. So that I think, of course, we'd all like to see this end peacefully soon. It has caused major disruption in the region, and it's loss of innocent civilians being killed, likely on both sides. So hopefully his optimism is correct, but ultimately it's going to be a decision from Prime Minister Netanyahu, who has said this is going to be weeks, not days, which means this could go on much, much longer.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for your time. Always a pleasure talking to you. Mick Mulroy, thank you very much indeed.
Thanks, Tom.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. Israel and Iran launch a further strike, says the White House reveals President Trump will confirm his involvement within 2 weeks. Air India say they had recently installed one new engine on board the ill-fated crashed plane. And 3-2-1 fireball. SpaceX's Starship rocket explodes during a flight test. Now, the White House has revealed US President Donald Trump will take a decision on the United States' involvement on Iran within 2 weeks. The announcement comes after Trump denied claims that he has approved attack plans. Taking to Truth Social, Trump said the Wall Street Journal, who reported the story has no idea what his thoughts were concerning Iran. Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has vowed revenge after Iran struck a major hospital in southern Israel. His warning came as he spoke from the scene of the attack. Take a listen.
We are committed to destroying the nuclear threat, the threat of a nuclear annihilation against Israel. We're able to do it, and we, of course, will make our own determination. But I have to say that the partnership with the United States, the partnership with President Trump, with whom I speak to almost every day, is incredible. I think his resolve, his determination, and his clarity when he says Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And for that to take place, Iran cannot enrich uranium. It's as simple as that. He gave them the chance to do it through negotiations. They strung him along. You don't string along Donald Trump.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Shane McGinley, business editor of Arabian Gulf Business Insight, and Tala Mashal Issa, chief reporter of Arabian Business. Thank you so much for both joining me. Shane, so we're going to start with you. We're in the 7th day of the exchange of fire between Iran and Israel. And the big question is Trump. The world's kind of been holding its breath, hasn't it, for the last sort of 24 hours. Will he, won't he? He's really ambiguous around his next steps when it comes to Iran. And now we're getting this 2 weeks.
Yeah, I was very surprised, like 2 weeks. Like you said, it's been 7 days, and think now we're going to have to wait twice as long as that to get any kind of a decision. So I think what was more interesting is when Caroline Levitt was giving the statement sort of recently in the White House, she was saying that there may be a chance of negotiation. So that kind of goes contrary to what we just saw there in the clip from the Israeli leader. So I'm inclined to go with what she said, that this is a Trumpian negotiation tactic where, if you go like really, really high and say, make sort of big threats. In the case of the tariffs, it was, China, we're going to put like 1,000% on you, and then they'll come down and we'll agree 10 or something. So I kind of think this is like the same sort of tactic, but on a huge scale. And I don't want to say, I kind of feel like maybe is Trump sort of taking a bit longer to decide on this because he's slightly, out of his comfort zone. But one, I'd like to think that he won't enter. And then I was thinking about this earlier today. So I kind of thought, okay, I'm a business journalist. Let's look at the numbers and the math.
The stats man.
Stats man.
Yes,
so,
that's Shane.
So you would, on paper, think that this is an easy fight because Iran geographically is 75 times the size of Israel. Iran, you sometimes forget, has a population of 90 million, which is, again, about 10 times the size of Israel. So you kind of think this should be a really easy fight. But then when you look into sort of the money, and money makes everything go around, Israel has a huge terms of GDP. It's way bigger than Iran. It spends a lot more in terms of like military capability. Then you look, it's got the support of intelligence from the US. It's got sort of military support from its allies. So I'm of the opinion that, and there was an interesting report that I saw on TV earlier today in terms of the tactics from both sides, because we're hearing, yes, there's strikes coming from both sides, but in terms of Israel into Iran, they're a lot more strategically focused. They seem to be getting a lot more wins in terms of specific assets, while it doesn't seem to be in the same direction as, again, your clip showed. It was a hospital that was killed and that was taken out. I'm not sure kind of what, in terms of capabilities, in terms of a win, that would really be seen as. So my opinion is that the US doesn't really need to enter now. So I think to say we'll make a decision 2 weeks from Trump, I think is actually a wise decision. And maybe it will push them closer to negotiation, and we won't have to have the US entering and then World War III, I think we're on now at this point.
Yeah, and you make a really good point, because the Mossad, the intelligence from Israel, their intel into Iran, when we initially saw the preemptive strikes, they obviously have intelligence there. Completely, and they know exactly where to strike in many respects. That's what Israel's saying. So maybe, right now, it's not really time for the US. But there's this big conversation going on at the moment that I think is really interesting, and it's about the MAGA base. And it's really that right now we're seeing for the first time a weak link when it comes to Donald Trump. His closest supporters, who we've seen, stand by him no matter what, are really divided on this issue.
They really are. I mean, if you look at the MAGA movement, they helped Trump win both elections, 2016 and 2024. And of course, the prospect of a US strike on Iran, if Trump does decide to eventually do that, hopefully not, this has upset a lot of MAGA supporters and even his most prominent allies. So you had Steve Bannon as well. Yesterday he said, quote, "We can't have another Iraq." And if you go back to Trump's campaign promises, especially from the first term, also the second term, it's always America first, more isolationist policy, or I guess mentality, that he was planning to bring into especially this presidency. But of course, he's facing a lot of pressure, and let's be fair, he inherited a very, very messy geopolitical landscape. You have wars, especially at the time when he took office, you had wars happening on so many fronts. You had Ukraine, Gaza, Yemen, Syria. Alliances are shifting all over the world, but then now he has Iran and Israel. And I think if he does decide to get involved, in the absence of a diplomatic deal, that could upset a lot of his supporters, which does not mean well for the Republicans keeping control of Congress in the 2026 midterm.
Yeah, and I think that's really important, because midterms, that's something that the Republicans are already starting to campaign for. Obviously, they need the money to campaign too, so it's keeping the base happy. And I just think it's a really interesting point right now. It's a real fork in the road, isn't it, what decisions are made regarding the Middle East, if we want to have a look really carefully at it at the moment.
Well, I think, you know, to make your point of the MAGA, like even yesterday, the New York Post, which would be very much leaning towards his camp, they did their own sort of poll of, and it was pretty much sort of split New Yorkers sort of 50-50, which I'd expect because that's shown across the whole US where you've got the political sort of divide. But when you sort of look into the numbers, the specific what classed as MAGA voters, it was 65%, which is still a large majority, but I would have thought it would be even more because his rating amongst MAGA is still about like 95. So that shows that there is, about 30% that still think he should not enter Iran and should stay out, and we should be isolationist, which is a long word. But so I generally think. Then, like you said, if the midterms coming up, the economy is not doing exceptionally well. The Fed isn't really backing him. So I kind of generally think, does he really have the support of his base to justify going into another war? When, do you remember his inauguration was all about not going into any war?
Yep.
So I kind of think, coming back to what Caroline Levitt said, 2 weeks. 2 weeks is a long time in a Trump White House. So. I was surprised that she's even put that deadline on it. So I fundamentally think that this is to bring them into the table and to restart the negotiations.
And I think it's been interesting because I think today I felt, after watching the story and being involved in it since Friday, there was a lot of diplomatic movement today. And I really felt that, when I was reading, and there were the Europeans who were talking. The UK Foreign Secretary David Lammy went to meet Marco Rubio. Tomorrow we're seeing someone from Iran. He's going to Geneva to meet the UK and European allies there. So all of a sudden, in a way, I'm not surprised Caroline Levitt came out with that, because I feel like all of a sudden diplomacy is back on the table and they're really going to try to get Iran to come back to the table and have a conversation. So that's really interesting thought, and I'm sure it's not the last time we'll be discussing that. But thank you for that so much. Let's move on to another story now. And investigators have revealed that one of the engines of the Air India plane that crashed last week was new, while the other was due for its next maintenance check in December. The airline's chairman told local media that both engines of the aircraft had clean histories. A cause is still being investigated, but the reputation of the company who own the aeroplane could be badly affected. So, Tala, I want to start with this because obviously that tragic incident that we saw happen and so many lives lost, 270 lives lost. But prior to this, really, Tata, the group that took over the airline back in 2022, actually seemed to be doing pretty okay.
Yeah, they were on a very strong recovery path. I mean, we're talking about record revenues, operational profits, robust fleet and network expansion. I have some numbers today, so let's talk financials.
More stats, yeah.
Yes, lots of stats. You have two business reporters here, so.
I love the stats, don't worry.
So before Tata took over, their revenues were around $2.4 billion. This was for the financial year of 2021-22. And then for the financial year 2023-4, it was around $4.7 billion. Now that's up almost 24% since then. And then when you want to talk about losses, around $1.2 billion in losses before Tata. After Tata, $530 million. That was for the financial year of 2023 and 2024. That's a 60% drop in losses, whilst also growing revenue. And then the numbers of passengers they've carried over this time has also increased. They're at, I guess, over 40 million annually now. This is up from 11.5 million back then.
Gosh, that's a big number.
Of course, their fleet size is growing. There's been a 40% growth since 2022. 570 more jets coming soon. And then, of course, there was the retrofit program as well, which I think was around $350 million or billion. I can't remember the exact number now. I didn't write it down. But in terms of domestic market share, they're 26.5% as of March this year. So that's up 12% since Tata took over.
So it's
pretty amazing stuff.
Yeah, so it's fair to say that they were well on their way to recovery, or were recovering extremely well. And quickly, because 2022, what we're just talking 3 years ago.
Yeah, 2.5 years, 3 years.
2.5 years ago, basically. And Shane, it's obviously tragic for an airline to go through a disaster like this. But how much does this affect the reputation, do you think?
Well, I kind of think what you're saying about the domestic market and the international ones, I kind of think like India is a huge country and it's very, very competitive. So there's a lot of airlines operate in that market. So I kind of think if you're going to like book a flight to, you might think, oh, I'll leave them aside just for the moment. But then the option is then the price of the tickets will go down, and then that determines a lot of people's reaction to it. But I decided to write, okay, let's look at some other airlines that have had some crashes. And I remember Air France, because when I moved to Dubai back in 2008, I flew them a lot. And do you remember Malaysia Airlines 2014? They had the 2 planes within a couple of months. One went missing, still don't know where it happened. And then there was the one over Ukraine. So I looked at both of those, and luckily it's not very simple and there's no straightforward answer, which is good because we wouldn't have a show otherwise if it was all very straightforward. So it all comes down to how the profitability of the airline is before the crash. But in short term, that they will definitely take a financial hit, because Air France was extremely profitable and it was making a lot of money. Then it was a billion in the red. But if you look at today, it's back on and flying high and flying well. Malaysia Airlines, unfortunately, had years of unprofitability before its 2 incidents, let's call them. And then it had to be nationalized by the Malaysian government. And even right now, it is being profitable, but its profits are way down. So I kind of think you have to look at where it is at the moment. So in the short term, yes, Air India is going to suffer in terms of like people are going to be wondering how safe their planes are. But I think if you take a wider picture and look, Boeing is on. Boeing is making the headlines again.
And I was just about to ask that question, because for me, yes, you know, Tata does own the franchise, but in my head, Boeing just came up straight away, because obviously we've seen the 737 MAX problems. Now this is a 787 Dreamliner. And Boeing has had a few controversial whistleblowers involved in the manufacturing side of things. So is this going to be a bigger... first of all, we're speculating. We don't know exactly what caused this crash, but still.
But also, you know, again, it's Boeing, you know, they don't want, you know, safety and crashes to be associated with your brand name, because good safety when you fly, that's just paramount. And if you look at the numbers of how many crashes there's been, you know, Boeing versus Airbus, and there's only 2 manufacturers really in the world. So if Emirates and all of these airlines are going and ordering planes, you know, safety is going to be paramount. So it's not headline. So I don't think Air India is probably the one that will suffer. It's probably more the Boeing guys in Seattle are the ones that will be sweating.
Yeah, I think that is probably something that we're all thinking, right?
Definitely, especially the track record for Boeing versus Airbus. It's pretty significant.
Yeah, like Dreamliner. I remember going to the launch of Dreamliner in Seattle a couple of years ago, and you know, this was like the future of the aircraft. And
didn't know you were a plane man.
Well, you know, a good trip to Seattle is always good.
He's been to Boeing.
but I mean, like, it's not, you know, Dreamliner, the name, and then, you know, when you see the pictures, it doesn't resonate well. And I haven't checked the stock price or looked at Boeing, but it's not good in Seattle, I would say.
No. But once again, I also know that there was one sole survivor on the Air India crash, so a lot of people are booking the 11A seat. So if you're going to fly, that was the seat he was sitting on. So just a little bit of advice there. But stay right there as we move on to another story, and lawyers representing the alleged Australian mushroom poisoner Erin Patterson have told the jury that there's not enough evidence to find her guilty. Patterson is charged with murdering her estranged husband's parents and aunt in 2023 by spiking their beef Wellington lunch with toxic mushrooms. She's also accused of attempting to murder her husband's uncle, who did survive that very deadly lunch. Shane, we have spoken about this before on the show. Wow.
Yeah.
This is one story.
It's
Remind
fascinating.
us.
Yeah. And I had to look up because I'd heard a little bit about it, but because it's been on like media shows about how this has just taken the world by storm. And you know, I was looking up, you know, the amount of podcasts that are dedicated just to this
How
story.
many?
Well, there's 8 official ones, which I think is still quite a lot. And
that's a lot
for a small sort of Australian. There was 300,000 Google hits alone for the woman Erin Patterson's name, and there was about 70 sort of newspapers that were actively covering it. So basically, as you said, it's Erin Patterson, a 50-year-old Australian woman. We're talking July 2023. She brought over her was her in-laws, because they're not divorced or anything, and it was her mother-in-law's sister and the sister's husband. So one of them survived. So if her poison plan didn't quite go to the way she probably wanted, and if it was an Agatha Christie movie, this would be the sort of great kind of twist you want.
Yeah.
The smoking gun. So I don't think she was the perfect sort of murderess in her plan, which makes me kind of think that she didn't intend to do it. But what do you think? Do you think she's guilty or innocent?
Maybe guilty, just because of the evidence, right? So she said that not she, sorry. So obviously she decided to testify.
Yes, yeah.
Which obviously showed confidence, credibility, and of course gave her a chance to tell her side of the story.
Yeah.
But the prosecution obviously challenged a lot of what she said. There were some inconsistencies, like the dehydrator for the mushrooms, which she threw away, resetting her phone. There's a couple of things like that, I think, that kind of raised...
And wasn't there sort of searches on, I think, on some of her technological devices, which again, if you're going to murder someone, clear that. Like, that's 101
and I
murder.
think that these death cap mushrooms are only in certain parts of Australia, and I think she had looked up where you can actually forage them, and I think there were details of that. But it's such a tricky one, isn't it? Because if you were a lawyer, you would always say, oh gosh, do not go on the stand if I'm defending you in a big murder trial like this. But they must have confidence in her. So that's one side to look at it. But another side is it's been so fascinating because, like you said, it wasn't completely successful, and it just seems to sort of be kind of like, I don't know how to explain it. How do you even know where this goes from here? Like, how do you find her guilty or not? It's just fascinating.
It's hard to tell. I think the case at this point hinges on the jury actually deciding, because the jury instructions start on June 24th. So let's see how that goes. But I don't know. It's a little bit difficult because, was it deliberate? Was it accidental? It's very hard to tell.
Motivation is the big question, really. If the fact that they came around for dinner shows that there might not be that much animosity, is the word.
But she did lure them into the dinner. I don't want to say that she's guilty, but I'm just saying that she did say that she wanted them to come to the house to discuss her cancer diagnosis, but she actually hadn't been diagnosed with cancer. And her estranged husband had a weird feeling about it and pulled out.
Yeah.
So I feel like there was a little bit of like weird circumstances surrounding the beef Wellington lunch anyway.
Yeah, and I think probably you kind of think beef Wellington in Australia has kind of seen a drop in popularity over the last while. I'm kind of guessing probably there is. I'll have to look up the stats on that.
Yeah, you have to look. But you know some stats about in-laws, because people are saying motive, and everyone was like, it was her in-laws. I know that's terrible.
That's the first thing that came to my mind, actually.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's the first thing that comes to so many people's minds, right? Does everyone hate their in-laws?
The answer seems to be yes. So Cambridge, which is very reputable, in 2008 they did a study, and I looked up, and 60% of women said they found their in-laws stressful. But then there was another study in 2016 of men, and 96% said they had negative feelings towards their in-laws.
Wow.
And I just say my in-laws are great.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they make your life wonderful.
You're on live TV.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But isn't it interesting that men actually find it more stressful, but maybe they don't talk about it as much as women do? You know, moan about it as much. But I think this is fascinating because they've wrapped up their defence in this case, and now they've given the jury 4 days off. And then they come back to deliberate. I'm just a bit like, do they really deserve 4 days off? We need to know the news, the podcast, the newspapers, you know. Everyone is like, what is going on?
Yeah, well, 4 days, I think, yeah, they should get up. But then also it drags it out a little bit more and keeps the sort of, pace of it going. So I think... it's just a fantastic story. There's obviously going to be a Netflix documentary made of it.
I was about to say, Netflix is watching, going like,
it's going to be a good one.
Yeah.
Exactly. But what also I found fascinating is in some of the evidence that were given, she dished up the food on different coloured plates. So that's another thing that's really played into this.
Yeah.
She ate off a different coloured plate from the other people she was serving for dinner, which I think is interesting. So did she have that all planned? Was that premeditated?
Well, she probably was trying to make sure she didn't poison herself because
she was sick. She went to the hospital, didn't she?
Or was she?
Or was she?
If
have been a cover-up.
that could be like
Easily.
So, but she, there's just so many holes in it, which makes me think that it's not a credible, or she's just not very good at as a murderess.
Yeah, that's true.
But you said earlier that the different plates would put you off, and that would be your first indication.
Because we were talking about that earlier, because some people would be like, oh, we would have... Because I think it was the person who survived. Was it the uncle who survived or the brother?
Her mother-in-law's sister's husband.
Yes. Yeah. So he was talking about the plates, the different colour plates, and how that really stood out to him. But you and I were talking, if I went to a dinner party and they didn't have matching plates, it would really put me off. I would actually think, oh, are they trying to poison me?
Definitely.
I might think like that.
Sorry, for a man to remember that detail.
Yeah.
I think they must have really been... Sorry, I had to say it. Yeah. They must have been very prominent, probably very colourful plates, everything.
It doesn't automatically say psycho to me, I have to say. But then I don't like mushrooms, so I think I'll be fine.
You would have survived, Shane. Don't you worry about it. But thank you so much for your thoughts. And there we are. We'll finally get an answer to these big questions that we've been asking ourselves. Guilty or not guilty? That will be the answer when we get it. Let's move on to another story now. And a SpaceX Starship rocket has exploded mid-air into a giant fireball whilst preparing for a test flight. It took place on Wednesday night at the Massey's Testing Center in Texas. Take a look at just what happened.
Yeah, probably. I mean, even the other day when they... Whoa!
What? That's
no!
Oh, my God. It appears there has been a...
Ship 36 just blew up.
It just seems a bit like... Tala, like two mates there just watching something, and then all of a sudden it went dramatically wrong, and they were kind of like when you're playing your PlayStation. Well, I don't have one, but it almost felt a little bit like that. I mean, it was captured on live stream. That was one blast that we haven't seen. Tell us what happened, and really, was anyone hurt as a result of this?
Okay, so the good news is no casualties, no injuries were reported. Staff was immediately evacuated. Okay. So what happened was 11 p.m. local time. These two SpaceX employees, obviously live streaming what's happening. This was part of the 10th test flight series for the Starship Ship 36 for SpaceX. So it exploded, obviously, during a static fire test. That caused a massive fireball, and it shot debris across the site and shook windows in the houses nearby as well. So then SpaceX came out to say there was a major anomaly, and reports suggest that it potentially may have affected the test stand infrastructure. But of course, each failure delays the rocket certification timeline, and I don't know, but let's see. It's not the first time this has happened, right?
Because the last one, I remember, that blew up, actually got liftoff, though, Shane. We saw a little bit of movement. It wasn't just straight on the spot. So it's not SpaceX's first failure. I mean, Elon Musk, time to give up? hang your spacesuit up, get over
Don't live stream it.
Yeah, don't live stream it.
I always end up defending Elon Musk in the show. I don't know how it happens.
I feel like I do too, actually.
No, I'm fine. I do disagree with you. I think we're talking about futuristic technology that needs to be tested. So I don't think we should stop being innovative. We should keep pushing. Like you said, this was the 10th one. And I was looking back, I don't remember the Apollo 1 tragedy in 1967, as you probably not surprised. But I do remember Challenger in 1986. I was quite young then, and Columbia in 2003. And nobody said, oh, NASA, shut it down. It's awful. And that wasn't even on the radar. So I think this is just, if you're going to be, future forward thinking in the way Elon Musk is, these things are going to happen. You're going to make mistakes. So he just needs to pick himself up and,
starts again, really. And I would agree with that, actually. I don't know if you do too, but I think, failure is part of success, isn't it? And when we're working with, I don't know how many millions it costs to build one of these. They're obviously not cheap. So the frustrating part must be the finance. But, at the end of the day, he's doing such amazing things. We've seen him use reusable parts on a spaceship never done before. So there's a lot happening.
Yeah, and I think, if Apollo 1, they had a tragedy, if they just stopped, Neil Armstrong would be just some guy sitting on a couch we wouldn't know anything about. So I think you need to push and unfortunately these things are going to happen, but hopefully, they will sort out all of these anomalies. And like you said, there's the safety testing. So I'm confident that they should keep pushing the boundaries. And unfortunately, if it means you have some explosions, and we've got nice comical videos like that, but I don't think that should stop you.
But I was just thinking, Musk, gosh, he's reputationally taken a bit of a beating, hasn't he?
Yes.
And he did threaten to dismantle one of his rockets in his spat on social media had with President Trump. Things haven't really been going in his favour. What do you think? Do you think people are just getting fed up with him?
I don't know. Look, it's not the first time he's in this position, right? He's quite outspoken.
He's a
but
character.
He is a character. That's why people love or hate him, right? And that's why, I feel like with social media, it's all about strong emotion. Whether you really hate someone or something, or really love it, that's what's going to drive engagement. And I think as well that the fact that he's owned the X as well has given him a lot of engagement. But I think. So what was your question again? Sorry.
Reputationally.
Reputationally, yes.
That, obviously getting involved with, the chainsaw on stage. He came out and did some sort of comical moves, didn't he?
He's sort of taken a bit of a back step recently. But if you look at the people who were backing SpaceX, there's huge names like Google. You can't get more forward-thinking than Google. A guy called Peter Thiel, who co-founded PayPal and was one of the early investors in Facebook. So he's obviously very progressive and forward-thinking. And then there's a company called Fidelity, which has about 15 trillion. We like big numbers. So all of these together, I think SpaceX will be fine. And, they've got sort of huge backers. And I think maybe, Elon Musk, maybe him as the front man should maybe take a little bit of a back seat for a while.
Just to add to that, Elon Musk does not believe in having a PR team. Anyway, so I don't think he cares that much about his reputation because he's such an innovator and an inventor and probably one of the greatest minds of our time, I think.
I think so too. I always think he'll be the greatest mind of our generation,
That's how he's always going to redeem himself, and I think deep down he probably knows that, right?
And
I agree.
When SpaceX gets its safety, I would be quite happy to go on it.
Yeah, I would love to go on it too.
I will pass.
No, you'll pass. I'll go as long as
I'll do the live stream.
Even if Katy Perry's in it?
Oh, with her Daisy. As long as the only thing is, as long as we can get back down. I don't fancy being up there for too long. I'll do a little 2 weeks and then I'll be happy to be back on Earth. But no, absolutely fascinating, Elon Musk and his shenanigans. And finally, Shane and Tala, you've come up with a couple of quirky stories of the day. And I don't know why. This is really bizarre, but I want our audience to know you both chose stories about, fish or seafood, and you didn't even do it together. So this was not organised. But let's start with yours, Shane. And this is about a really old lobster back in the sea. Under the sea. Right of the little milk. Sebastian.
And wasn't there a Friends episode that spoke about lobster? being your lobster was like your soulmate.
Which yes, of course.
Was a Phoebe episode, I remember.
Yeah.
But anyway, this is a 21-pound lobster called Lorenzo. Oh. And this is the part of the story now, I don't mean to nitpick. Lorenzo's 110 years old.
Wow.
Which, I'm not going to...
Has he been having Botox? Or what's Lorenzo been up to?
On his claws. And because this restaurant called Peter's Clam Bar in Long Island is getting so much publicity, because what they've decided to do, this 110-year-old Lorenzo, to let him back into the sea for, I think it was for World Lobster Day and for Father's Day. I don't know the combination of that. And they said in the quote that, he's living his best life and they've put him back into the sea. I don't want to speculate. Maybe he didn't have many more years to go and they thought, let's let him out. But also, the one issue I have with this, and I don't mean to sound like a sort of an old man with a stick, is that if you're going to a seafood restaurant and they have a pet that they call Lorenzo, it's going to kind of put me off then eating the actual seafood.
You see like its face.
Like, you don't want to go to a burger joint and there's a nice little calf running around.
Yeah, with a name.
Yes.
Yeah,
so
well.
I like the story because it's quirky and I have a lot of questions about it. Mainly, why you have pets in seafood restaurants, but your story's coming up next, so
but I also
it's
just
big.
wanted to think one thing. Sometimes when you domesticate even a wild animal, it takes a lot of time to sort of rehabilitate them and get them back to eating and hunting. Poor old Lorenzo, he could have been eaten by now. He's not lived with any sort of, he's not had to defend himself for 110 years in a tank.
Which is a very, very good point, and it's one I should have thought of. Like, how's he going to survive out in the wild? Like, who's going to sort of feed him and look after him? That's another reason why I think maybe he was coming to the end of his claws or whatever.
End of his snappers. But, he's not had to deal with a predator before.
No, exactly.
So
it's just kept him there.
Yeah, very odd story. I think maybe you're right. Maybe they knew that, his days were
But let's just look on the bright side,
Yeah.
and hopefully he's gone out there and he's having a great time in the sea. Yeah.
And now, let's talk about yours. It's an orange crab, and it looks like Donald Trump.
Yes. So I'll tell you how I found this. I was scrolling my phone last night, Instagram, as one does, and I came across...
Doom scrolling.
Exactly. And I came across this picture of this crab, and I thought to myself, that's a very strange-looking crab, but then I saw the headline that the crab looked like exactly like Donald Trump. That's a quote. So apparently this deep-sea fisherman has claimed that he reeled in this crab, and then he went and posted a picture of this on the Daily Mirror's Facebook feed, Facebook page, and that's when people went crazy, of course. So the caption was, looks exactly like Trump. Original post was on Facebook, and so I'll explain why people think that it looks like Donald Trump. So apparently it's the color, obviously. Yes. Iconic spray tan. But also for its protruding hair-like shell shape.
Oh.
Yeah.
And also a little bit of a pout happening there.
Also.
But Donald Trump, actually, I don't know why I know this, but I was looking up, the look. He's always had the look, isn't it? Because Donald Trump's all about the look. But that takes about 6 hours to do every single day.
Which part? The hair?
The makeup and the hair. Okay. So apparently he has like layers of fake tan. It's scrubbed off. He wears bronzer. It's like a whole process for him to look like that image.
He has a glam team.
He has a complete glams thing. Yeah.
Wow.
Interesting.
Isn't it interesting? And because he's really focused on image, like that's one of his main things. So his glam team, it takes hours.
But going back to the seafood, I think, because I'm cynical, shocker, that if you took 1,000 sort of seafood out, you'd eventually get one that looks like
But who's
Donald
got
Trump.
time to get 1,000 crabs?
I know, but it's just, I don't believe these things like, oh, he looks like, I've got a piece of toast that looks like the Pope or something, or whatever. But maybe, the crabs do move sideways, so maybe that's the analogy.
Happen.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes they say that you look like your pets, and I definitely think I look like one of my dogs. She's like morphing to me. Do you know what I mean? Everyone doesn't. They post, oh, I look like my cat, or I look like my dog. I do think that your pet sort of looks a bit like you.
It's a thing.
Your cat probably looks like you.
She probably does. It was what you're saying about, once they're domesticated, you can't let them out. Mine was brought up on Expo City, and now she just sits on our couch. I can't imagine she would survive if she's back on this. the tough streets of Expo City.
Yeah, no.
The tough streets.
Leave her at home. But thank you so much to today's guest, Shane McGinley, business editor of Arabian Gulf Business Insights, and Tala Michelle Issa, chief reporter of Arabian Business. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. G&T with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Airbus is considered one of the leading names in the global aviation industry and a fierce competitor to its American rival, Boeing. Founded in 1970 and headquartered in Toulouse, France, Airbus operates manufacturing plants and engineering centers across several European countries, most notably France, Germany, and Spain. Here at the Paris Air Show, Airbus has announced major deals with airlines in the Middle East, including Riyadh Air, Saudia, Flynas, and others. To discuss this topic further, we are joined by Mr. Wouter van Wersch, Head of International Affairs at Airbus, to learn more about the company's priorities and the strategic partnerships it is currently developing in our region. Welcome, Wouter.
Hello, Leigh.
We will begin the interview with the recent developments unfolding in the region and the Middle East, particularly the escalating situation between Iran and Israel. Does the political situation in the Middle East, particularly the war between Iran and Israel, affect you directly or indirectly?
It's still a bit early to speak definitively on the matter, but it's clear that this region is extremely important to us. As you know, we have a strong presence here, particularly in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We've been operating there for more than 40 years, with around 400 employees, 40% of whom are local staff. And we've witnessed tremendous growth. We have a strong partnership, and the Vision 2030 launched by His Royal Highness is truly remarkable. At Airbus, we genuinely want to contribute to it. As you may have seen during the air show this week, we dedicated Monday as Saudi Arabia Day, and it was filled with exciting announcements. Yes, the political situation is complex, especially geopolitically due to ongoing conflicts, but we must learn to live with it, and we continue to strongly believe in the importance of this region.
What are the most significant contracts signed recently with airlines in the Middle East? And are there any new agreements expected in the near future?
We currently have around 200 aircraft operating in Saudi Arabia, and we already have a strong order book that includes 350 aircraft. Just this week, on Monday to be specific, we added more aircraft to our backlog through two fantastic agreements. The first with Avalon for the supply of A321neo and A320 aircraft, and the second for A350 freighter aircraft, which is Airbus's latest cargo plane. In addition, Riyadh Air announced a new order for 50 A350-1000 aircraft. These will be the first A350s to enter the kingdom. That brings us to a total of 127 new aircraft, a truly impressive and exciting number. We're extremely proud of the trust placed in us by both companies. Of course, our relationship with Saudi Airline goes way back. It was truly a wonderful day that significantly deepened the bonds of friendship between Saudi Arabia and Airbus, and we're very proud of that.
What has been the real impact of the trade wars on Airbus so far, particularly in terms of your relationships with international partners?
Naturally, we prefer stability. And it's clear that what's happening now with pricing is making the situation much more complex. As you know, supply chains have still not fully recovered since the COVID pandemic. We have a massive backlog of more than 8,600 aircraft that we must deliver in the coming years, so we truly need a stable environment. Airbus is in a good position. We have excellent aircraft, and we're focused on delivering them to our customers. We're closely monitoring price fluctuations as they naturally affect the entire industry. That said, we're a flexible company, and we're taking the necessary decisions to ensure this does not impact our customers, which is the most important thing for us. We want to continue delivering aircraft to airlines, as well as military aircraft, helicopters, and satellites. Our goal is to empower our partners to carry out their operations in the best possible way.
What are Airbus's priorities in the Middle East and Africa for 2025 and 2026? And what growth prospects do you anticipate in these markets?
If we look at air traffic, it's the main driver of our industry, especially in this region. Each year, we estimate the size of the market for the next 20 years, and we announced our latest figures just last week. Interestingly, the global air traffic growth forecast stands at 3.6% annually over the next 2 decades. While in the Middle East and Africa, it's projected at 5.6%, reflecting massive demand for aircraft. That's precisely why this region is so strategic for us. As I mentioned earlier, we have a strong presence here, and Saudi Arabia's vision, backed by the Public Investment Fund, offers us tremendous opportunities. We aim to enhance our local capabilities in the commercial aviation sector, and we also see promising opportunities in defense. Saudi Arabia, for example, has the second largest MRTT fleet after Europe. We also believe the A400M military transport aircraft would be a great fit for the kingdom. Additionally, there are more than 100 helicopters currently operating in the country. Our ambition is to manufacture the first made in Saudi Arabia H145 helicopter in partnership with the local ecosystem to serve both the kingdom and the broader region. We have great confidence in the capabilities of the local human capital and are looking forward to further collaboration to achieve this remarkable growth.
What strategic partnerships is Airbus currently developing in the region? Are there any notable industrial or technological collaborations underway?
As you know, we always have multiple projects underway across various sectors: aircraft, helicopters, satellites. We're constantly working to develop and improve our current platforms, while at the same time preparing the next generation of technologies. The environmental aspect is a major priority for us. We're working on improving aircraft performance in collaboration with engine manufacturers, and we're placing special emphasis on sustainable aviation fuel. I believe Saudi Arabia can play a major role in this area, as can the entire region. We're not only focused on current technologies, we're also investing in the future. As you may know, we've announced our plan to launch a hydrogen-powered aircraft by 2040. We continue to innovate and develop in order to redefine the future of aviation. And we believe this should be a collective effort, one that involves all of us.
Thank you, Wouter.
Thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on the programme, with the Israel-Iran conflict now in its 7th day, the US President Donald Trump faces a dilemma. Join Israel's bombardment of Iran or stay out of it. This, as many in the president's base urge him not to drag the country into a new Middle East war. Hello and welcome. We begin with the latest on the nearly week-old war between Iran and Israel. Well, heightening tensions even further, an Israeli hospital in the southern city of Beersheba was hit by an Iranian missile earlier on today, resulting in the injury of 40 people. Well, that prompted the Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz to say that the supreme leader of Iran can, quote, no longer be allowed to exist. Meanwhile, Israel says it has carried out dozens of fresh raids on Iranian targets, amongst them the partially built Arak nuclear reactor and a uranium enrichment facility in Natanz. Well, Israel, which launched airstrikes against Iran last week, fears that Iran is on the verge of developing a nuclear weapon. Well, although the US President Donald Trump hasn't announced whether he plans to involve the US in this conflict or not, he has repeatedly said his preferred outcome would be a negotiated solution.
They should have made the deal. I had a great deal for them. They should have made that deal. 60 days we talked about it, and in the end they decided not to do it, and now they wish they did it. And they want to meet, but it's a little late to meet, but they want to meet, and they want to come to the White House. They'll even come to the White House, so we'll see. I may do that.
For more, we can speak now to Jeffrey Feltman, who is former US Assistant Secretary of State and former US diplomat. Thank you so much for joining us, Ambassador. You've served in a number of countries in the Middle East, North Africa region, Tunisia, Israel, Iraq, Lebanon, where you served as US Ambassador from the years 2004 to 2008. I just want to start by asking you, you met the Supreme Leader of Iran in Tehran back in 2012. Can you just start by telling us, how that happened and set the scene for us?
Well, for me, it was kind of a surreal experience to have been a U.S. diplomat studying ways to push back against, Iran's malevolent influence in the Middle East, to suddenly be in a private meeting with the Supreme Leader of Iran. It wasn't my meeting. It was the meeting of the Secretary General of the United Nations, Ban Ki-moon. I had retired from the State Department, went to the United Nations as Undersecretary General for Political Affairs, and we ended up in Iran in August, September 2012 for the Non-Aligned Summit. The Non-Aligned being the largest grouping of member states of the United Nations. Ban Ki-moon had reservations about going, but really had no choice. So there was a large meeting, protocol meeting with staff from the Iranian side, staff from the UN. But after greetings, the Supreme Leader asked the Secretary General if he would like to have a private conversation to bring one aide. And the Secretary General brought me. So I was the so-called plus one, as you call it, in the diplomatic world. So it wasn't my meeting, but it was fascinating to observe the supreme leader after having read intel reports on him, after having studied Iranian influence, having been in Lebanon, where Iran at that point via Hezbollah was playing such a large role. And it confirmed much of what I understood from the Washington channels about the supreme leader, the paranoia about the United States. I mean, he asked the Secretary General to begin the conversation. So he turned the floor to the Secretary General, and the Secretary General, in Ban Ki-moon's sort of tentative way, polite way, but raised concerns about some of the supreme leader's rhetoric, death to Jews, Israel to the sea, that sort of thing, and basically said, Israel's a member state of the United Nations. Member states of the United Nations do not call for the destruction of other member states of the United Nations. And the supreme leader, in a sort of quiet, benevolent way, I mean, he had sort of a benevolent expression on his face, launched into a long monologue about the United States, that he did not expect the Secretary General to be parroting remarks from the United States, that the United States was the source of all evil and chaos and unrest in the world. The United States was the one that was causing all the problems. And so it confirmed much of what I had understood about his identification of the Islamic Republic of Iran with anti-Americanism. He confirmed it, but it was an absolutely fascinating time to be there. For example, on the road to the conference site where the non-aligned summit was being held, there were posters, billboards along the way that had the sign, the atom, the nuclear sign, the atom with the electrons running around it, with doves of peace on either side of the atom to try to emphasize a nuclear program for peace. And this was back in 2012, before any of the JCPOA, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the Iran nuclear deal under the Obama administration and others was yet even started. So again, it was fascinating for me to be there, and I have to say that there were, of course, also Arab foreign ministers who were at the non-aligned summit. Arab foreign ministers representing countries that are in the non-aligned movement, and they all knew me from my assistant secretary of state days. I had visited them in their countries. They had visited me in Washington. We had lots of discussions about Iran, and they, I think, were quite amused at this idea that there I was in Tehran in a meeting with the supreme leader.
Right. I mean, you must be one of a very small number of high-ranking American officials who's ever sat across the table or sat across the room from the supreme leader. I mean, what struck you about him as a person? I mean, you say a lot of what you saw in him sort of corroborated with what you'd read about him. Just tell us a bit about, what you mean by that.
Well, I mean, the sort of common understanding in Washington based on intel reports, based on analyzing media reports, based on analyzing his statements and speeches. It's not based on knowing him personally, because again, the U.S. has not had an embassy in Tehran, operational embassy since the Iranian Revolution, and no one has met him. I hear I'm the only former U.S. official that's ever sat down with him, at least since he became supreme leader. And the fact that he used a meeting with the Secretary General of the United Nations on the margins of the non-aligned summit to deliver a very, very long monologue about the United States, again, in sort of with a benevolent expression on his face. The expression on his face and his words did not coincide, did not match, but it affirmed what we had thought when I was still working in the U.S. government, and it makes to me it makes the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal from 2015 that President Trump abrogated in his first term, that much more miraculous, that the supreme leader authorized his officials, his negotiators, to come up with that nuclear deal, and of course then he did it again with the negotiations with Steve Witkoff, because the identity of the Islamic Republic of Iran is rooted in an anti-American and anti-Israeli ideology that he has to overcome to go into these negotiations. I think it makes it a particularly challenged now.
Yeah, I mean, I want to ask you, because, I mean, having heard that long monologue that you said that the Supreme Leader gave when you sat down for those talks, I mean, presumably you had a translator, so you understood what was being said. Otherwise, I can't imagine he was saying any of this in English. But, I mean, when you then put the clock forward 3 years to the nuclear deal that was struck, I mean, and you tried to reconcile what you'd heard when you were in Tehran with what you said was, you know, a surprising outcome, which was that Iran actually signed that deal. I mean, did you end up thinking to yourself that actually President Trump was right to tear up that agreement based on the fact that perhaps what you'd heard in that room made it pretty clear to you that perhaps they weren't all that sincere about it?
No, I disagree with the first Trump administration's policy of tearing up the agreement. I think that even if there were, as the IAEA suggested last week, clandestine activities that had escaped the IAEA's notice, the fact that we had the agreement, the fact that there were robust inspections, gave all of us more information about the program than was the case after the agreement was torn up. And that's also, of course, when Iran decided to publicly race for the highly enriched uranium that gave them the stockpiles of 60% enriched uranium, which is not good for any civilian purpose. You know, there's no purpose for 60% purified uranium that would fall under the civilian category. So the abrogation of the agreement, I think, probably legitimized in the Supreme Leader's views and Khamenei's view of the United States, or it reinforced, I should say, the lack of trust that he had in the United States. I think now his primary concern is regime survival. And probably Pezeshkian, President Pezeshkian's primary concern is trying to deliver economic benefits for the population. I think, and that those probably coincided in the authorization to have the Foreign Minister Arabi and others meet with Steve Witkoff, President Trump's negotiator, 5 times before the Israeli strike started. So I think it probably was the combination of the Supreme Leader not knowing what he was going to get out of the Trump administration, and Pezeshkian saying we got to show some rewards to the Iranian people who have been suffering under these sanctions that prompted the return to negotiations. Now, I have no confidence that the Iranians negotiate entirely in good faith. Sure. But I do think that they had an interest in negotiations that overcame that Supreme Leader's antipathy toward Washington.
So, Ambassador, do you think that we wouldn't be in the situation we're in today had the terms of the 2015 nuclear agreement been upheld by all parties, notably the United States?
I think that we would be in. I think that. I mean, yes and no. I think we'd be in a better situation. We would have a better understanding of what's next, of what we have to do now to extend the deadlines and things like that. And the Iranians would have probably had interest because of the easing of sanctions to talk about extending those deadlines, perhaps tightening some of the inspections, et cetera. Where we would have been in worse shape, though, would have been the proxy network, because the lifting, the Iran nuclear agreement, the JCPOA, did not deal at all with the proxy elements that Iran sponsors around the region that make such a mess of things. And they would have had greater economic power to support those proxies. So I do think that the resumption of sanctions on the Trump administration, reinforced by the Biden administration, the first Trump administration, put some constraints on how much Iran could transfer to the Houthis, to Hezbollah, et cetera. And we may not have had the Israelis may have had more trouble taking out the proxy networks like Hezbollah than they did after October 7th.
I would like to ask you how vulnerable you think the Supreme Leader and the leadership overall in Iran is looking right now. I mean, obviously some key figures are no longer alive. They were killed. They've been killed during the course of the last 6 days. Overall, though, would you say that it looks like this system of leadership in Iran is in a very vulnerable state?
I mean, that's the key question, and everyone's debating that. Does this precipitate some kind of change in regime in Iran? Does this receive some kind of collapse, Syria-type collapse? Well, the Iranian security services, Rihol, have not been hollowed out to the same extent that the, say, Syrian army had been before the fall of Bashar al-Assad in December. So I don't think that we'll see a collapse the way that we saw in Syria, and also there's no organized opposition in the way that the Idlib HTS-led forces were able to move down to Aleppo, and then I think surprising themselves all the way to Damascus. I don't think we'll see that kind of scenario. But I do think it must be extremely difficult for the Iranian leadership to meet right now to decide what it is that they're going to do. What should their response be? With something like 11 senior officers having been assassinated over the past 6 days, how would you get together to do the command and control and planning? So I think that there's probably a great weakening of the ability to respond diplomatically and militarily to what's going on because of not knowing who's the spy, not knowing how do the Israelis get the information.
I mean, it looks, doesn't it, Ambassador? I mean, just to pick up on that, I mean, it really looks like Iran has been thoroughly compromised in terms of the intel here.
Yes, I agree. And that must weigh on everyone's mind. How did the Israelis do this? I mean, it's an extremely sophisticated, impressive clandestine operation that the Israelis did in combination with the precision airstrikes. I mean, and the fact that they were able to basically have a drone factory inside Iran is remarkable. We can go back to the assassination of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in a presidential guest house of Iran. And this must make it extremely difficult for decision-making in Iran now because you don't know who to trust or what other information the Israelis have.
Right. And as someone... So I wanted to ask you, because there's someone who's served in Israel, which you have, I want to ask you, I mean, why, given that Israel is on this roll with its intelligence coups and militarily it does seem to have the upper hand here, why would Israel even entertain the idea at this stage of going down the diplomatic route and finding a negotiated settlement?
I mean, Israel doesn't want a diplomatic solution. Israel, right. I mean, Netanyahu has long, back in 2003, he was saying Iran was just months away from building a bomb. I remember, when I was at the UN, the very cartoonish bomb display he did when he was at the General Assembly one year. I mean, he has long said Iran's only months away from a bomb. I don't know if that's true now. If it's finally true that what he said, and he's long wanted a military solution. I think that there's no coincidence that these Israeli strikes started on the 61st day when Trump said he would have a deal with Iran in 60 days. So he's long wanted to take a military approach. The question and the tactical successes of the Israelis can't be denied. I mean, the Iranians themselves must see the tactical successes. They must see that their air defenses are shot, that they're not able to respond, that they look weaker than most people would have analyzed them, or certainly than they wished to project themselves as being. But does that mean it's a long-term success? That's the question. Can you stop the Iranian nuclear program militarily? Can you eliminate all of the knowledge that Iran has accumulated? Where is the carbon fiber being stored that you use to construct centrifuges? You have to. I mean, it is remarkable the successes that Israel has had, the tactical and clandestine successes that they've had. But I don't know that this solves the overall problem. At some point, this could be the excuse for Iran to race for a bomb when conditions are right. That they could say, there's a parliamentary draft calling for Iran to withdraw from the Non-Proliferation Treaty, the NPT from the 1960s, and that would remove the IAEA's role, giving us less transparency over what's going on. So can Israel actually destroy the entire program without some kind of diplomatic program? I'm skeptical.
But, I mean, doesn't all of this make it even less likely that, Israel would entertain any form of dialogue or negotiated settlement and more likely want to finish off what they've started and finish it off
I mean, it looks and sounds from what we're hearing even today, even from the Israeli Defense Minister, Israel Katz, that, I mean, they want regime change, don't they?
I think they do want regime change. And they probably see regime change as being the best option for eliminating the program, hoping that another regime that would come in would not be as committed to spending billions of dollars on a nuclear program when they could be rebuilding the country. But I think what Israel's actually hoping for, I've not seen this in any media, it's just my own analysis, is chaos. Is that you have the central government collapse one way or the other, and then you have weak authorities that have to focus internally, that have to try to reassert control. I mean, you see this in Syria. You know, the Israelis have acted in a way to show that they do not want to see the interim authorities in Syria emerge as strong, as in strong control over the whole country. That they see that the weakness of the government in Syria as being an asset. And I think that they would see the same thing in Tehran, that a weak regime that has to worry about the Azeris rising up, the Kurds trying to break away, would be far safer for them than the Islamic Republic.
All of this presents a huge dilemma to the US president, who must be weighing an antagonizing decision he has to make. Does he get involved and join the strikes against Iran, or does he stay out of this? Because there are a lot of people telling him to stay out of this, not least leaders in the region I'm in right now, but also his own support base, the people, many of whom elected him to office. What does he do? What do you think he's going to do, and who's he listening to?
I don't know. I don't know what he's going to do, and I think probably he doesn't know yet what he's going to do, because it is a real dilemma for him. He was elected on in fact, his inaugural speech talked about wanting to be judged by the wars he didn't start. So he does not see himself as being a warmonger. But does he then see Iran, when conditions are right, if the program's not eliminated, racing for a bomb? So does he, by avoiding going in, then contribute to Iran actually making a decision and racing for a bomb when the conditions are right for doing so, when this war ends? I don't know what he's going to do. I find it very interesting, though, that J.D. Vance, a day or two ago, had a tweet that basically signaled that the president has his backing. We should all trust the president in his decision-making and making his decision. J.D. Vance was one of the isolationists, the anti-forever war people. And for J.D. Vance to be signaling to the MAGA base that whatever the president does is okay, to me, signaled that Trump is seriously considering going in. Now, the Israelis, you can imagine the conversation that Netanyahu is having with President Trump. You know, Netanyahu is probably saying, look at our successes. Look at what we've done. We've taken out Natanz. We've taken out the research facility in Isfahan. We've decimated the air defenses. You can come in, Mr. President, and have the winning shot to eliminate Fordo, to eliminate the most serious enrichment program. You can go down in history. You can imagine this sort of conversation, and it would have some appeal to Trump. I think Trump recognizes when an adversary is weak, and he doesn't hesitate to kick an adversary when he's down, when he's weak. And he must see that Iran is weaker, and it must be awfully tempting for him to take out that plan. But the other side is that then opens up the gates of hell for our interests in the region. I would imagine the first thing that would happen when you have Kataib Hezbollah in Iraq going after U.S. interests and personnel in Iraq. I think that Iran would probably hesitate to go after some of the U.S. military bases in the Arab Gulf countries, simply because the Arab Gulf countries have since 2023 basically worked on a détente with Iran that Iran probably doesn't want to unravel as a first step. But once the U.S., if the U.S. could simply bomb Fordo and that would be it, and then say go to negotiations, that'd be great. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think that the Iranians will respond against U.S. interests in the region that then has the risk of blowing the whole region up. Although, as I said, I think that the Iranians will hesitate in terms of U.S. bases in Qatar, UAE, U.S. personnel in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, etc., simply because they don't want to automatically disrupt the détente that's been in place between the across the Gulf.
I mean, isn't there another option available to Mr. Trump? I mean, on one hand, we talked about getting involved, him not getting involved, but isn't there another option where he sort of doesn't declare the United States is getting involved, but the United States is involved in a sort of more clandestine way, perhaps offering intel support, perhaps offering some hardware? I mean, isn't that the option that kind of pleases everyone?
It must be happening now. I can't imagine that that the U.S. isn't engaged in terms of sharing intel, isn't engaged in terms of trying to help intercept the attacks that Iran has launched against Israel. I think, and of course, U.S. weaponry is already being used by the Israelis. So it would be a fiction to say that the U.S. is not involved now. The U.S. is involved. It's just not involved in a direct way. Now, I'm intrigued by the Israelis saying they have plans for Fordo, that they want the U.S. to get involved, but if the U.S. doesn't get involved, they do have plans for Fordo. What does that mean? How would that work? Are they assuming that we would give the Israelis the massive ordnance penetrators, the bunker busters? I don't think so. I think they're probably looking at some kind of raid that they would use personnel to break in the way they did with the Syria weapons plant back in the fall. But I don't know. But I mean, it must be an incredible dilemma in Trump's mind right now, what to do. He must be so tempted, but also understands the risks to his own base, as well as the risks to American personnel and interests in the region.
Yeah, and just speaking of the region, I mean, knowing the region as you do, having served in all these different countries across the region, I mean, how worried are you that this region that I'm speaking to you from now could be engulfed in a broader conflict? I mean, how would an all-out war involving the United States between Iran and Israel engulf other countries in the region? Would it?
As long as it stays between Israel and Iran, I don't think so. And you've seen the sort of communications that have gone out from the other leaders to Iran to try to distance themselves from the Israeli strikes, even if they're also intercepting the Israeli returns to Israel. But if the U.S. joins in, I think the risks are extremely high that the rest of the region can get involved. And it makes me go back and think about that presidential trip to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE that was only last month, where it was basically a celebration of the type of region where there's investment, there's shared high-tech chip development. You know, that the regional leaders, His Royal Highness the Saudi Crown Prince, the Emir of Qatar, the president of the UAE, all basically embraced President Trump, who embraced them in return, and talked about sort of a new future for the region and a new future together, where we Americans weren't going to be criticizing them over human rights, over how their internal situation was ruled, but we were going to build things together. What must these three leaders be thinking after they invested so heavily in wooing President Trump, if President Trump now, against their interests, decides to enter this war? I mean, it's very interesting to see how the Gulf leaders have evolved their thinking since the time of the JCPOA to now, where they have as you know, they basically, like Israel, opposed the JCPOA. They opposed it for that reason I raised earlier, in part because of the lack of any kind of clauses about the proxy network that threatened many of them, to now where they've decided that whatever they may think of the Islamic regime, the Islamic Republic, that their best bet for developing their economies, for keeping the region calm, is a détente. Most dramatically, of course, with the one that we saw in 2023 between Saudi Arabia and Iran that was mediated by China. And surely during that Trump visit, to the extent that there were serious policy discussions and not simply signing ceremonies and hoopla, these three leaders would have talked about their concern about a possible military strike against Iran, which threatens to unravel everything that they've been trying to do.
Okay, well, I'm afraid we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time, but we really appreciate you sharing your insights and sharing those anecdotes with us as well about your meeting in 2012 with the Supreme Leader. Ambassador Jeffrey Feldman, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Well, we can bring now into the conversation Elliot Abrams, a former US Special Representative for Iran under President Trump and former Deputy National Security Advisor under President George W. Bush, now Senior Fellow for Middle Eastern Studies at the Council on Foreign Relations. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. I was reading a piece you wrote a little earlier on in which you drew a parallel between the situation we're in now and a situation that also involved Israel, but not Iran, Syria, back in 2007. For the benefit of our viewers, can you just explain that situation you were talking about and why you felt that sense of déjà vu?
Yes. In May of that year, the head of Israeli intelligence came to Washington and gave us the proof that Syria was building a nuclear reactor, part of a nuclear weapons system. And we then had 2 months of consultations, U.S., Israel. And at the end of it, President Bush called the Israeli prime minister and said, we're going to handle this through negotiations, through diplomacy. We're going to go to the IAEA and the UN. And Olmert's response was, no, can't do that. If you're not going to get rid of this reactor, we will. And Bush's response to that was, well, you do what you have to do for your national security. The analogy I'm drawing here is that President Trump has been negotiating with Iran directly and indirectly. And it looked as if there was a moment at which he and Netanyahu, about a week ago, had this conversation. And Bush said, Trump said, we're negotiating. And Netanyahu said, well, we are going to hit Iran. And Trump said what Bush had said, almost 20 years before. Okay, you do what you have to do for your national security. The difference, of course, is now the possibility of American direct involvement.
Whether or not the United States gets involved militarily, and that's something we can talk about as the conversation goes on, I mean, you are building up a picture of the United States tending to err on the side of diplomacy and negotiation, and Israel tending not to. I mean, it doesn't sound like 18 years on from that anecdote you were just sharing with us there, an awful lot seems to have changed.
I think that's right, and it's probably built in. These things are existential for Israel. They're not existential for the United States. We are thousands of miles away and, of course, infinitely stronger than Israel. So these are significant for us, but they're not existential.
Right. So, I mean, Israel, in terms of what it does next, I mean, it's done quite a lot, we gather, towards destroying or severely compromising the Iranian nuclear program. They want to presumably 100% destroy it. I don't know if they can or not. I don't know what your thoughts are on that. And will they stop there? What else might they do?
I think they will stop there, partly because I think President Trump will ask them to. As long as this war continues, I think the Israelis will be hitting non-nuclear targets. They've already been doing that, hitting military targets, for example, police targets. But I think if and when the final large link in the nuclear chain, Fordo, is destroyed, I think at that point the Israelis have achieved what they wanted to achieve and what President Trump wanted to achieve. You know, 10 years ago, almost exactly 10 years ago, actually June 2015 is when President Trump came down that famous escalator and announced he was campaigning for president. And in that statement, he said, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. So he's been on this theme from the very beginning.
Right, but I mean, Prime Minister Netanyahu must be thinking much further into the future than President Trump or indeed any of the rest of us. I mean, he must be thinking, if this same leadership and the same system of leadership remains in place in Iran, and they just go back to the drawing board and start their development process again of a nuclear program in the years to come. I mean, Israel is going to find itself in this very same situation once again. So surely Prime Minister Netanyahu does not want a negotiated settlement because he doesn't want his country to find itself in that situation. I mean, don't you think that's likely to be his calculation here?
Yes. I would say we should all want regime change in the sense that we should want a democratic Iran. That seems to be what the people of Iran want. It's more important for the Israelis. They don't want the regime to be supporting terrorist proxies, and they don't want the regime, obviously, reconstructing a nuclear weapons program. But neither does the United States. The difference, I think, is that President Trump is allergic to regime change. He just doesn't seem to think it's a risk worth taking because you never know what the next regime will be. If Iran were to say today, okay, all right, fine, we will have zero enrichment, we will not have a nuclear weapons program, I think that would fully satisfy Trump, though the Israelis might be more interested in regime change.
I mean, we've been talking on this program, and we've been talking actually all week about the dilemma that President Trump finds himself in. You know, does he get involved or does he not? But the bottom line is, does Israel need the United States to get involved? I mean, clearly at the moment, militarily, they have the upper hand, and in terms of intelligence, they've had coup after coup. Does Israel need the US to be involved?
The question turns on one word, one place, Fordo. This is the Iranian nuclear site built into a mountainside. They appear to have 3,000 centrifuges there. If that site is intact, that is the beginning of the reconstruction of the Iranian nuclear program. Can the Israelis take it out? Maybe you just keep hitting it with smaller bombs than the U.S. has again and again and again. Maybe that would do it. Or you could try a commando raid, of course, and get inside it. But I would assume that now, it's surrounded by 10,000 soldiers and that a commando raid is simply not possible. So it may be that the Iranian nuclear program cannot really be ended militarily without destroying Fordo.
Any clues we can read into what President Trump is ultimately going to decide in terms of looking at US military assets and how they've been moved around and redeployed in the seas and in the region around Iran?
A week ago, I would have said there's a 10 or 15% chance the president would do this. Now I think we're certainly better than 50-50. It's partly that movement of assets, though that may be an effort to pressure Iran into a deal, but it's also obviously preparatory to, or maybe, putting the ships and planes in place for a strike. But the other thing is reading the tea leaves in Washington. When you see statements by the president and the vice president, they give me the sense that he's really moving in that direction and is, in a sense, preparing his followers for a potential strike.
Who do you think is most influential in terms of shaping President Trump's ultimate decision?
That is a very hard and very good question. It's not the people who hold the big jobs. It's not the Secretary of Defense. It's not the Director of National Intelligence. It may be the Secretary of State, but it also appears to be two generals, the Chief of Staff, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, that is, and the CENTCOM Commander, General Kurilla. They seem to be meeting with the president, talking to the president, influential with him and the vice president. So it's really quite a small group, 4 or 5 people. And it's not, again, you can't go by title. These seem to be people he now has some confidence in.
All right, that's domestically. You haven't mentioned any international pressure or any international influence. And there are, obviously, the majority, I would say, of world leaders that have been vocal on this issue have called for escalation, have called for an end to the military operation in Iran. I mean, are there any voices that you think will be particularly present in the president's mind when he's weighing up his decision?
Other than the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, my answer would be no. And this is quite a different story from Iraq. If you go back to George W. Bush and the invasion of Iraq, Tony Blair was a really influential voice. They worked together a lot. Going back to the UN for a second resolution was because of Tony Blair. There is no foreign leader, I think, who has that kind of sway with President Trump.
But the bottom line here is the Iranian nuclear program a purely Israeli problem, or is it also an American problem?
I think there are an awful lot of Americans who believe that. President Trump has believed it now for a decade. 4 or 5 presidents in a row have said, we will not permit Iran to get a nuclear weapon. The non-proliferation regime since 1945 has not been perfect, but it's been pretty good. And the general view in Washington is that if Iran gets a nuclear weapon, the Saudis will try to get a nuclear weapon, other countries will try to get nuclear weapons, and it will really begin to spread. Moreover, we've seen Iran support the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, Shia militias in Iraq when they don't have a nuclear weapon. If they think they're protected by a nuclear weapon, what then would they do? So the consensus in Washington is this cannot be permitted.
Do you see, obviously Iran looks pretty isolated internationally. There are a few allies out there, and obviously lots of neutral parties. There's this new acronym, CRINC, China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. I mean, can you see any of those powers, which obviously the United States views as hostile powers, somehow getting involved in coming to Iran's aid?
No. Their support for Iran has been verbal. They don't really have much military power in the Middle East. If you think of where the Russians are, what bases China and Russia have, they don't really have any. China has a tiny base in Djibouti. So they really would have a hard time intervening. And nobody really likes to intervene on the side of a loser, to be blunt.
Sure. I mean, were you to advise President Trump on his course of action? I mean, a very difficult question, difficult position to have put you in. But what would you be telling him?
I'd be telling him, first, find out if the Israelis can do Fordo. If they can't do it, I would say, make a last offer to the Iranians to give up their nuclear weapons program and stop supporting proxies, in exchange for which that's the end of sanctions, and the regime survives, with a threat that if they don't do that, they're in for much, much tougher times. And then I would advise him to take out the site at Fordo and then immediately go back to the Iranians and say, we're done. If you do not respond in a foolish manner, we have achieved what we wanted to achieve. Now let's negotiate again.
Okay, and you think a negotiated deal, would that be good enough for the Americans? Because you've already said President Trump would be happy with a pledge from the Iranians, but it wouldn't be good enough for the Israelis, would it?
Well, if you look at a situation in which the United States has intervened in that way and bombed Fordo, I think, we really, for better or worse, take over the situation and the ending of the war at that point. The Israelis right now are completely in control of it because they're the only ones involved. Once President Trump gets involved, if he decides to go back to a negotiation, I cannot see a situation where he reaches a deal, a no nukes, no enrichment deal with Iran, and the Israelis reject it. I don't see that happening.
Okay, so just to summarize and to bring this conversation to a conclusion, what's the bottom line? What is Washington's desired outcome here? Spell it out for us, if you will, sir.
Washington's desired outcome is a full and complete end to the Iranian nuclear program. No enrichment, no weapons program, nothing. Civil nuclear power, yes, but by importing enriched uranium and then exporting it when depleted. We will achieve that through negotiations, please. But if you really refuse to negotiate, and if you insist on having a nuclear weapons program, either the Israelis will finish it off or we will. That is, I think, the American position now.
Okay, that's where we leave this conversation. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Really appreciate it. Elliot Abrams, former US Special Representative for Iran under President Trump. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
You're welcome.
So, Iran's supreme leader has rejected President Trump's demand for a, quote, unconditional surrender. And this has left many wondering what the US president will do next. Well, the prospect of direct US military involvement in this conflict has exposed divisions amongst Republicans, notably in the coalition of supporters that brought President Trump to power, with many of them urging him not to get the country involved in a new Middle East war. But President Trump says he is yet to make a final decision. Let's take a listen.
I have ideas as to what to do, but I haven't made a final. I like to make the final decision 1 second before it's due, you know, because things change. I mean, especially with war, things change with war. It can go from one extreme to the other.
Well, for more analysis, we can speak now to Amanda Mackey, a Republican strategist and lawyer who joins us from Tampa, Florida. Amanda, always a pleasure talking to you. And we check in with you regularly on US developments. They don't always concern you directly, in the sense that this one does affect you quite directly, and that you were born in Iran. And I just want to ask you, as an Iranian American, what's been going through your mind these last 6 days?
Yes, well, you know, it's very sad. I did not grow up in Iran, but I was born there, and I was born in 1978, and we were, exiles. We fled, and we were here in 1979. So my recollection of Iran is very limited. I have gone back and visited since then as an adult. And it's just very sad because Iran really is a very two-tiered country in that you have the very poor and then you have the wealthy. There really isn't much of a middle class. So, you know, so many people have called me this week asking about my family, and you have people that are able to escape and leave and go to other surrounding countries. And then you have the very poor, those who work for the government making less than $200 a month that can't go anywhere, and they're stuck there. And unfortunately, you just think about the destruction that's happening in that country and what it means for the people who don't have an opportunity to go anywhere else. That said, I do think about when I did spend about 2 weeks in Iran in my 20s, visiting family and visiting the place I was born. I do think about how hard it is for women to have any opportunities. And I think about the 30,000 women that since 2022 have, you know, just because they took their hijab off, have been either killed or raped or brutally tortured. And you think about all the things that this evil dictatorship has done. And that's why you're seeing all the Iranians, you know, really rejoicing that there might be an opportunity for change in their country. So I come at it from two very different aspects, knowing that some people are going to suffer through the destruction that is inevitably happening and will be happening. And then you see also on the horizon a country that can be resumed back to pre-1979 the way that it was, and what that would mean not only for peace in the Middle East, but also for the Iranian people.
Right, so you're the perfect candidate. I mean, you've got the perfect profile for this discussion. But, I mean, is your family okay? And what do your relatives think about this situation, if you're able to say?
Yeah, I have very limited family left, although I do have cousins that are, you know, around my age in the 30s and 40s. And, you know, they've dealt with this all their lives. They haven't known anything different. You know, if you recall, Iran and Iraq had been in a war from 1980 to 1988. So a lot of those like cousins and relatives of mine, I mean, they've just been used to war after war after war, hostility and the unrest that they have not only gotten from their own government, but from countries like Iraq that have attacked them, and now Israel. And so I think that they come at it from a very different aspect, though they are the oldest civilization in the world at 7,000 years old. They have had to kind of reinvent themselves and, come back from difficulties and challenges and invasions that they have experienced. So, my family is doing fine. They have been able to leave. But the reality, again, is just the challenges that this poses in the short term and what we hope to gain in the long term for a really beautiful and abundantly resourceful country.
I mean, if you spoke to your contacts in Iran and put this question to them, how do you think they'd answer? If you said to them, should the United States, or would you like the United States to get involved in this conflict? How do you think they would answer?
So, as you know, there's an internet outage right now in Iran. I believe it's been going on for the last 24 hours. Because I know so many of my cousins, again, my contemporaries in their 30s and 40s, have been wanting to come here to the United States to get out of Iran because there are no opportunities. Unless you are aligned with this regime, unless you have an in with the regime, you are on the outs. You don't get government contracts, you don't get jobs, you're not employed, you're not making money. And so people are wanting to leave the country because they want opportunities. One thing people forget is that this is the Islamic Republic of Iran. It's one of very few theocracies in the world. The Islamic Republic of Iran does not allow women to really work in those types of traditionally, female roles. Males play that role, which means women can only really do one thing. They can be a homemaker and rear children. It's very hard for women in that society to get ahead. Yes, some women do. Certainly they do. But when I was there, for example, this was back in 1999, I was with my cousin, who happened to be one of a handful of women selected for medical school that year. And when you look at how many males get into those roles versus the very small number of women, you see that women just don't have opportunities there. So because of that, and just sharing a story with you as an example of why people want to leave and why people want to come to places like the United States to be able to have opportunities that they otherwise wouldn't in that country.
Do you think it's likely there'll be a change of management in Iran? And we hear every so often from the son of the exiled Shah. He's quite active on social media. I'm wondering if there's nostalgia for his era, for his father's era, rather, and whether you see him having a future role in a future Iran.
I think there's nostalgia for a lot of Iranians. I remember as a child growing up in the United States, my mom really wanted us to learn Farsi, and she really insisted on that. And my father was very against it and was like, that's in the past. That country doesn't exist. The country that, you and I know, saying that to my mother, it doesn't exist anymore. And there's no reason for my children to even need to learn that. Of course, my mom, she was adamant about that. And I'm glad she was, because I am fluent in Farsi. And it is my heritage and my culture. But there is a sense, especially of those who had to flee, who had to leave everything behind. Someone like my father, for example, he was military. His father was military, not himself personally. But those were the first to be, they were the first to be killed. They were the first ones who were, them and their families, them and also religious minorities like the Baha'is. And so for them, it's very hard to think back to that country and think of the good days that once existed. I think Reza Pahlavi wants to see that. The son of the Shah of Iran wants to see that, and certainly wants to go back to those days of what Iran once was. obviously a very wealthy and opulent country, which was part of the downfall. Part of the reason for the downfall was it was a little too extravagant under the Shah. But resuming back to using those resources, having a wonderful country that Europeans and Americans and people from all over the world wanted to visit and see, again, the oldest civilization in the world. And so I think there's a hope for a lot of us that happens. Of course, none of us wants to see destruction, chaos, killings. Certainly Americans don't want to see, I believe, they don't want to see soldiers, airmen, our military losing life, losing limb, to go into a country that really, has nothing to do with them. In their view, for a lot of people in America, they don't want to see that.
Okay, so just looking at the situation in Iran and the tensions with Israel and working out what the United States does about all of this, because, this is not even a week-old issue. It's only 6 days old. President Trump faces this dilemma. He campaigned on a platform, there will be no more forever wars. We won't drag America into any more conflicts overseas. How does he proceed without incurring the wrath of his America First MAGA base and, really dividing the GOP?
Well, I don't think the GOP is divided on this. I mean, if you look at the most recent polls, in fact, 80% of Americans don't want to see Iran have nuclear capabilities. Now, that's a different question than an invasion and an all-out military campaign, but Americans don't want Iran to have nuclear capabilities. And that's what President Trump has been trying to do. He gave them 60 days. He's mentioned that often. I gave them 60 days. They didn't do anything about it. Here we are now. So I think that President Trump will continue on his message of, ceasefire, wanting to see that negotiations could happen. Where I think you see a differing in the party is, the neocons versus the isolationists. And so you have people like, for example, Newt Gingrich, former Speaker of the House, ran for president, certainly a supporter of President Trump, saying we need to invade, we need to get involved. That's the only way. There's no need to negotiate. There's no need for trying to make this work. Biden couldn't make it work. No one can make it work with them. These are people who are cruel, evil. There's a dictatorship there that will continue to pursue its nuclear ambitions regardless of what they've signed. In other words, we can't believe them. President Trump, I believe, wants to believe that there is hope and there is an opportunity to maybe sit down and come up with a solution, to negotiate. And so now you've been hearing today that, there's a possibility that you'll have representatives from Iran, the Islamic Republic of Iran, visit the White House, possibly. You're hearing conflicting things, but underground you're hearing a lot of interesting divide between the Iranian leaders on negotiating with President Trump in the White House. I believe that is President Trump's ambition, is to do that.
Sure. I mean, he's got to listen to so many different voices with different opinions. And I'm talking now about really Republican opinions. I mean, put to one side the Democrats, but on the Republican side, you've got influential figures who aren't necessarily political, like Tucker Carlson saying steer clear of an Israel-Iran conflict. You've got Marjorie Taylor Greene saying pretty much the same thing. Then you've got the Republican Senator Lindsey Graham saying do take action. Then you've got Steve Bannon saying we can't have another Iraq war, not so fast, don't rush into anything. I mean, a lot of voices. Which voice do you think matters most to the president?
Well, I can't say which voice matters the most. I think that President Trump listens to all of the different opinions, and that is a sign of a good leader. Someone who is listening to opposing views, someone who's listening to similar views. And so you do have, again, in the party, as I said, you do have the isolationists, you do have the neocons. Who he ultimately listens to, that's hard to say. I hope that he uses and exercises independent judgment to be able to make the best decision. But I don't believe, and I have never seen in my lifetime a Republican president who is more of a war dove than President Trump. He is someone who campaigned on to your point, campaigned on not engaging in more wars, not dragging our members of the armed services back into wars, and wars that are not our wars to fight. Certainly, we've seen this with Vladimir Putin and Zelensky in their fight, and he has said that, he has repeated that. Iran's a little bit different because it's de-escalating a nuclear threat, denuclearization, if you will, of the country. And that's different because it poses a serious threat for the region, and that's what he's trying to stop and trying to prevent. So it is a little bit different, and I hope that he takes into consideration all the different opinions that he hears and ultimately makes the best decision for him.
Yeah,
and the country, of course.
I mean, if he's watching television, and we are given to understand that President Trump likes watching television, I expect there's quite a lot of debate, isn't there, in the US media at the moment? And I'm just wondering how the debate is playing out. How fierce is it, Amanda?
Look, it's dominating all the coverage. It was interesting because last week was, by and large, up until just about a week ago, 6 days, as you said, everything was about immigration, the ICE raids, and everything that was focused very much on the border. And immediately it flipped. In the last 6 days, there has been nothing else in the news, it seems like, except for what is happening in Iran and what Israel is doing and where the United States is. Is Israel going to convince America to get involved? Is Netanyahu going to be able to convince President Trump to get involved? And then some people say, well, Israel doesn't need President Trump. Israel doesn't need the United States even to be involved in this. They are handling it on their own, and they're doing a pretty good job. So I think there's just a lot of debate and discourse because it's been a long time since we've looked at engagement in that part of the world. And of course, everyone's a little on edge because of what's happening and who are the other countries. What are the other countries that could get involved in this, like Russia, like China, like other countries? President Trump's meeting with Pakistani leaders. And so where does that go when Pakistan is so closely aligned with Iran?
Sure. I mean, I think it's fair to say, and I'd like to get your comment on this just to sort of wrap up. I mean, foreign policy sounds like it's turning out to be the really tough one for this second Trump administration. I mean, there's a lot happening. There's the Moscow-Washington reset, which seems to have been stalled. The Ukraine negotiations, which don't seem to have gone anywhere in recent weeks. Gaza just gets more horrific by the day. I mean, do you think it's fair to say that foreign policy is turning out to be much tougher than perhaps many had expected it would be in the second administration?
Well, foreign policy is never an easy topic. It's never easy to think about a country sending its young men and women into harm's way, into another country to, for aligned interests, but certainly something that worries Americans, especially after what we've endured since 2001, post 9/11. That's always a concern. And to your point about other areas, other regions of the world, I think President Trump has engaged in these tough issues, and he's really stepped into these issues knowing they're challenging, knowing how tough they are. But I think a lot of people respect President Trump, and they're glad that President Trump is in that role and not Joe Biden or Kamala Harris, for that matter. We want strength through peace, and that's what the president wants. I think that's what a lot of Americans want. But as you can see from the polling, 80% of Americans are concerned about a nuclear threat, the nuclear threat that Iran poses. And so President Trump is just taking on these challenging issues that, quite frankly, his predecessor and a potential Kamala Harris presidency would not have.
Okay, and if oil goes up past $130 a barrel, I wonder whether that'll make decisions a little more hasty from the Trump administration.
Of course. Of course, that's always a concern. Gas prices are always a concern, and we're going into elections next year. As you know, we have elections every 2 years for members of Congress and the United States Senate. So, of course, that's a concern, and all of these things have to be heavily weighed before the engagement happens. And that's why I think President Trump really wants to see what he can do, despite some of the voices in the party from the neocons. He wants to see what he can do diplomatically.
All right. We're going to leave it there. Thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. Amanda Mackey, Republican strategist and lawyer. Thanks for your time.
Thanks.
Well, that is all we have time for on today's edition of Global News Today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us tomorrow for a look back at the highlights of the best interviews of the week. Until then, bye-bye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome back to the Dressing Room podcast with our Arabiya News. This is part two. And listen, we're going to start off where we left off, actually. I'm going to start off with the loans, my role at West Ham.
Tell us about
it. It's quite changed, actually, now, because we just had a meeting, staff meeting the other day. It was quite successful.
Yeah?
My loans role. We did get a few players that had player of the seasons at their respective clubs. And all in all, obviously, there's always room for improvement and getting better, more organised.
Yeah.
But because we've never really had a proper loan system, and it's getting more and more harder for under 21 players playing in the PL2 to break into the first team. Now, we had Ollie Scholes that broke in the first team, straight from the youth team all the way up to the first team without a loan.
Yeah.
But most clubs nowadays, even if you do get into the first team, you'll kind of regress, and then the club will probably make a decision on whether he's going to be, for next season, what we need, or does he need to go out for experience?
Yeah.
And I think that's what's changed as well from our days. Sometimes you'd go out on loan, as you were saying, Bridgie, because you've been naughty. You're naughty. So you're going out on a punishment. And or just to come away from the group because you need it. And look at certain a certain way at football and aspects of football that you might need to get and then see how much it means to other people and get that experience, gain that experience, and then come back a better person. But we've used it now to try and gain experience so they can close the gap and play first team football with players that actually it means something to them to be playing week in, week out. Otherwise, they're not getting paid, or their life depends on it, or they need to be to get results because you have to. It's a results winning, a results business we're in. So I look at it from that perspective and think, it's very vital that you get your loans right because you can go out and when I look at all of this, and I'm going to ask you guys, is there such thing as a bad loan? Because I think it's all experience.
Yeah.
You know, like you can send a player out on loan, or you are out on loan, and you could be going through a bad time out on loan, which I did when I went to Villa. I had a bad time, even a bit. I could talk about Chelsea when I went to Charlton, off the field, and but you need to. I look at it as think if you're going through something bad, are you going to get that at your parent club, like? Because you're quite comfortable there, aren't you? That's all you know.
Yeah.
You know the ropes and everything. But I think it gives you experience to know what it is like elsewhere. So if you did move and go to another club, you're ready for it, mentally, emotionally, and physically.
Yeah,
you know, and you know, like I played in Championship for Wolves. I went that was my first ever loan, and that was on a punishment as well. I got sent out. Sent out again. This guy, man. I don't even know that guy anymore. But that was like a punishment loan. But Dave Jones was unbelievable for me. I loved him to bits. And he helped me play and saw a different side to football. You know, and it did help me. And when I came back to Chelsea, I think I scored on my first game. I was just buzzing to be back. Like I was like, I've got it good here. I'm gonna have a right go at this. So it does help with that. Depends on how you attack it. But when I went to Villa, I did have a bad experience, and I wasn't happy. And I just couldn't wait. I was just homesick as well. I just didn't want to be up there in Birmingham. Nothing against Birmingham, but it just weren't for me. And I just felt like I wanted to get home. I had 2 years away as well. And I just didn't feel. I just wanted to get back. I wanted it to be like it was again.
Was it?
And I didn't have the greatest of experience because I wasn't fully committed. But now that's what I'm saying. If there's a bad loan, now I felt that. I felt that feeling where it wasn't great for me, and I was always just trying to be comfortable, and I couldn't get comfortable. So when I come back, I appreciated what I had around me.
Yeah, like, but there's a saying, isn't there? You win or you learn in football and in life, you know. And if you're going through a bad experience, there's knowledge in that for you to learn. Like, how much of your experiences on loan help you when you're helping these young lads out of West Ham? And how much would you have loved to have Carlton Cole now looking after the young player?
Oh, definitely. I'd have loved that. But back then, loans wasn't looked at in that way, so there wasn't a team of loan experts. Like, the data weren't there either. You know what I mean? It wasn't data driven like how it is now. So we can now look at, okay, what would be the best loan for a player? Not just because, that's my mate, I'm going to send the player there because I know he'll be looked after. No, that's old school. Now, you've got to now look at the manager. What's he like? What's he actually? What's his stats on playing younger players, trusting younger players to play games week in, week out? You got to look at the type of football that they're going to go into. What type of what do you want out of this player? And what do you want him to learn so he comes back a better player? Because basically you're building the player up to have more value to the club for if you do have to sell him. And I think owners and have cottoned on to that. Owners and people that sporting directors of football have cottoned on to the loans package now to say it's not just a loan to get him away from the club or he surplus the requirements. It has to be for a reason. And that's where I think the football's changed and it's become more business-minded for a loan. So a loan is actually putting value on a player, not just getting him out of the building.
True. I mean, you've had loans in your career, Bridge. You've not at the start. What were they more? Were they more like...
My one to Fulham was after I broke my leg and ankle, which obviously was a big injury. So I came back pre-season. Took a while to get right. Do you know what I mean? 'Cause you lose a lot of movement in your ankle, and that got to a stage where Mourinho was like, "It's hard to play you." One, because of the quality we've got here, and we just don't know. Like, do you know what I mean? It's playing in a reserve game or playing that. He was just like, "I just think you need to go on loan for a few months to get some game time."
How did that make you feel? Did it feel like going back on trial again?
Not really. I think what was good, he had spoke to Fulham, which was only up the road, and he had basically organised that for me, really.
Right, okay.
So it was up the road, wasn't too far, and he's right at the end of the day. My ankle didn't feel right for a while, so I needed to go and get the game time and know that my ankle would hold up, really. So for me, it was a great loan, I think. I had to start playing football to stay in the England setup, really.
Yeah.
So for me, that was one of the loans which was probably just, it was up there with probably a loan
what
that
year
really
was that,
needed to be
Bridgie?
done. Oh, mate, don't ask me that now. I think I broke my leg in 2004, so I would have gone in January or Christmas time around 2004, 2005, January time. Yeah.
I mean, my only experience of going to was a foreign loan, going to Lille from Liverpool. It didn't work for me at Liverpool in the first year. They said, I come back for pre-season, they said, look, I was on big money because I come on a free, so it was basically like it ain't worked. I'll tell the whole thing. So I've gone to Liverpool. Well, I'll go back to the start of the story.
Yeah.
I'm leaving Chelsea, right? Chelsea have decided they want to go in a different direction. My contract's up. We just won the double. I'd played 25, 30 games, so I wasn't regular, but I'd made an impact, scored the winning goal at Man United at the back end of the season. Not the winning goal, the goal in the title-winning game.
Yeah.
So I'd played a role, important, but I wasn't where I wanted. I wanted to be where I was 2 years ago before I'd done my knee, like where I was playing regularly, like Champions League final season and da-da-da. And but they just wanted to go in a different direction. Frank Arneson, I think, who come in and brought them young players. Remember Gal Kakuta and people like that. So it's like they wanted to go, right, we're double winners. We want to now bring the youngsters through. Joe's 29, 30, had a bad injury. They wanted me out. So it was sort of like, it was pushed out the door, but it was a bit of both. Liverpool come in, and it wasn't the Liverpool of now. They still had Gerrard, Torres, Carragher, Agger, but it was in the Europa League. So I thought, right, I ended up going. I spoke to Roy Hodgson. Then as soon as I got there, I was like, do you know, like the way that Roy wanted to play, you know, I should have really thought it through. Do you know what I mean? That sort of 4-4-2. But I did playing with Stevie Gerrard. I thought I like playing with him for England. Fernando Torres.
That's the pull.
The pull, and it's Liverpool Football Club. And I thought, right, okay. But then about 4 or 5 weeks after I got there, you figure out that they've changed the ownership, and then they want to go down this data role. So you start hearing whispers about them not wanting you. And anyway, I started getting a few injuries. Didn't go well. And it gets to the end of the season. I haven't played a lot, and they turn around and say, "We want to get you rid of you." I'm like, well, no one's going to buy me on this money, so I need to go on loan. And it was like nobody in England was really jumping at to take me on loan, and I was getting anxious. So we expanded it up to Europe, and then the first club that rung, there was 3 clubs in France that were interested: Marseille, Bordeaux, and Lille. And Lille had just got in the Champions League, so I went, let me go and speak to the manager, because I didn't really. When I spoke to Roy, I should have gone with my gut instinct. Do you know what I mean? Like my gut instinct was, but I was just my head was kettled. I didn't know what I was doing. So I got on the train to Lille, and then when I was on the train, all of these clubs that were turning me down, Villa, they were thinking it might be Newcastle, Fulham, maybe wanted to then take us on loan. But I thought, no, let me go and speak to this guy. But I probably won't go. I thought, because, you know, I'll stay in the Premier League. But when I met him, mate, it blew me away with the presentation. We went into the training ground at about 5 or 6 o'clock at night. He was like, right, this is how we're going to play. And he's like, boom, boom, boom. We got Eden Hazard, we got Dimitri Payet. And we play and we build through, like he said, I'm going to play you sometimes in the midfield, sometimes I'll play you off the left, but you know, and we're going to play Champions League, and we're going to go. And I'm like, mate, just all over it. Like, and I said to my agent, I said, don't bother. I said, I'm going to come here for a year. I just went with my instinct, went back to like my instinct of signing for Chelsea. So I went there, and I went, and he was right, mate. He looked after me. And after my knee injury, that season in Lille was the only season where I played more than 40 games, because he let me manage my injuries. So on Thursday, we used to do something called a la carte day. So you can come in and you didn't have to train, basically. Some lads could do a bit of training, a bit of finishing. You can go in the gym.
That's what you want.
Mate, and that's exactly what I needed at that time in my career. So I was hitting the games on Saturday, and you know, I was feeling fresh, so I didn't get injured. So I absolutely loved my time there. But I didn't speak to anyone from Liverpool, the whole year there.
Gaspari did a little thing like that during the week. You'd have a thing where you just come in and play little games. It was just little fun games.
Skill games,
wasn't that, and stuff like that. It wasn't really intense.
Coley, but how did you feel that? Because back then, obviously, they didn't have they did have it's not a system.
Yeah.
It's just like a loan. So you loan. And when you was on loan, how did you feel about your club not even getting in contact with you?
Mate, like, I'm not, believe it or not, I'm not that needy. Like, I didn't even think about it. But looking back now, not one person.
Just a bit of support.
Not
was
one
it more
person.
like they didn't want you anyway? So
they didn't want me.
Yeah, that's what it was always like for me, I think, apart from when I went to Fulham, but the other ones I went to.
We had this conversation the other day at West Ham. Even if a first team player, because now we're doing. See, our loan system was so good.
Yeah,
they've got us doing first team now.
Right. Okay.
Like, because we wasn't doing first team as much.
Yeah.
Because the way it was set up, but now we get to look after the first team boys if they go out on loan. Now you got to look at it now. First teamers.
Yeah.
They're not going to want much. Like Naif Agard, he's over at Real Sociedad.
Yeah.
He's not going to want me to be calling him every day. You're right. You got everything. Like, you don't need that.
Yeah.
But you just need to know that the club is still your club. Touching base, seeing if you're right. Still watching games.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And just keeping tags on you.
Yep. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
But I think you get so good. Some clubs aren't bothered in terms of they've washed their hands you a little bit. You're on loan. Out of the way. You got to that stage with the club where, wow, we don't actually want you. This is the only way of getting you off our hands for a bit is going on loan.
No,
maybe.
but I get that. But I think it's every club have to have due diligence. There's got to be some player care there because we're only humans at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And even though we know that we're not coming back to the club, we're still getting paid by the club. We're still the club's property.
Yeah.
And I think it's up to the club because that is your asset.
Yeah.
That is your asset, and you don't want to leave a bad taste in anybody's mouth, really. I don't know if
and I guess because the manager can change as well, and then the other manager might fancy you.
So, because another manager might come in, and then the manager, but because the club hasn't looked after you, you're thinking, well, that regime I don't want to be a part of because it's not just the manager, it's the whole thing. And
it's about doing the right thing.
It's about doing the right thing as a football club, and I think that's very, very important for any player that goes out on loan, just to have some base of contact or someone that you can say, pick up the phone to and say, oh, did you come to the game or watch the game or something? Because otherwise you're just like a spare part and you don't want to feel that way as a football player. And I know everyone's going, oh, they're getting paid so much money, but listen, we're still human, you know, and there's got to be that empathy there.
Yeah, very true, very true. I just want to quickly, listen, it's great the role that you're doing, and I think in my...
And I've got to say, like, we've bolstered it up now. So Kev Keane, you know Kev Keane? Yeah. Kev Keane's come on board now.
Right, okay.
As a senior loans manager role. And he's come to help because I think it's going to get bigger this season.
Yeah, of course.
It's going to get bigger this season. And as I was saying as well, like, most of these boys need the experience to go out on loan and they need the support, and not every player that goes out on loan is going to be comfortable with you. Yeah. So it'll be good to have Kev Keane alongside me now, that has different relationships with different managers. Remember, you called me up when you say you've got a player, and I go, oh, okay, I don't know that manager, but Kev Keane might know him. So you can have. It's always good to have relationships across the board.
I mean, it's certainly an important role. This is one for you, Bridgie. Have you ever moved that fell through or something that was a bit out there?
No, I've never had one, mate. Never had one that fell through, to be honest. I think the only... there was... Obviously, I went to Chelsea and then went to City. I wouldn't say there's any that fell through. Obviously, the City, it was harder to get out. Yeah. Just because of the contract I had signed. Yeah. And then it was just like... It was hard work to get out. And obviously, I had 2 loan moves. Yeah. But I wouldn't say there was anything that really fell through. There might have been like whispers of a couple of teams, like Valencia was one, but I couldn't have done that. Yeah. I struggle with the English language there. I'm trying to learn Spanish, mate.
Give me a word in Spanish. What do you know?
Gracias.
You got to say
about it, mate.
Gracias.
Gracias.
What's
that Mexican?
Hombre. Did you say hombre?
My old man.
Mate, I've got no Spanish, honestly.
Yeah.
I'd just say uno biro or something when you're out.
This guy.
What's that? One beer, please.
I mean, mate, ain't even Spanish. Just point at it and go, yeah.
I don't know where to go with that.
Useless, mate.
I don't know where to go with that. Yeah, Valencia.
What about you, mate? Have you had any that fell through?
Not Valencia fell. Like my old man, my agent went out there. They was interested before I went to Chelsea. And you hear rumours in the papers and clubs making a, you know, I always fancied Spain or Italy. I did, and
So
I get it. I do get it.
Why is he laughing? This is you, man. Which fancy Spain or Italy?
No. Okay, sorry. Just like
why? Why did you fancy it?
I just no. Because we grew up watching Italian football, right? Okay. And I loved that, right? And I loved the
want to
colour.
play in Italian league.
And the Spanish league was where it was at when we was like 20 in our early 20s. Barcelona, Real Madrid, Valencia. Anyway, but when I went to France, right, and I'm thinking, right, I'm gonna embrace the culture, right? So what do? So like, got my croissants and my coffees, right? And do you know the paper L'Equipe?
L'Equipe.
That's how I used to learn my French with L'Equipe. I used to sit there. We had a lovely little in the training ground, a lovely little like bit where the players sit. I didn't used to like coffee. Now I love it. I used to have little because
I see you today with the espresso.
Yeah, espressos. Little with a croissant.
That's where you learn it from,
reading L'Equipe. I tried to learn the language. Yeah,
I'd love to learn a language, but I'd
it was
struggle.
A wicked experience. No, you'd
struggle.
Like,
although I guess if you're there every day, and then you're having to learn it, and I guess within football as well, you learn. There's certain words you have to learn.
I learned all the bad words from the other
that
teammates.
Always happens, though, doesn't it? If anything, when all the foreign players come over and bring your team, you learn all the swear words.
Yeah, that's it. Straight away.
I love learning. I love learning the language. I love going to new stadiums.
Yeah.
I love the different cultures.
Yeah.
And I just loved it, mate. And I would have stayed. I think we finished second in the league. We got Champions League football, which was the mandate.
Let's talk about the players you played with as well. Like you just named Eden Hazard, and Demi Payet.
Yeah.
Come on, those two,
mate, brilliant players. Payet was struggling. No, Eden Hazard was as clear as day. As soon as I saw him, I was like, "That's a genius of a footballer." I was like, "Wow!" Like because when I was going back to my meeting with Rudy Garcia and he was saying where he was going to play, like he was always had Eden Hazard in the middle of everything and he was like 18, 19 and I'm thinking
who's this kid?
This kid like that's me, I should be there.
That should be there. He was in the way.
And then after about the first game I was like, yeah mate.
I understand what you're saying.
I was like, and I said to Rudy like, you was right, what a player. And but Payet was sort of I think he had a knee injury so he struggled at the start and I wasn't 100% sure. I knew he was a good player, but then by the end of the season, he kicked on, and then he was like, "Wow!" But the sad thing was, I think if we could have won the league. That's a little bit of regret with that one. We were that good, but we sold our striker Musa Sol to Turkey in January. A selling club. We're a selling club. We had the league in our hands. We'd and if we would have kept the striker, but we didn't. But great time. I loved it. And another question I'd like to ask you. Players, think of all the clubs you played for, players that have signed who surprised you, like whether good or bad, or...
There's one that stands out for me at Chelsea.
Go on. Lasana?
Yeah.
Mate. Wow, where did they find him? Yeah.
And do you know what? I could understand how frustrated he must have been.
Lasana Diarra.
Because, mate, he was some player.
He was brilliant.
Do you know what I mean? He's a midfielder. Yeah. Ended up playing right back. He was played unbelievable at right back. He had this thing as well where he could he'd be in a tight spot and he'd shuffle.
He'd put the brakes on. He'd put the brakes on and he'd go. And somehow he's
right by the byline, he'd just shuffle around and run off with the ball. He was strong. Mate, he was a player, and I don't know if there was a thing between him and Mourinho, but
it was weird, wasn't it? Why he wasn't playing more.
I couldn't say that he didn't deal with it right or what it is, because I don't really know, but you could understand his frustration because he probably... That's really hard, isn't it? You got Macca, and we had such a big squad.
Essien as well.
Essien, but Diarra for me, I was just thought, mate.
He's a proper player.
He's a player.
Do you know
he's one of my good mates.
Is he?
Yeah. I was his chaperone for when he
Really?
first come over. I don't know if that was a good or bad
That's
thing.
probably why he wasn't playing.
That's why I don't know whether that's a good or bad thing. But listen,
For me, he was one of them
he didn't speak a
players
word
that-
of English.
Yeah.
So he was told to be around me, and I can't speak English as well. So he was double messed up. But he was such a good guy as well.
Yeah.
Really honest.
You see the clubs he's played for?
Oh, mate.
Real Madrid, PSG, Arsenal, Chelsea.
He's gone
Never
to,
ever settled
He went
anywhere.
levels. He went to levels, man.
Yeah, he's a good
I'm so
player.
proud of him as well because he came in as a young player, and he was so good. Like you thought, this guy's a different level to anything we've got really at this level. And then obviously the first teamers and the first teamers, but he was knocking on the door every week. Like you couldn't not be able to not play him.
Yeah, Gwyn Williams, I think, signed him from the league.
Brilliant.
Yeah, like he come from no, similar to N'Golo Kante.
Yeah.
You know, very similar player as well.
Yeah.
So another one.
Go on.
Was Chelsea, because I didn't really know much about Robin.
Oh wow.
Oh, Arjun, yeah.
When he came on, mate, just used to ghost past people.
What a player.
Just ghost past them.
He got a big injury.
Had a few injuries.
Yeah, that's
had
why
a lot
it didn't
of
kick off
injuries, to be
properly
fair.
for him.
But when he first came, I thought, there's a goal against Newcastle. He just ran through players and slotted in.
I remember.
Don't you think he wasn't really a Mourinho type of player because he didn't really pass?
He couldn't physically. I don't think he could handle the Premier League.
He was another one a bit like Sele sometimes. If he played out on the right, you knew he was going to cut in.
Yeah, that's
but
what
he
it
could
was.
keep cutting, and he'd slot it in one of the
He was one of the
corners.
best at it.
Yeah.
He was one of the best at that.
Do you know what he was, Coley, as well? Because we played like when it was me, it was Robin Duff, me, and then Shawnee come in,
later,
like,
yeah.
right? So, but when it was me and Robin on the pitch, right? He had this habit. Jose used to do the team, and it used to be right. Didier was up top or Ida, and then it will be like he'd put the thing up, and it'll be 10 and 11 or 10 and whatever his number was, 15, and he'd say you could play both flanks, right? I'm thinking, right, well, I can't be playing. What do we decide if I'm on the right or on the left? Like, but he was like, no, I want you to be free, like come inside. But like Robin was smart, right? So if we were playing against Arsenal, for instance, and you had Ashley Cole as left back and then Oleg Luzhny on the right back, right? He'd just go, I'll go against him. And I'd be like, oh, cheers, mate. And I'll go right, and I'd ghost over there and I go, yeah, go on, Robert. And he'd go, no. I'll chase Ashley back. All right, you do this.
Selfish.
But like, listen.
Listen, that's what makes him a wonderful player.
Great
You know,
player.
like, you'll always remember him. Arjun was a type of player. I just looked at him and think, well, that's levels.
Yeah.
That's levels there.
Yeah.
And he just didn't care about his appearance, did he, or nothing? He was just like,
mate,
this is what I do.
Mate,
I'm born to play football, and this is how I play it.
Yeah, he's a great player, mate. He looked about 40 when he won. God bless you, I love you.
No, but he's such a wonderful person.
Nice
his dad was lovely as well.
His family was lovely. And he
nice,
just loved football. And he's like, he was...
And it surprised you?
Surprised me. Oh, what's happened there? Surprised
Back to
me.
your usual height.
Yeah, oh, come on, Coley. You're better than that. Who surprised me? Mate, I was trying to think. At West Ham, I was so excited to sign when Davor Suker came in because he was like Golden Boot winner. And, mate, his hip was so bad. He kept running towards goal, doing a shooting and trying to dink the goalie.
Is it?
I'm like, what's this guy not shooting for? It's a Golden Boot in the World Cup. And he was like, coming... we signed him when he had a dicky hip. Do you know what I mean?
That was West Ham. We used to sign anything that moved.
Mate, and he was, mate, he surprised because the Golden Boot winner, his hip had just packed up.
Oh, wow.
Typical West Ham signing. Who surprised me?
I'll tell you who else did surprise me at Chelsea.
Go on.
Because I just didn't realise how good he was. I knew he was good, but I didn't realise how good he was. Ida.
Yeah.
Mate, Ida, let me tell you something about Ida. He was, rated higher than the Ronaldo when they was at PSV.
Really?
Oh, my
Yes, I
days.
don't know.
Yeah?
He's a player.
What? So Ida was the young one, and then Ronaldo just come in from Brazil, right?
Yeah.
Mate, Ida was the Ronaldo before Ronaldo was Ronaldo.
Yeah.
So you got to look at levels. Then you got a bad knee injury. Bad knee injury, and then that kind of set him back. And then he was playing catch up all the time. But then Ronaldo overtaken him and started to get recognition for who he was. But Ida was that good.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know Ida was that good. Like I agree, Ida was a top player.
But he had a massive knee injury. Massive knee injury, and that's why sometimes I look at Ida, I just feel he could have achieved so much more if he didn't get that injury, because that kind of hampered his career all the way through it.
Very good player.
Very, very good player. And you can see some of his touches, man.
Yeah, touches, movement, intelligent player, very intelligent.
He's another one that's been on a night out with us.
Yeah.
He's not been back since. Ida, where are you? And you've been quiet in the group chat.
Yeah, we're getting back over. Next time
we'll kick you back out, mate.
What I was going to say, Suarez. Wow. When I was at Liverpool, when I went back and Suarez was there, right? I've never seen anything like it, Coley, right? He did, I remember doing a 3-against-3 during the winter because the pitches were frozen and some of us weren't training for whatever reason. It was like me, Carragher and another English person against Maxi Rodriguez, Suarez and one of the South Americans in this little like gym. And it was like, it got quite nasty and, mate, Suarez was just like, you know when you look at a street footballer, just he's throwing us. I touched him, I bounced about 3 metres that way. And he was like...
That's not hard to do, though, is it?
He had like... He was throwing Carragher into the thing and Carragher...
Wow, Carragher?
Yeah, he was so strong. I couldn't believe it. And he'd do this thing where he'd front you up and he'd do these touches and it looked like he didn't know what he was doing, but he'd always come out with the ball. Yeah. He was so good. He was so good. That's one of my regrets, actually. I wish I could have been a bit more fitter and to have played with him, because I think he was a proper genius.
I've got a good one, actually.
Go on.
And it's one that people wouldn't. But it's a guy called D. Michaelis. Came to West Ham. Italian. He came from Palermo.
Yeah.
What a player he was.
Yeah.
Like, his movement. He actually reminds me of Chev. Same size, but he was just like... He was quite small, but he didn't look like a footballer.
Right, okay.
If you looked at him, you just think...
Chev's not happy with that.
If you looked at him, you would think, he's an athlete.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, but then he gets onto the pitch and then you just see...
Yeah.
Sometimes it could be Zola-esque.
Yeah, really.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah, like, he's just got these little touches. And he's the only player, the number 10, because he was a number 10, the only player that come up to me, and I was the main striker at West Ham at the time, and he says, Coley, I'm just going to look for you all the time.
Really?
I want you to score. I was like, wow.
Yeah.
Because usually it's a competition, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, we can get more goals, like, so we can push on. He was like, no, if you're in a better position, I'm passing to you.
Really?
Yeah? And I want you to score. If you have an opportunity, you shoot, because that's how we'll win the game. I'm like, that's actually what you're supposed to say. But because we're in a competitive environment and everyone wants to get a goal. So if I've got a half chance, but Coley's over there, I ain't passing to Coley. I'm going to have this half chance, so I'm backing myself to score it. And that's where I saw him, and I looked at the game a little bit different. It's a bit weird for me, anyway, because I played with an array of strikers at West Ham. You know, we've had loads of them. And then obviously through my journey, and then just to have that, I was like, this guy's a little bit different, and he was so good as well. Like, he set up a few of my goals. Another guy that I'd say was similar to that was another Italian, Di Canio.
Yes.
So another Di Michele, Di Canio. Like, but they just read the game different. You see what I done there? Yeah?
You were so happy with it.
I'm so buzzing with that. D and D, D linking up with CC, but no, I was just like. On the mic. Anyway, but Di Michaelis is do you know what else was a good surprise for me as well at West Ham, I'd say.
Good.
And he, I've got to say, Valon Barami. Do you remember him?
Yeah.
Barami, do you remember?
Swiss midfielder.
Yeah. Played on the right.
Yeah.
I hated playing against him.
Oh, mate.
It was towards the end of... It was when I went to City, I played against him, and I had struggles with injuries since then. But, mate, he was tough.
Oh,
he was
mate.
so quick.
Quick,
deceptively quick as well.
Really?
You don't realise how quick he was, mate.
Oh, mate, he could go.
Very quick.
He could go, man.
His work rate,
and
his work rate was a joke.
He was unbelievable, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was good.
Wow,
really
I didn't
good.
see that coming.
Yeah,
really good.
Valen Barami, mate.
Okay.
He was a player.
Swiss international, but of Albanian heritage.
No.
He
could run
great guy as well, man.
Yeah?
Yeah, like I used to love him, man. Like, it's just a happy guy.
Yeah.
But on that pitch, you turn into a machine, man.
If he's saying he can run and
you turn into a machine, and he was aggressive. He was aggressive. He was always fiery. He's fiery character. Yeah. And he done so well for us.
He's a good player.
I think he was underappreciated with us.
Where did he go after?
Oh, mate, he was a player.
I think he went abroad. I think he went Italy after us. So
I hated playing against him.
Yeah, he was a top player.
Okay, right. Well, we'll finish it off with experiences as one of the most nerve-wracking experiences when you go to a new club. The initiations, like best and worst you've ever seen initiation.
Mine's like one of the worst at Chelsea, I think.
Go on.
Yeah.
What did you do?
I did. You
didn't do the Saturdays.
Girl on your kid.
You done Saturdays?
No.
Listen, you've got
You're number one girl on my list. I did that one right.
Sing it again.
No.
Sing it again.
After
Come
about
on, let's
30
do it.
seconds,
Let's
the
do
words just went.
Let's do initiation.
No, I'm not doing it.
Let's do initiations.
I don't want to do it now.
Initiations.
And
Come
then,
on.
Shut up.
So how's it go?
I'm not doing it.
What's the music?
Girl on your kiss. You're the number one girl on my list.
What song's that? Who's that from?
Yeah, I don't know why I chose
did you
it.
choose
I
that?
really don't know, mate.
Who sang that?
I don't know.
Where's that from?
Is it something Dragon?
Mate.
Hold on. You have to check if I can find it.
Oh my gosh, you don't even know what you're singing.
No, I can't remember now. And then the other one I did, have I done 2 or 3?
Done 2?
No, I done one when I went to Brighton. I did the Saturdays song, to be fair. Which I did at karaoke, which I sent you a video of.
You've done the same one. Did you do the moves as well?
Yeah.
Favourite, he loves it.
Do you know what? Because I went there. When I went there, they were just giving me so much stick to Brighton. Like the first my first session was a gym session, and as soon as I walked in the gym, they started blaring the Saturdays.
Did they? And
I was just like, do you know what? I'm just doing a Saturday song from initiation. The lads might like it, but buzz off it a little bit. Those are the ones I've done.
Worst one you've seen?
The worst I've seen. There was one at Chelsea, but I can't remember where it was.
I can't remember.
My brain's one at Chelsea. It was really bad.
My brain's gone blank.
Yeah,
Did you do one, Coley?
Yeah, I sang Maybe It's Because I'm a Londoner. But
which always goes down well at
a London
English
club.
London club, yeah.
How's that go?
Maybe it's because I'm a Londoner. And I love London town.
Okay, yeah, go on.
Hold on, let him do one. Go on, do you believe I could? He won't mind doing it, he loves it. Do you know why? Because he thinks he can sing. Come on.
Yeah,
you do.
Hold on. I don't think I can sing.
Right, I've got something for you.
Go on.
Tell the people about your MC career.
Well, I've been known for rocking the mic. You know what I mean?
Rock the mic, right.
No, I used to be MC back in the day.
You can sing though,
I used to
can't
do
you?
like house and garage stuff.
Yeah, you can sing though.
It was
No, I
big
can't
on
sing.
the
You
underground.
can, you
I
can
cannot sing.
It was big on the underground.
I can't sing.
Yeah?
I'm bad. Well, I used to do radio stations, innit? Pirate radio stations back in the
this
day.
guy, there's nothing he cannot do.
Pirate radio, so I was on Bashment FM back in the day. Yeah.
Hold tight, operator.
Yeah. I used to do like underrated.
Go on, give us a little bit. Give us a little bit. Give us a little bit.
I ain't got no lyrics anymore, but I can't even remember them.
What do you mean you're coming out? Next time we come out, you're coming out. I'm getting you on the mic.
Yeah.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Thank you for listening to the Dressing Room Podcast with our Arabiya News.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans. and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there. Always a pleasure to speak about a Wes Anderson film because I want to be a fly on the wall on those sets. It's so colorful, it's so carefully, meticulously planned. So tell us about the atmosphere on set first.
It's an amazing working atmosphere. You just really focus and you just keep going and everything gets very dialed in, and as an actor you kind of get spoiled. You don't want to go back to
real life.
The other way of working. Yeah,
I think one of the first sets that we shot maybe together was the plane.
Yeah.
And it was you walk into this plane that is built on a set. It's not a plane. It's just a section of a plane. And the details, the carpet, everything was period. It was like, like it was like a 50s plane, and it's quite amazing. All the details, like you were saying, it's almost like, I think when I watch a Wes Anderson film, I feel I can touch it.
Exactly, it's very textured.
Yes, I saw you doing like that. That's exactly how you feel, like almost like you could grab it and put it on your shelf.
At this moment, rescue workers are laboring to recover and identify the remains of Jaja Korda, international businessman, maverick in the fields of armaments and aviation, among the richest men in Europe.
Because the characters are also so carefully written in detail, how much input can you have onto, what you as Benicio want to infuse in the character?
A lot. I mean, it's me. But it isn't. Wes expects you to bring everything you can. But he lays out a great character that, for me, that was full of contradictions, with a hell of an arc. So you just gotta keep an eye on, where it's going, But you get to bring yourself into it, I mean, it's like within the limitations of Wes's blocking and Wes's vision, you have to bring yourself into it.
Yeah, I found that Wes really pays attention to what you're doing as an actor. And it's not prescriptive. He doesn't say, do it this way. He watches what you're doing, and he sees what he likes, and he sees what is not helpful. But he's watching you carefully. You can always feel when a director is really watching you, and then you start to really try things and try and make them happy.
You might think, you might see Wes's movie and it's like it's a comedy and it's like maybe theatrical or something, but you got to be truthful.
Yes.
He expects you to be real.
Yeah.
Which is it's great. It's great for an actor.
And this one is a beautiful reflection on the sense of family and heritage, I guess, isn't it? I mean, I'm Lebanese, so Phoenician scheme is very familiar to me. Did he discuss it with you? Because I think his wife is Lebanese or something like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think dedicated to his father-in-law.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I saw it at the end of the film. There's kind of a dedication.
Yeah, I love that. It's a beautiful dedication.
Korda Land and Sea Phoenician Infrastructure Scheme, my most important project of my lifetime.
Our objective: disrupting, obstructing, impeding, crippling Korda's enterprise in any manner possible.
Get the hand grenades. Today, tonight, and tomorrow, we rendezvous with every Titan and pretend we agree what we already agreed. But in fact, we don't. We can't.
And when there's so many of you on an ensemble set, how much does it, kind of elevate the job? Because, you turn up on a set and everyone is at their best.
Everybody kind of comes through at various times, and it's like their moment, to come. They're like, okay, I'm going to come and do my thing in this Wes Anderson movie. So they're bringing, such a new energy every time, and you get to see those characters come alive and go, oh my God, this is what you're going to wear, and that's what you're going to look like, and the sequence comes alive in front of your eyes. So it's like constantly regenerating.
I really believe that the better the actor, the better you'll be. So, it's just a pleasure to work with all the cameos in this film, because they're all terrific, and they just made me better, made the film better.
That's really true. Yeah.
It's a pleasure always to talk about a Wes Anderson film. Every character is then sculpted in his mind. So tell us, how does it start, from the script? When, he describes the character to you, do you feel like you put your own input to kind of merge the visions?
I think, as you said, the characters and the story in Wes's films are so fully formed that it's more about stepping into his world, and the parameters and the specificity that it gives you is so detailed that that's actually very freeing. So many decisions are made that actually stepping into it can be strangely very liberating, and you get to explore within those parameters. Having those limitations can actually make it feel like a more creative process in many ways. Something that's really interesting is he creates an animation for the whole movie. So you get to watch that. I know you were speaking about that before.
Yeah, you do. It's true. I've actually had, up until this point, never seen a storyboard before. Yeah. And then to be presented with a two-dimensional, simple, wonderful version of the entire film that's animated with Wes's voices doing all the characters. It was beautiful and it was amazing, and because of that we knew what we were doing. We had a plan, and then the geniusness of Adam Stockhausen, who is responsible for taking all of the written material and making it a reality, creating this world, because of the detail, because of the level of concentrated, just minute details. The room exists, everything is real, and that is so amazingly helpful, and it does allow you to be quite free in what it is that you're doing, because it's all already there and it's perfect.
The animation included like her eyeshadow color and her nail.
It was all black and white.
Okay,
but I knew that she had green tights or green stockings because Wes had told me before, and I was so excited about it. I couldn't wait. I remember doing a watercolor painting of her, which I still have in my notebook. I sent it to Wes and he was like, "Yes, that's exactly the color that we're gonna have." It was lovely.
Why are you shooting my ceiling?
This is a robbery on behalf of...
I understand that. I'm asking about my ceiling. You idiots are destroying a magnificent nightclub.
One thing you'll never know, because you can't. The truth. I suppose I'm moved by this absurd performance.
Do those sets look as amazing as they look on screen? I mean, you feel transported in kind of his imaginary version of the world.
They look amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, they're extraordinary, but they're really functional. They're not sort of merely decorative.
No, they're real.
They really bring you into the world, and each one feels an enhancement to the story. Yeah, he's a masterful filmmaker.
Today, tonight, and tomorrow, we rendezvous with every Titan and pretend we agree what we already agreed. But in fact, we don't. We can't. Call it. Heads. Heads.
Everything feels like, a nice fantasy of his imagination, but there's always a backstory to the character, isn't there? Like Farouk, does he come with like kind of his emotional baggage when he's explained to you?
Yeah, I mean, there's lots to kind of draw on because his characters are so fully formed. So is someone like Farouk, he's a prince, he's not a king, he wants to be taken seriously, both by the West, both by his father. So there's all these kind of little elements in there for every character to draw on. But yeah, like, to your point about it being a fantasy, I think in a way, there's a level of kind of fabulousness to Wes's films in that they sometimes resemble a fable or something that's slightly otherworldly. But I think in many ways it allows us to see our world more clearly. Yes. And there's a lot of events, themes, characters that are really pulled from real life, from world history, or even Wes's own kind of family.
His fam Lebanese, and they're all Phoenician. So I think his wife's Lebanese. And
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's really interesting. It's also a fable about the making of the modern world and the patchwork way that is made, and the compromises that are made along that way, and the strange bedfellows that requires. And so I think that there's often in his stories, it's a kind of sharper mirror that reflects our reality than making something totally naturalistic, so to speak.
It really is an honor. It really is. This moment is so special and so important, and I just only have words of gratitude to the Red Sea Film Foundation for having me here today and honoring me with such amazing, beautifully talented women.
Are we matching or what?
We are ready.
I've been directing now for 30 years. I was the first Indian woman to make a feature film in Great Britain. And even today, there's still not that many, not many of us. So we have to keep going, and events like this are fantastic because they celebrate us.
Raya is my sweetheart. She's my soulmate. So I'm happy to be in Scoop with Raya.
Welcome to the show, first of all. It's so nice to have you together.
Thank you.
We can talk about girls in film.
Yes, absolutely.
So this will be like the theme. First of all, you'd met each other before, or is it all about women in cinema for you and how you met?
No, it's the first time that we meet.
First time we've met, and we've found so many similarities.
So much in common.
Yeah, just two different countries, but so much in common, so many similarities, but one thing, and I think one thing that remains very, very consistent is our love and passion for film.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
First thing we spoke about.
Yeah, exactly. Like, how many films have you done? How many films have you done?
Honor actresses in women in cinema. So I'll start with that, and the actresses, من مصر or from the world, that you've admired most.
I've grown up, I think, on a lot of old Hollywood as well. So if it was like Vivian Leigh or if Gone with the Wind, that was like a film I think I rewatched so many times. And then of course, then transitioning into Bollywood, one of my first films being Devdas with Aishwarya Rai, and just
which was here in Cannes.
Yes, they debuted in Cannes. So that was, I think, just women, strong, beautiful, talented women that you grow up and you aspire to be.
I must say, for me, I take such pride coming from a country that has amazing female actresses, Suad Hosni, all the way up to my love and your love. Your BFF.
This is the one you were telling me about. She was telling me about her.
Your show.
Here's my sweet dream.
And I think definitely we just come from a culture that really celebrates Arab women and what they've done in cinema.
Yes, it's true. About you is that you have always chosen roles that are good for you, things that you feel like you can give your own pathos to. How much importance did you always give to that in your role?
Always. I think it's so important to be authentic and to do things that speak of my generation and of the women of my time. And this is why I always continue to do shows and make shows and films that we speak the same language, and I feel sometimes it takes one to know one, so I needed to come from that generation to be able to give them what they want.
And for you, Jacqueline, also, now it's a great time also for Indian cinema because it's not only about the fluff of Bollywood, there's so many interesting movies that you're part of.
Yeah, it's not the spectacle as much anymore. I think when we started out, and even what I grew up watching and I was also very inspired by was that, and I also went through, it's been 15 years now I've been in the industry, same. as you. You really see the evolution of how it's moved from that to much more storytelling substance, deeper content, and that's the beauty of it right now. And also, there's just so much more opportunity in that respect for women.
My final question is about women in cinema. How important is it for you that there are events that kind of showcase women, support women, shed the light on the talent of women?
I think it's important because women out there need to know what is possible and that they're being supported. That's the only way you can encourage talent into the industry. When you're supported, and you feel safe, that's when the real magic happens.
Yes.
So I think it's very important, and that's why, being here for, the Red Sea Film Foundation with so many like-minded women with such great work, having done such great work, it also just kind of boosts it boosts you up to think, okay, there's still so much that we can do. And I want everybody to know about that. Yeah.
And you've defied stereotypes because you've always been yourself. There's no one like you, but you also support your fellow actresses.
Absolutely. I've watched the Red Sea Film Foundation create this amazing platform called Women in Cinema year after year. And I look at my peers when they were here, Tara Ahmed, Salma Boudef, Asil Omran from the Arab world, and all these other women. Razan Jamel was here as well last year.
Yes.
And it's just so beautiful that this foundation is able to tell these women, we see you, we hear you, and we're here to celebrate you. And it's just so beautiful. Yeah. It's an honor to be here.
With you tomorrow.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Share a lot in common. We've just met, but we have all that work, together, and so it's a beautiful thing to be a creative person. It's always lovely to be here, and really, it's most of all because of all the international films and talent, and so many people here that I meet and talk to. I'm sure they feel the same about just being in the company of so many artists.
It was amazing. It's not real. But she's very kind and welcoming, so she helps me not to fall. So no, she's very nice, impressive.
بحضر الفيلمين ومسلسل بإذن الله. هقول لكم كل حاجة قريب. It's very tough. It's not that easy, but it's wonderful. A lot of emotions, a lot of you meet a lot of people, and it's really, really extraordinary. In places like this where you have such international cinema, and it really brings people together from around the world to learn about each other's cultures and stories, and we can really listen through film to each other, and so that's what I'm here to support and listen, and very grateful for the chance.
My daughter is very jealous. She adores Lilo and Stitch. She's 9, and it's totally, we're all Stitch obsessed. So did Maya become Stitch obsessed at some point?
Yes. As soon as the day I was born.
So even before you were playing Lilo, it was all about Stitch for you?
Yes.
So you were excited when you heard that you may be playing her?
Yeah.
Yeah. How was the process? How did you go cast for it?
I just did this little thing called Mini Miss Corner Coffee. I won, and I said that I want to be a star when I grow up. And then I think like maybe a week later, the auditions for the live action Lilo and Stitch was on the news, and I'm like, this is a dream come true. Let's do it. So cute and fluffy.
He is your responsibility. Got it.
We promise.
Yeah. It was very important that the chemistry worked as well.
I mean, that's like the main part of everything, really.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Absolutely. Were you worried about anything, or as soon as you saw her, you think, that's...
I was like, I mean, obviously I hadn't gotten the role yet, but I was relieved, and I was excited, and I was like, this girl is going to be Lilo. I can call it right now. I can call it right now. There you go.
Hey. I changed my mind.
What's that?
I like you as a mom, too.
I was just talking to the producers, and they said that, Lilo on set had several different forms. So he was either your coach, or he was either a puppet, or he was either the director. So how much did that help you, like, imagine Stitch?
I had an imaginary friend, Bob.
I had many imaginary friends.
Yeah. I think also from the casting process, too, they could tell you were always saying yes and. It was always like she was ready to just, like, make believe consistently, and just was having so much fun with it.
Yes, and I'll get to stop. Yes, and I will act Lilo. Yes, and she is my sister.
Yeah.
You can tell me what your name is?
Maya.
Maya Kealoha was such an amazing find for our film. Maya embodies Lilo in a bunch of different ways. That was good, Maya. Like, she really was honestly one of the better actors I've ever worked with.
What do you find most exciting about the character? Are you able to gauge the obsession with Stitch that's lasted over 24 years?
I feel like the whole entire film in and of itself is a huge iconic film that is beloved by millions of people since 2002. You weren't born yet. You were just an idea, maybe not.
You weren't born even 10 years
after that. Maybe not.
Shooting star! I wish for a friend. Like a best friend.
What the hell?
Have you seen it already with an audience?
Yes.
And how was the reaction, and how did you feel?
I started hyperventilating as soon as the thing played.
And did you enjoy watching yourself as Lilo? Yeah.
Was that weird to see you on a big screen?
No.
Really?
Ah, that's how stars are born. Thank you so much, you girls. It's such a pleasure to talk to you.
Same.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
No, dogs on the table.
You sure that's a dog?
Stitch, we are so obsessed with you. We love you so much. You are our favorite thing. Don't you want to say something, Lola?
Hi!
Hi, Lola.
As we've seen in the movie, at some point, Lilo teaches you a bit of Hawaiian dancing. What is one of your favorite moves that she has taught you?
Let's watch dance first! Let's watch waves!
Would you consider having a new friend? It would be Lola and Stitch instead of Lilo and Stitch. What do you think?
Yeah, seems very nice. Yeah, Lola and Stitch has nice ring.
What is your favorite alien between Jumba and Wendy?
Stitch likes Jumba because Jumba gives best hugs.
I watched the original, and I think that the new one is even better.
Stitch likes to hear. Yeah, thank you.
Our interview is up, Lola, but can we all do a virtual hug?
Yeah.